applause, everybody. जोरदार ताड़ी आवाज हुआ. May I also request everybody to kindly keep their mobile phones on silent mode as we start the event. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to one and all as we start the week and the festivities of this month. A good morning to each and every one of you. I am RJ Rahul Manjul, your host for this event, and on behalf of the entire team, I welcome you all to PM Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit 2022, organized jointly by JNPA and MBPA. Let's have a huge round of applause for each and every one of you present here today. प्रगति की गति, भारत की शक्ति. I remember a quote, और उसी के साथ मैं आज के दिन की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं, that you are not a drop in the ocean, you are the entire ocean in one drop. Today, as we meet and greet the best of the best in the industry, it's time to explore an ocean full of opportunities. The summit, which has been designed for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, will have panel discussions and networking opportunities for all participants, and the agenda is shared with you beforehand. So let's start off with day one and the inaugural session. May I welcome our esteemed guests to start off with. शुरुआत करते हैं with the chief guest of this event. जोरदार तालियों के साथ let's welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister Ports and Mining, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Dadaji Bhuse ji. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए as we welcome sir on the dais. साथ ही साथ may I also welcome on stage Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, Chairman MBPA. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए everybody. May I also welcome on stage a gentleman whom we all know for his motivational words, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman JNPA. Zordar talia, everybody. Let's also welcome from the team a gentleman who always wins up with his charisma, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagh ji, Deputy Chairman JNPA. And can you have a huge round of applause for a gentleman who always inspires us, Shri Adesh Titarmare ji, Deputy Chairman MBPA, for joining us. May I now request Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagh ji to present a token of appreciation to our Honorable Minister, Ports and Mining, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Dadaji Bhuse ji. Zordar talia, everybody, as we present a token of appreciation to Sir. May I also request Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagh ji to present a token of appreciation to Shri Rajiv Jalota ji. Let the applause continue. May I also request Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagh ji to present a token of appreciation to Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman JNPA. And may I request Sir to also present a token of appreciation to Shri Adesh Titarmar ji, Deputy Chairman MBPA. With this, we start with the Deep Prajwalan ceremony. कहते हैं कि Diwali is around the corner and Deep Prajwalan is always a shubh shuruat to any event. So may I request our esteemed dignitaries to join us for the Deep Prajwalan. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I pass on the baton and the mic to Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, Chairman MBPA, to present an overview of the summit. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye.
A very good morning to everybody. Adarniya Dada Bhuse ji, Minister for Ports and Mining, Government of Maharashtra. Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman of JN Port Authority. My colleagues, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagh, Deputy Chairperson of JN Port Authority, and Shri Adesh Titarmare, Deputy Chairperson, Mumbai Port Authority. General Manager of Central Railway, Shri Anil Lahoti ji. Amit Saini, Chief Executive Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board. Representatives from railways, highways, forestry, maritime boards, ports, stakeholders linked with maritime trade and industry, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan a few months back, and later on launched the National Logistics Policy as well, which is aiming at increasing efficiencies in doing business in India. The Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit 2022, which is being inaugurated today, is the first in the series of regional maritime Gati Shakti multimodal summits. This summit is a two-day event and it will be focusing on anchoring developments at the port. Infrastructure has majority been the backbone on which countries have transformed themselves as highly efficient economies that create socio-economic transformation for generations. A critical enabler in success of all developed countries is the multimodal transport networks that significantly reduce the cost of logistics, bringing export competitiveness. In economic parlance, multiplier effects will happen through infrastructure spending. PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan has been developed by BISAG-N, Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Applications and Geoinformatics, in a dynamic geographic information system platform wherein data on a specific action plan of all ministries and departments is being incorporated within a comprehensive database. PM Gati Shakti is based on 6 pillars: comprehensiveness, prioritization, optimization, synchronization, analytics, and dynamism. In order to facilitate the process, capacity building exercise is being conducted by BISAG-N team with senior level officers of relevant ministries and departments under Government of India as well as various state governments with an aim to integrate and synchronize data on their existing and planned projects on a single platform. This ongoing exercise has already been undertaken for Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Power, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Textiles, Department of Telecom, etc. This exhaustive exercise shall mark an exchange of data between the respective departments and BISAG-N for updation of the National Master Plan. The exercise will assist the departments to gain a better know-how of the GIS tool and enable them to prioritize and plan the timeline of their projects in coordination with other infrastructural projects. This will increase efficiency of logistics, leading to increased competitiveness of the Indian economy. The infrastructure ministries are ensuring updation of existing and proposed infrastructure in National Master Plan portal. Similarly, the economic ministry zones in the country. This exercise will lead to identification of gap in infrastructure and the need for economic zones. Such gap analysis will be examined by the network planning group of the secretaries at Government of India level. The recommended gap in infrastructure shall be taken up on priority basis by respective infrastructure ministries, thus bringing in the logistics efficiency. Updation of infrastructure layers will help in decision making by the economic ministries for locating the new economic zones. And presently the first National Gati Shakti Master Plan incorporating data of most of the infrastructure ministries has already been updated and made available to the line ministries, departments and state governments. It is hoped that with updation of entire infrastructure and economic zones by the central and state governments, the National Master Plan would become a real-time decision-making tool for infrastructure and economic ministries. This will bring in cost efficiencies and competitiveness and will improve overall logistics efficiency in the country. Further, Government of India has also mandated all ministries for planning Amrit Kal 2047 vision so that BISAG will include the plans of all ministries in their data bank. This would also bring in synergies between the ministries and the state governments. With the BISAG program, various ministries have come under a common platform. This is monitored every month that the comments and clearances from various ministries and the state governments are updated on this single platform. For example, any development proposal of a ministry or a department will be updated in BISAG platform, and BISAG will see comments and clearances as well as monitor the same and update the relevant ministry of any delays. In the next 2 days, this summit will discuss various topics to create synergies between the departments, using technology for optimization and cost reduction, data management, converging Amrit Kal vision of Gati Shakti, and similar relevant topics. I am sure that BISAG and other panelists belonging to various departments will enlighten the participants about their initiatives so that a seamless implementation of Gati Shakti initiatives can happen. I welcome everybody on behalf of JN Port and Mumbai Port and hope that this workshop over 2 days will throw relevant suggestions for us as well as enlighten those who are presently searching for good answers. Thank you, everybody.
A big thank you to Shri Rajiv Jalota ji for that inaugural speech. अब यहाँ से आगे बढ़ते हैं और अगर हम पीएम की ये गति शक्ति के बारे में बात करते हैं तो there's one gentleman I need to invite on stage. He's had more than 22 plus years of experience in geo-informatics sector, GIS. यही नहीं, he's the main lead for PM's Gati Shakti. So let's welcome at the podium Shri Ajay Patel ji, Project Director, BISAG N. जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत करें. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, नमस्कार आदरणीय मंत्री जी और दोनों चेयरमैन सर, डेप्यूटी चेयरमैन सर, अदर ऑफिशियल्स जो भी पीएम गति शक्ति के आज के जो समिट में पधारे हैं, सबको मेरी तरफ से धन्यवाद। और मुझे ये मेरे डीजी सर के अवेज में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है तो ये प्रेजेंटेशन करने का, तो उसके लिए धन्यवाद। सर गति शक्ति, सबसे पहली एक चीज बताएंगे कि गति शक्ति कोई प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, कोई स्कीम नहीं है, बल्कि गति शक्ति एक प्रक्रिया है जो कंटिन्यूअस चलेगी, सालों साल चलेगी। तो सर इसके बारे में थोड़ी मैं 8 से 10 मिनट में जानकारी बेसिक थोड़ी देना चाहूंगा। सर ये गति शक्ति वर्ड आया कहां से? सबसे पहली चीज, जब एक डिपार्टमेंट कोई काम कर रहा है, कोई एक्टिविटी कर रहा है सर, और दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट को 6 महीने के बाद पता चलता है कि यहां तो समथिंग इज देयर, ऑलरेडी बन चुका है या बनने वाला है, और उसकी वजह से जो हर्डल्स आते हैं वो कितने सारे हर्डल्स है, उसका सर एक एग्जांपल दिखाया है यहां। सर यहां ये गुजरात गवर्नमेंट का एग्जांपल है। ये R&B डिपार्टमेंट को वेयर हाउस और गोडाउन वालों ने एक जगह ले ली, सरकार ने उनको जमीन दे दी। सर वो जमीन उन्होंने PWD डिपार्टमेंट को बोल दिया कि कंस्ट्रक्शन कर दो, हमारे लिए गोडाउन बना दो। सर गोडाउन उन्होंने कंस्ट्रक्ट कर दिया। आफ्टर 6 मंथ उनको पता चला कि 440 kV की बहुत सारी ट्रांसमिशन लाइंस आ रही है वहां से, और उसकी वजह से उनको सर राइट साइड फोटोग्राफ्स में दिख रहा है पूरा कंस्ट्रक्शन तोड़ना पड़ा। और ऐसे एक केस नहीं, ऐसे पूरे हिंदुस्तान में कितने सारे केस होंगे जो साइलोज में डिपार्टमेंट काम कर रहे हैं, उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे हम न लाए तो कितने प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं। सर ऐसा ही केस झारखंड में एक मांडल डैम है, वो मांडल रिजर्वायर डैम, वो रिजर्वायर बन गया, कंस्ट्रक्शन हो गया, बहुत सारा करोड़ों रुपए का खर्चा हो गया। उसके बाद में उसका जो सबमर्जेंस एरिया है पीछे का, जहां पानी भरता है, वो एरिया वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी में जा रहा है। सर एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट का कहना है कि यहां तक पानी आप नहीं भर सकते, हमारी वाइल्ड लाइफ को प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। अब उसकी वजह से, वो इसी की वजह से वो डैम आज पूरी तरह से फुल्ली यूटिलाइज नहीं हो रहा है। ऐसे 1-2 केस नहीं है सर, हर एक स्टेट में होंगे, हर एक फील्ड में होंगे। तो ये बताने का मकसद ये था कि गति शक्ति आई कहां से। तो गति शक्ति के जो पिलर्स है, ये दीज आर द पिलर्स। सर इसमें कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवनेस, सबसे पहली हमने 21 मिनिस्ट्री और हर एक स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरी, उसके हर एक डिपार्टमेंट्स के पोर्टल बनाए हैं। वो पोर्टल पे फैसिलिटी अवेलेबल है, आप हर एक तरह से अपना अपना डेटा ऐड कर सकते हो और उसमें गैप बता सकते हो। सर सेकंड थिंग, प्रायोरिटाइजेशन इज ए इंपॉर्टेंट। सर अभी रिसेंट हमने मध्य प्रदेश का एक एग्जांपल दिया है। मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट में ऑलरेडी PPP मोड में एक हाईवे बन चुका था, स्टेट हाईवे, और बहुत अच्छा टोल टैक्स आ रहा था उनका। तो उन्होंने मिनिस्ट्री को यह बताया कि यहां से एक नेशनल हाईवे आ गया, हमारा टोल टैक्स की इनकम बंद हो गई। तो क्यों ये आपस में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्री, एक दूसरे के डिपार्टमेंट्स, एक ऐसा अक्षय पात्र नहीं होना चाहिए सर, जो हम जैसे चेस खेलते हैं और हम यहां से पहले से ही बता दे कि मेरा ये टैग हो गया, मेरा ये प्रोजेक्ट है 2022 दिसंबर तक कंप्लीट होगा विथ टाइम एंड शेड्यूलिंग। तो इससे फायदा क्या होगा सर? ऑप्टिमाइजेशन एंड सिंक्रोनाइजेशन। जैसे एक रोड का एग्जांपल मैं देता हूं सर हमारे कंट्री में बहुत सारे रोड अलग अलग एजेंसीज बनाती है। NHAI बनाती है, मॉर्थ बनाती है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में देखो तो NHIDCL बनाती है, इवन BRO, बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सर PMGSY, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना, वो भी एक रोड बनाती है, और स्टेट के PWD डिपार्टमेंट भी रोड बनाते हैं। सर हर एक का सिंक्रोनाइजेशन कैसे हो सकता है? तो उसको लेयरिंग के रूप में एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाना एक चैलेंज वाला टास्क था, लेकिन ये गति शक्ति के क्रिया में हम लोग ने उसको ज्यादातर 98% उसको ऑनबोर्ड करा दिया है, सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज और डिपार्टमेंट की मदद से। और उसके ऊपर सर एनालिटिकल टूल लग सकते हैं और डायनेमिक। सर डायनेमिक वर्ड ऐसा है, हर एक डिपार्टमेंट, आप मैरीटाइम बोर्ड ले लो या पोर्ट ले लो, हर एक के पास अपना अपना कोई ना कोई MIS बना हुआ है जो सिस्टम ऑलरेडी काम करती है। उस सिस्टम को इसके साथ जोड़ दो ताकि जियो और MIS, जियो स्पेशियल डेटा की कोई भी क्वेरी कर दो, आपको विद इन फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड आपको आंसर मिलेगा कि आपको ये करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ये सर एक फ्रेमवर्क था जो गति शक्ति काम कर रही है। सर इसमें हमने 3 चीजों का इंटीग्रेशन किया है। सबसे पहली टेक्नोलॉजी, ये पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तौर पे बना हुआ है, इन हाउस बना हुआ है, कोई प्रोक्योरमेंट नहीं हुआ है। सेकंड, मल्टी सेक्टर डेटाबेस। सर डेटाबेस की बात करें अभी राइट नाउ सर, अभी सागर सर ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है, 1500 लेयर्स ऑलरेडी इस पोर्टल पे आ चुके हैं, डेली पोर्टल पे लेयर्स बढ़ रहे हैं डेली, क्योंकि आदमी की सोच बढ़ती है, डिपार्टमेंट बढ़ता है, उस तरह से प्रोग्रेस हो रही है। सर तीसरी चीज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, सभी डिपार्टमेंट और मिनिस्ट्री को सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यह है, आज कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट आ रहा है, डीपीआर बन रहा है, कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है, एनी टाइप ऑफ अलाइनमेंट, सर लैंड एक्विजिशन सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, फॉरेस्ट का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है, कहां से परमिशन लेंगे, कहां नहीं लेंगे, कहां टनल आएगी, कहां 3D है, टरेन कैसी है, टनल कहां बनानी है। सर डीपीआर अलाइनमेंट इसी पोर्टल के माध्यम से रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट ने अभी तक 140 डीपीआर इस पोर्टल के माध्यम से विद इन 2 मंथ बना लिया है, जो 50 साल का काम था सर, अगर हम कैलकुलेट करें तो ये इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी और काम डेली सोच से सर आगे आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, इसमें इंटीग्रेशन किया गया है। सर दीज आर द चैलेंजेस, जो बेसिक चैलेंजेस है। सेक्टोरल डाटा जो कॉम्पिटिबिलिटी है उसका एक्सेस कैसे मिले। सर काफी सारे मिनिस्ट्री और लोगों का कहना होता है कि हमने हमारा पोर्टल बना दिया, हम एक्सेस कैसे करें। तो हमने सर उसमें मोबाइल बेस्ड यूजर नेम पासवर्ड एंड ओटीपी के आधार पे ऑथेंटिकेट यूजर बनाए हैं जिनको इनका एक्सेस मिले। सर लास्ट चीज है इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रिसोर्स सिंक्रोनाइजेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी सपोर्ट फॉर एनवायरमेंटल इंपैक्ट। लेकिन एनवायरमेंट इंपैक्ट असेसमेंट कैसे इससे ऑटोमेटिक हो जाए, उसके लिए भी सर आगे की सोच बड़ी है। सर ये मैंने ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन कर दिया है। सर ये जो पोर्टल है, इस पोर्टल का प्लेटफॉर्म है वो सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया का आधार है, एसओआई को हमने बेस माना है, और जियो स्पाशियल डेटाबेस स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन एंड ऑथेंटिकेट। सर काफी सारे लोगों का क्वेश्चन होते हैं कि ऐसे तो बहुत सारे लेयर कहीं अलग अलग जगह पे पड़े हुए हैं, बहुत सारे पोर्टल बने हुए हैं। नो, ये गति शक्ति के प्लेटफॉर्म में सबसे बड़ी 3 चीज है सर। डेटा ऑथेंटिकेट होना चाहिए, डिपार्टमेंट के यूजर के द्वारा वैलिडेट होना चाहिए। सर मैंने मान लो कि गूगल अर्थ से कोई डेटा देख लिया और कोई प्लान कर लिया, आफ्टर 2 मंथ पता चला यहां तो इंडस्ट्री का प्लॉट एरिया है, क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं है, प्लानिंग कर लिया किसी ने, लेकिन एक्चुअली ऑथेंटिकेट बाउंड्री जो है वो बाउंड्री तो है। इसलिए माइनिंग एरिया, सीआरजेड एरिया, जैसे महाराष्ट्र और गुजरात जैसे स्टेट्स में सीआरजेड एरिया वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सर उसके बाद में फॉरेस्ट, सेंचुरी, इको सेंसिटिव एरिया, उसकी ऑथेंटिकेट और वैलिडेशन मैपिंग इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। बाद में तो सर टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आसानी से काम करती है। सर सबसे बड़ी बात इसमें जो सैटेलाइट डेटा का यूज हो रहा है, 60 सेंटीमीटर डेटा अक्रॉस द कंट्री फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट इसरो से प्रोक्योर करके इसके ऊपर अपलोड करा रहे हैं हम लोग। काफी सारे स्टेट्स का अपलोड भी हो रहा है। अब काफी सारे स्टेट्स और डिपार्टमेंट और मिनिस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट है कि हमें एवरी 6 मंथ चाहिए। काफी लोग ऐसा बोलते हैं कि ड्रोन से मॉनिटरिंग करने वाले हम लोग सिस्टम बनाए, तो इसमें हर एक चीज की पॉसिबिलिटी है सर ये प्लेटफॉर्म में। सर डेटाबेस, जैसे कोई भी यूजर को आप पूछिए सर लास्ट यूनिट कौन सा है, सर लास्ट यूनिट ये खसरा, खेत, खेत के बाद कोई लास्ट यूनिट नहीं है। अगर अर्बन एरिया है तो हाउस होल्ड इज अ लास्ट यूनिट। तो सर इसके अंदर मल्टी सेक्टर 2D, 3D, 4D, ऑथेंटिकेट, कॉम्पिटेबल, कॉमन और सिमलेस डेटा है। आप पान करते जाइए, रोम करते जाइए, आपको पूरा अलाइनमेंट 600 किलोमीटर का अलाइनमेंट बनाना है, 6 घंटे तो मैक्सिमम मैंने बताया सर। इसमें बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट आते हैं, जो 6 महीने फील्ड में लगते थे वो 6 घंटे में इस प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से बन सकता है। सर इस तरह की मैकेनिज्म बनाई है। सर दीज आर द बेसिक टेक्नोलॉजी जो हम यूज कर रहे हैं। सर काफी सारे यूजर आजकल ये बोल रहे हैं हमारा रिमोट प्लेस है, हमें इंटरनेट की माध्यम से कनेक्टिविटी नहीं आती है, तो हमने ऑफलाइन मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन यूजर को बना के देते हैं ताकि वो वहां से क्लिक करे विथ फोटोग्राफ्स और वॉट एवर द इंफॉर्मेशन, ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल रिफ्लेक्ट ऑन पीएम गति शक्ति पोर्टल। सर ये अलग अलग कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो चुकी है अभी 36 यूनियन टेरिटरी एंड स्टेट्स मिला के, सभी स्टेट्स में हमने कर ली है, और सभी मिनिस्ट्री के साथ ऑलरेडी इंटरेक्शन हो चुका है। सर ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, सर ये स्लाइड इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है सर, गति शक्ति एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है, एक अक्षय पात्र है सर। सर इसमें कौन सी चीज नहीं है आप देखिए, जो नहीं है वो बताइए, इसमें डालेंगे, क्योंकि इसकी कोई लिमिटेशन नहीं है, सब कुछ पॉसिबल है। और आत्मनिर्भर भारत है सर, इन हाउस टेक्नोलॉजी है, हमें खुद बनाना है, आप बोलोगे वैसे बनाना है। सर देखिए इसमें एनपीजी के बहुत बड़े बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट, सर इसमें इंडस्ट्रियल इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम पूरा IIS डायरेक्ट जुड़ा हुआ है सर, एक एक इंडस्ट्री का प्लॉट जुड़ा हुआ है पूरे कंट्री का, कहां वैकेंट है, कहां अवेलेबल है लैंड। सर मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क, NIP नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइन, दैट इज ऑल्सो ए ह्यूज प्रोजेक्ट सर, उसके भी 9000 प्रोजेक्ट है पूरे कंट्री में सर, वो भी कॉस्ट के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। GLIS, अभी रिसेंटली एक यूजर से बात हो रही थी सर, गवर्नमेंट लैंड इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम, कहां कहां गवर्नमेंट की लैंड है, उसके पॉकेट्स कहां है, उसकी लैंड जुड़ी हुई है सर। अभी रिसेंट प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने अमृत सरोवर का प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया था, सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 75 प्रोजेक्ट्स तालाब हमें आइडेंटिफाई करने थे, तो अमृत सरोवर की मिट्टी और कहां तालाब बन रहे हैं वो डेटा भी इसके साथ इंटीग्रेशन किया है सर। इसका फायदा ये है, मान लो कि कोई यूजर है, सपोज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट, या हम महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट की बात करते हैं सर, 15 किलोमीटर का कोई रोड बनाना है सर, सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिक बताएगी कि ये 15 किलोमीटर के अलाइनमेंट में 4 तालाब अमृत सरोवर के आ रहे हैं जिसमें इतनी मिट्टी वॉल्यूम है और ये टाइप की सॉइल है जो आपको रिकंस्ट्रक्शन में काम में लगेगी। तो ये आपस में डिपार्टमेंट का सिंक्रोनाइजेशन वो सर इसके अंदर इंटीग्रेट किया है। और लेयर्स की बात है, एस्पिरेशन डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जल संचय डिस्ट्रिक्ट, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट सर, ये तो मैंने कुछ लिमिटेड लिखे हैं, लेकिन डे बाय डे इसमें इंटीग्रेट हो रहा है। अभी रिसेंटली सर प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने ये बोला है कि सोशल सेक्टर इज ए इंपॉर्टेंट यूनिट, तो सोशल सेक्टर भी इसमें हम जोड़ रहे हैं, जिसमें हेल्थ फैसिलिटी सर, मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के तौर पे बना रहे हैं कि कोई भी यूजर घर बैठे बैठे यहां से बैठ के वो सिलेक्ट करेगा, नो माय एंटाइटल फैसिलिटी, मेरी एंटाइटल फैसिलिटी हेल्थ की कहां है सर। एक्सीडेंट होता है 2 किलोमीटर के पास में हॉस्पिटल तो है, वहां एम्बुलेंस चली जाती है, बाद में पता चलता है यहां एक्सरे की फैसिलिटी नहीं है सर। दैट टाइप ऑफ फैसिलिटी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन ऑल्सो विल इंटीग्रेट इन सिस्टम, सो इस डायरेक्शन में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं सर। इस तरह का ये NMP नेशनल मास्टर पोर्टल है, अलग अलग स्टेट्स का यूजर है सर। कोई भी यूजर को अगर इसकी ट्रेनिंग लेनी है तो खुद यूजर रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं, अपना स्लॉट बुक कर सकते हैं, उसको DPIT के माध्यम से उनको अलर्ट किया जाता है कि कौन सी डेट को। सर दूसरी चीज सर, आज सब लोग 60 सेकंड के और 30 सेकंड के टिकटॉक के और छोटे छोटे वीडियो देखते हैं सर, उसी कंसेप्ट को हमने इसमें गति शक्ति में डाला है। कोई 2 मिनट का वीडियो देखने की कोशिश नहीं करेगा, उसको जैसे लगेगा कि किसी को कोई पढ़ा रहा है सर। कंसेप्ट ये है, छोटे छोटे वीडियोस डाले हैं, गति शक्ति क्या है, इस पोर्टल को कैसे यूज करना है, इसका फायदा क्या है, नो गो और गो एरिया कौन सा है। जैसे किसी को सर गवर्नमेंट लैंड अलॉट कर दी किसी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को, और बाद में फील्ड पे जाने के बाद उसको पता चला कि इसका 500 मीटर CRZ लग रहा है, उसका कंस्ट्रक्शन किया हुआ बर्बाद हो गया, और उसको 4 जगह से परमिशन लेनी है। अगर वो फार्मर है तो उसको तो बिल्कुल पता नहीं चलेगा सर। ये इसमें एक ऐसी सिस्टम दी है, आपको कोई भी खसरा, सर्वे नंबर, लेटीट्यूड, लॉन्गिट्यूड, कोऑर्डिनेट, गांव का नाम क्लिक करो, ऑटोमेटिकली वो बताएगा कि क्या क्या परमिशन लेनी है, क्या क्या आवश्यकता है सर। इस तरह के पोर्टल के प्लेटफॉर्म के कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट लेयर्स है, जैसे नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पाइपलाइंस सर। रेगुलेशंस सर, इतने रेगुलेशंस लगे हैं अभी तक, इसके बियॉन्ड अगर कोई और है तो ये इस तरह के समिट और वर्कशॉप में सर निकल के आता है, जिसको हम एज ए इनपुट्स और डोमेन नॉलेज लेंगे और कंसिडर कराएंगे, जिसमें आर्कियोलॉजिकल मॉन्यूमेंट्स, कोस्टल रेगुलेशन जोन्स, SEZ, वेटलैंड सर, MPCB की गाइडलाइन, CPCB की गाइडलाइंस, दैट टाइप ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन सर। ज्यादा टाइम मैं नहीं लूंगा सर, इसमें एक एग्जांपल दिखाया है। ये एग्जांपल ऐसा है, एक बार सिस्टम में फॉरेस्ट आ गया, सेंचुरी आ गई, ऑथेंटिकेट, ये वर्ड के ऊपर फोकस करिएगा सर, ऑथेंटिकेट, इसके ऊपर खसरा नंबर भी है, सर्वे नंबर भी है, ऑल दिस इंफॉर्मेशन सर। विद इन अ सेकेंड किसी ने बताया कि मेरा ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट, तहसील, विलेज और सर्वे नंबर मैं ये कर सकता हूं, नहीं कर सकता हूं, रिसोर्ट बना सकता हूं कि नहीं बना सकता हूं। विद इन सेकेंड सर लेटर से इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी कि आप सेंचुरी से बाहर हो लेकिन इको सेंसिटिव के अंदर हो, आपको इको सेंसिटिव के नॉर्म्स लगेंगे, सेंचुरी के बिल्कुल नहीं लगेंगे, गो अहेड सर। अगर इस तरह की सिस्टम नहीं होती तो 6 महीने जिसको परमिशन नहीं लेनी है, वैसे भी आदमी परेशान होते, लेनी है वो तो होते ही होते हैं। तो गति शक्ति सर इस तरह से आगे बढ़ रही है सर। ये जनरल चीजें हैं जो साइट सुटेबिलिटी, रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल्स, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गैप आइडेंटिफिकेशन, दैट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर, जैसे अभी सर ने बताया, चेयरमैन सर ने। सो दैट टाइप ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन ऑल्सो अवेलेबल इन सिस्टम्स सर। दूसरा, ये सिस्टम इस तरह से काम करती है, किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट और मिनिस्ट्री ने ऑलरेडी कोई सिस्टम बनाई है, वो यूज कर रहे हैं, तो उसको डुप्लीकेशन करने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसको सीधा इसके साथ इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं ताकि डुप्लीकेशन बिल्कुल हट जाए। वो एपीआई के माध्यम से, डब्ल्यूएमएस से या किसी भी तरह से इंटीग्रेट हो सकती है। जैसे महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने महाराष्ट्र स्टेट का पूरा डेटाबेस काफी सारा सर उन्होंने डब्ल्यूएमएस से पूरा प्रोवाइड किया है, जो गतिशक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म के अंदर इंटीग्रेट हुआ है। सर ये प्लानिंग की एक दो एग्जांपल है। जैसे अभी फायदा ये हो रहा है सर, मान लो कि कोई भी जगह से अलाइनमेंट पास हो रहा है तो सर सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली उसमें से निकाल देती है कि विद इन राइट ऑफ वे कितने लैंड पार्सल एक्वायर होंगे, उसका कितना एरिया होगा, और सर आगे हम जाएंगे इसकी फेसलेस एनओसी। ये लैंड एक्विजिशन फॉरेस्ट की है तो फॉरेस्ट की परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी, उसके भी टूल हमने गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के लिए 49 एप्लीकेशन के रेडी कर दिए हैं, वो पूरे कंट्री के लिए अवेलेबल है। अभी राइट नाउ रिसेंटली 1 साल पूरा हुआ सर गतिशक्ति को, तो मंत्री साहब की अध्यक्षता में एक बहुत बड़ा वर्कशॉप हुआ विज्ञान भवन में। उसमें ये बोला गया है ये टूल सभी मिनिस्ट्री के लिए, सभी के लिए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल है। उसमें जो भी अपना प्लस माइनस कराना है करा लीजिए, प्लग एंड प्ले की तरह खेलना है कि इसमें ये चेंज कर दो कर देंगे, टेक्नोलॉजी पीछे लगी हुई है सर। इस तरह से वही सर्वे नंबर को क्लिक करेंगे खसरा को, वो डाउनलोड हो जाएगा, उसकी ऑनरशिप डिटेल आ जाएगी, और वही कहां पे अप्लाई करना है, फॉरेस्ट में अप्लाई करना है तो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का परफॉर्मा ओपन हो जाएगा, और वो सीधा पोर्टल पे अपलोड होके उनको कौन सी परमिशन लेनी है, कितने एरिया की लेनी है, और जो डिपार्टमेंट के फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर है उनके डैशबोर्ड पे चला जाएगा कि सो एंड सो यूजर ने एप्लीकेशन की है, उसको ये क्या है, पेंडिंग है, रिजेक्टेड है, जो भी स्टेटस है व्हाटएवर। इसका मतलब ये हुआ सर, डीपीआर बनाने की बात, डीपीआर बन जाने की बात, बनने के बाद लैंड एक्विजिशन, लैंड एक्विजिशन में कहां परमिशन लेनी है, उसके लिए फेसलेस एनओसी, और पूरा सिंक्रोनाइजेशन ऑटोमाइज। सर इस तरह की पूरी सिस्टम, मैं तो ये चाहता हूं आज के समिट में सर कि हमें पोर्ट एंड शिपिंग जो भी डिपार्टमेंट्स है उनकी इंटरनल भी बहुत सारी लैंड होती है सर, वैकेंट लैंड, ये लैंड खसरा की बहुत सारी, उसके भी जो प्रॉब्लम्स है वो प्रॉब्लम्स को सर हमें बताया जाए ताकि हम फेसलेस सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करें। ये सर रेलवे के कुछ एग्जांपल्स है, रेलवे के सर बैठे ही है, वो एग्जांपल अच्छे से बताएंगे, मैं इसके बारे में ज्यादा नहीं बता रहा हूं। सर ये कटिंग एंड फिलिंग भी 3D डेटा है अवेलेबल पूरे हिंदुस्तान का, ताकि हमें ये पता चलता है सर कि कहां ऊंचा है, नीचा एरिया, एलिवेटेड एरिया कौन सा है, कहां हमें कटिंग करने की आवश्यकता है, कहां फिलिंग करने की आवश्यकता है, और विद इन राइट ऑफ वे आरओडब्ल्यू में ये रेड जो एरिया है उतना वॉल्यूम हमें फिल कटिंग करना है और ब्लू को हमें कटिंग करना है। सर ऑटोमेटिकली ये एस्टिमेशन भी निकाल देती है सिस्टम, और हमने रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री से सर इसको वेरीफाई भी कराया है, 98% उन्होंने बोला ठीक आ रहा है, इसका मतलब आप एस्टिमेशन तो निकाल सकते हो। सर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन ने भी बहुत अच्छा काम कराया है। उन्होंने जितने भी फाइबर ऑप्टिक्स है, ये स्लाइड मेरी पुरानी है गुजरात की, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र का और अभी सभी स्टेट्स का इसमें जुड़ा हुआ है। सर सिस्टम ने फाइबर ऑप्टिक्स के लेयर तो डाल दिया, उसके बाद में एनालिटिक्स क्या किया, फायदा क्या हुआ सर? सर नॉन फाइबराइज जितने भी टावर है उसको फाइबराइज करना है तो सरकार को कितनी लेंथ डालनी है, ऑटोमेटिक निकाल दी। इसके लिए सीधा टेंडर फ्लोट हो जाएगा, सीधे आंसर मिलने लगेंगे। सर इवन अनकवर्ड विलेजेस है, हर एक स्टेट में अनकवर्ड विलेजेस है, मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी का जहां कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है उसकी सूटेबिलिटी कहां होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि सिस्टम में 3D है, हाइट्स है, गवर्नमेंट लैंड है, फॉरेस्ट की लैंड कहां है, और डिस्कॉम और गेटको के ट्रांसमिशन टावर कहां है, ताकि एनर्जी और बिजली कहां से ले पाएंगे। और प्रपोज सुटेबल टावर भी हमने इस तरह से एनालिसिस करके दे दिया है। इसका फायदा ये हुआ सर मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन से, कुछ जो मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन आप अगर चाहो, जिनको जरूरत है तो उस तरह से डेफिनेशन देना ड्यूरिंग द वर्कशॉप, और हम लोग इस तरह से मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन अपलोड करेंगे और आपके लिए जनरेट करेंगे। जैसे ये पूरे गुजरात के 3.5 करोड़ इलेक्ट्रिक पोल की मैपिंग सर ये ऑफलाइन मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन से हुई है, और इसमें ये एक्यूरेसी की बात नहीं है सर 1 और 2 मीटर एक्यूरेसी, क्योंकि हमने सॉरी मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन के अंदर सैटेलाइट इमेज प्री डिफाइंड लोड करके दी है। यूजर खड़ा रहेगा, उसको लगेगा कि मेरा ये 5 मीटर दूरी पे है, वो उसको एडजस्ट कर सकता है। वो फैसिलिटी दी है ताकि एरर होने के चांसेस कम से कम आए। सर इसका फायदा ये है, किसी भी फार्मर को इलेक्ट्रिक कनेक्शन लेना है ट्यूबवेल का, ऑटोमेटिकली सिस्टम बताएगी भाई साहब आप यहां से लीजिए, ये ट्रांसफॉर्मर नजदीक है, आप 5 किलोमीटर दूर कहां से लोगे? तो इस तरह की सिस्टम्स है सर। और ये लास्ट है मेरी स्लाइड, जो डीओटी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकम्युनिकेशन अभी इसको प्रधानमंत्री साहब लॉन्च करेंगे। ये एप्लीकेशन सर हम बना रहे हैं, डायल बिफोर डिग। कहीं पे भी सर डिगिंग करना है यूजर को, ये एप्लीकेशन लेके फील्ड पे जाना है, उसको जहां डिग करना है उसको मार्क करना है, चलना है एप्लीकेशन लेके। उन्होंने मान लो कि ये लाइन बना दी, यहां मुझे डिगिंग करना है, तो सिस्टम बताएगी कि किसकी किसकी परमिशन लेनी है, कौन से डिपार्टमेंट की, इसके नीचे कौन सी लाइन पड़ी है, ऑप्टिक्स की पड़ी है या गैस पाइपलाइन है या क्या है, और उनके मोबाइल नंबर ऑथेंटिकेट इसमें डाले हुए हैं, उनको डायरेक्ट कॉल चला जाएगा, उनका एक अप्रूवल आएगा, देन आफ्टर आप एक्टिविटी कर सकते हो। ये सरदीप दमन और गुजरात के लिए अभी हमने कर लिया है, महाराष्ट्र के साथ हमारा टाइप ऑलरेडी चल रहा है। थैंक यू सर, ये बाकी बेनिफिट्स है। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
A big thank you to श्री अजय पटेल जी, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए। आप हमें विविध प्रांतों में लेके गए विथ योर डिटेल प्रेजेंटेशन एंड आपने गति शक्ति का उत्तम उदाहरण दिया हमें। अब पूरे देश से अब हम फोकस ले आते हैं महाराष्ट्र की ओर। एंड नाउ यू नो, देश की बात तो हमने की है, लेकिन नाउ वी गोना टॉक अबाउट सेटिंग द कॉन्टेक्स्ट फॉर एंकरिंग डेवलपमेंट एट पोर्ट। So may I request Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman JNPA and Chairman Multimodal Committee Maharashtra, to join us on stage for setting the context. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye everybody.
चल रहा है। Respected Minister of Ports for State of Maharashtra, दादाजी भुसे साहब, हमारे मुंबई पोर्ट के चेयरमैन श्री राजीव जलोटा जी, जीएम सेंट्रल रेलवेज श्री अनिल कुमार लाहौटी, हमारे दोनों डेप्टी चेयरमैन, सीईओ एमएमबी, ऑल दी डिग्निटरीज हु आर प्रेजेंट हियर, फ्रेंड्स। अभी जैसे बताया गया कि देश के स्तर पे जो है एक नेशनल मास्टर प्लान बनाया गया है, पर उसी तरह से महाराष्ट्र के लिए या इस रीजन के लिए एक अलग से प्लान बनाया गया है सर, और जिसमें कि एमएमबी का बहुत बड़ा रोल है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र मैरीटाइम बोर्ड जो है वो बाकी के सब पोर्ट्स को देखता है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग, वाटरवेज ने एक कमेटी बनाई जिसमें कि रीजन स्तर पे जो है जो सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनको एकत्रित किया जाए। जो इंटीग्रेशन की बात है, जो बार बार सिंक्रोनाइजेशन की बात हो रही है, कन्वर्जेंस की बात हो रही है, उसको हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ने एक अलग से एक इनिशिएटिव लिया और कहा कि जो संबंधित एजेंसीज हैं, फिर वो रेलवेज हों या एनएचएआई हो या बाकी की संबंधित एजेंसीज, वो एकत्रित एक जगह पे आएं और उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स जो हैं वो सॉर्ट आउट हो सकें। अगर एक आज के दिन में एक कोई नया पोर्ट बनाना चाहता है तो वहां पे जो रोड है, वहां पे जो इवन कोस्टल कनेक्टिविटी, जो अभी तक सर हम मल्टी मोड में सिर्फ रोड और रेल की बात करते थे, पर अब ज्यादा से ज्यादा कोस्टल कनेक्टिविटी को भी और इनलैंड वाटरवेज को भी हमारी मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से सर जो है उस पर फोकस किया जा रहा है। जैसा आप सब लोगों ने देखा, मैं उसको रिपीट नहीं करना चाहूंगा, पर ये जो पूरी एक अप्रोच है, ये जैसे बार बार कहा जा रहा है कि ये कोई प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, ये कोई स्कीम नहीं है, ये जो पूरी एक अप्रोच है, इसके अंदर जो फोकस इंटीग्रेशन पे है, उस पे जैसे आपको दिखाया कि हर चीज में उसका फायदा हो सकता है, हर प्रोजेक्ट में उसका फायदा हो सकता है। आप इंडस्ट्री लगा रहे हैं या आप पोर्ट लगा रहे हैं, लेकिन कनेक्टिविटी से संबंधित, क्योंकि कनेक्टिविटी के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं इसलिए कनेक्टिविटी की बात ज्यादा हो रही है, लेकिन बाकी की चीजें जैसे फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट के बारे में भी बताया गया। आपको बताया गया कि अगर आप एक तालाब भी खोद रहे हैं तो उसकी मिट्टी की भी यूज कहां हो सकती है। इस तरह का जो सिंक्रोनाइजेशन है, इस तरह की जो इंटीग्रेशन है, उसके बारे में जो है बात की गई है। तो 13 अक्टूबर को 1 वर्ष पीएम गति शक्ति का पूरा हुआ है और उसके उपलक्ष्य में आज हम जो है ये रीजनल वर्कशॉप यहाँ कर रहे हैं। उसमें जैसे आज हमने एक जो थोड़ी सी रूपरेखा उसकी रखी है, उसके बारे में 2 मिनट में बताऊंगा, और फिर हमारे जेएन पोर्ट या इस रीजन के बारे में हम मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी को कैसे देखते हैं, हम गति शक्ति को कैसे यूज करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, उसके बारे में मैं अगले 5 से 10 मिनट में आपको बताऊंगा। तो जो पहला हमने आज पैनल रखा है उसमें क्रिएटिंग सिनर्जी बिटवीन डिपार्टमेंट्स, ब्रेकिंग द साइलोज, मतलब ये ओवरऑल अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि जो सालों साल से हमारे साइलोज ब्रेक नहीं हो पाते थे, वो शायद गति शक्ति की वजह से जो एक और एक टेक्नोलॉजी की भी जीत है इसमें, कि टेक्नोलॉजी कैन ब्रिंग टुगेदर सो मच एंड द यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इफ इट इज डन इन द राइट वे कैन प्रोड्यूस द राइट रिजल्ट्स। हम टिपिकली बोलते हैं कि रेलवेज के साथ तो हम अपना सिर मारते ही रह जाते थे, लेकिन हमारे को कुछ मिलता नहीं था। पर एक आध प्रोजेक्ट करने के लिए अभी 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 रेलवेज के सब अधिकारी बताएंगे कि उनकी तरफ से इसका क्या जवाब है, लेकिन ये इस तरह की अप्रोच से या इस तरह की और इट वाज नॉट टू just single out railways department. I think it's for all the departments. We all work in silos. That has been the problem. So उसको एक ब्रेक करने का बहुत अच्छा मौका और एक बहुत अच्छा, एक साल के अंदर भी इतनी ट्रैक्शन आई है इसके अंदर, जिस तरह से हर डिपार्टमेंट जो है आगे बढ़ के जो है उसमें भाग भी ले रहा है और उसका रिजल्ट दिखने लग गया है सबको, कि हमारे को जो चीज करने में इतना टाइम लगता था, अल्टीमेटली हम अपने शिपिंग और पोर्ट्स के हिसाब से देखते हैं तो हमारा एक फोकस रहता है कि हमारी लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट कैसे कम हो जाए। तो हमारी लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट कम होने का मतलब क्या है कि अगर हमारा जहां भी काम जल्दी हो जाएगा, रोड, रेल या हमारे जहां जिस भी चेन में जहां भी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम होने का स्कोप है, हम वो उसको कर पाएं। तो हम ये जो ब्रेकिंग द साइलोज वाले को एक सेशन में डिस्कस करेंगे। हमने 2 सेशंस में टेक्नोलॉजी और डेटा मैनेजमेंट या डेटा एनालिटिक्स पे जो है फोकस किया है, जिसमें अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स के लोग, इंक्लूडिंग पार्टनर गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज, इंक्लूडिंग हमारे जो पोर्ट से रिलेटेड समझिए कस्टम्स हैं या बाकी के डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। उसके अलावा हमने कल जो डिस्कशंस रखी हैं उसमें एक कन्वर्जिंग अमृतकाल विजन ऑफ गति शक्ति। तो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज आल्सो in a way created this whole desire for everybody to also talk about a long term vision, which is the 2047 vision, which is the Amrit Kal vision, जिसमें कि सब डिपार्टमेंट्स जो विजन क्रिएट कर रहे हैं वो कैसे आपस में कन्वर्ज हो पाए, उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। और फिर एक आउटकम्स एंड आउटपुट्स, इट शुड बी आउटपुट्स एंड आउटकम्स, मतलब पहले आउटपुट आएगा, अगर उसके बाद जो है आप आउटकम की बात करेंगे, तो वो जो है उसके बारे में भी हम कल बात करेंगे। अब मैं जो है एक छोटा सा आपको JNPA लेवल पे, कैन वी स्टार्ट द प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज। I'll skip this. तो एक जो बेसिक बात हो रही है कि हम एक पोर्ट एग्जिस्टिंग है और उसको हम आगे जो है बढ़ाना चाह रहे हैं। जब हम कह रहे हैं कि गति शक्ति के अंतर्गत भी कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, तो JNPA का रोल कैसे एनहांस होगा। JNPA अपनी कैपेसिटी इंक्रीज करेगा फॉर एग्जांपल, तो हम अपने 4th कंटेनर टर्मिनल का एक्सपेंशन कर रहे हैं, जिससे 2-3 साल पहले तक हम 5 मिलियन TEUs, जो कंटेनर की भाषा समझते हैं, तो उतना हैंडल करते थे, और आज से 2.5 साल के बाद हम 10 मिलियन TEUs हैंडल कर पाएंगे। तो जो हमारा 4th कंटेनर टर्मिनल का 2nd फेज स्टार्ट हुआ है, वो सर 2.5 साल में जो है कंप्लीट होगा। आपने शायद रिसेंटली अगर देखा है तो उसको सर, उससे हमारे एक सर पोर्ट का एक इमेज बन गया था कि ये बहुत कंजेस्टेड पोर्ट है, और कंजेस्टेड पोर्ट का अर्थ 2 था कि हमारे पास की में, मतलब हमारे पास हैंडल करने की कम कैपेसिटी है और हमारे रोड पे बहुत कंजेशन रहता है। तो अब ये दोनों ही चीजों पे, क्योंकि हमारा फर्स्ट फेज स्टार्ट हो गया, 5 से हम 7.5 मिलियन पे पहुंच गए, और हमारे सर अगर आपने हाईवे अब देखा होगा तो अब हम बेलापुर से हमारे पोर्ट तक सर आधे घंटे से भी कम में हम पहुंच जाते हैं सर, जो किसी टाइम पे 1.5 घंटा लगता था। तो वो कंजेस्टेड पोर्ट का जो एक ये था, उसमें हम ये कैपेसिटीज जो क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, उसमें पहला एक ये था फोर्थ कंटेनर टर्मिनल, फिर एक एडिशनल लिक्विड बर्थ जो हमारी अगले साल तक तैयार हो जाएगी, मई 2023 तक। हमने एक SCZ शुरू किया है सर, स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन, जो JNPT का है, वहां पे ऑलरेडी यूनिट्स काम कर रही हैं। FTWZ बड़ा एक खड़ा हो गया है वहां पे। तो SCZ पोर्ट के साथ होना बाय इटसेल्फ इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ गति शक्ति, बिकॉज आप जो है मैन्युफैक्चरर को पोर्ट के पास होने से उसका टाइम सेव कर रहे हैं। वो वहां मैन्युफैक्चर कर रहा है, उसको वेसल की जो एक टेंशन है कि मैं हफ्ते पहले भेज दूं अपना माल पूना से भी, पता नहीं मेरी वेसल मिस हो जाएगी। यहां पे हमने 5 किलोमीटर पे SCZ जो है वो क्रिएट किया है और उसका बहुत अच्छा सर रिस्पॉन्स है। उसी तरह से हमने ड्राई पोर्ट्स की एक संकल्पना की सर, जिसमें जालना और वर्धा में ये 2 ड्राई पोर्ट तैयार हो गए हैं और गति शक्ति के ही कॉन्सेप्ट को एक बिल्कुल साकार करते हुए हमने वो NHAI के साथ हमने MOUs किए हैं, क्योंकि वो MMLP बना रहे थे, मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक्स पार्क। उसका अर्थ क्या है कि हमने अगर एक रेल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिया था ड्राई पोर्ट का, पोर्ट से डायरेक्ट आ सकता है, जालना से सारा जो कुछ पोर्ट में करना था सर वो जालना में ही हो जाएगा या वर्धा में ही हो जाएगा और वो सीधा हमारे पास आ जाएगा। अब MMLP के साथ कंबाइन करने से वो रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी उनको साथ में मिल जाएगा, तो वो एक और उसमें लेवरेज कर दिया उसको। तो ड्राई पोर्ट के कॉन्सेप्ट से वहां पे जो एक्सपोर्टर था सर, समझिए जालना में वो स्टील वाला था या एग्री प्रोसेसिंग वाला था या वर्धा में, तो वो उनको अब पूरी वो लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट सेव हो जाएगी, पूरे हमारे रोड का ट्रैफिक कम हो जाएगा, वो पोल्यूशन कम हो जाएगी, तो उसके बेनिफिट्स जो हैं वो बहुत सारे हैं। तो ये ड्राई पोर्ट का कॉन्सेप्ट एक तरह से आगे सक्सेसफुली बढ़ा है सर। वाधवन पोर्ट में ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन ये सबसे बड़ा, सबसे एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट है जो JNPT से भी 2.5 से 3 गुना बड़ा होने वाला है। दुनिया के पहले 10 पोर्ट में वाधवन पोर्ट होने वाला है, जिसकी कि करेंटली हम एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस और बाकी की डिटेल्ड इंजीनियरिंग का जो है काम हम कर चुके हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज सर। ये जो स्लाइड हमने बनाई है सिर्फ इसलिए बनाई है कि ये गति शक्ति का कॉन्सेप्ट एक JNPA के केस में मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी का सबसे बेहतरीन उदाहरण क्या हो सकता है। अभी हमारे जो लॉजिस्टिक्स के सेक्रेटरी आए हैं, इनफैक्ट हमने उनको ये दिखाया तो उनका ये कहना था कि ये बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है, इसकी हम फिल्म बनाएंगे या इसको पूरे कंट्री को दिखाना है, क्योंकि सर इसमें हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की सिनर्जी, वेरियस डिपार्टमेंट्स की सिनर्जी को जो है लेवरेज कर रहे हैं सर। अगर आप देखें सर तो JNPA इस वक्त इतना स्ट्रेटेजिक मतलब एक कस्प पे है कि सारी तरह की डेवलपमेंट जो है वो पोर्ट के आसपास हो रही है सर। तो जिसको हम मुंबई ट्रांस हार्बर लिंक, सबको आपको पता होगा जो मुंबई से संबंधित हैं, तो वो एक ऐसा सी लिंक क्रिएट किया जा रहा है जो सीवड़ी से, मतलब बिल्कुल मुंबई, साउथ मुंबई के हार्ट से मेरे पोर्ट तक पहुंच रहा है। तो वो एक तरह से एक पूरी नई कनेक्टिविटी जो है वो क्रिएट कर रहा है रोड की। इसी तरह से और सर हम कई अपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के रोड के प्रोजेक्ट्स बना रहे हैं अपार्ट फ्रॉम हाईवे, तो वो रोड की कनेक्टिविटी है सर। वाटर कनेक्टिविटी में MMB के मार्फत, आई एम श्योर मिस्टर अमित सैनी विल टॉक अबाउट इट, बहुत सी रोपैक्स, जेटीज, बेलापुर, मोरा और भी कई करंजा वगैरह जो हैं वो निर्माण की जा रही हैं। हमने अपने पोर्ट में कोस्टल बर्थ जो है वो शुरुआत की है सर, जो कि अभी तक डेडिकेटेड कोस्टल बर्थ नहीं थी, और उससे हमारी अपेक्षा है कि बहुत सी इनलैंड जो हमारा एग्जिम ट्रेड नहीं, जो हमारे देश के अंतर्गत का ये है, उसका यूज जो है ज्यादा से ज्यादा होगा। इसी तरह से सर एयर कनेक्टिविटी, नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट जो है वो बिल्कुल हमारे SCZ से सिर्फ 8 से 10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है सर। और इसी तरह अभी मैं इसमें अगर अलीबाग कॉरिडोर भी डाल दूं, और जो मतलब जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मार्फत MMRDA है, MSRDC एजेंसीज के मार्फत हो रहा है सर, उन सब का कंबाइंड फायदा जो है वो पोर्ट को होने वाला है, एक्सपोर्टर्स को होने वाला है, एंड यूजर को होने वाला है। तो ये सबसे बढ़िया एग्जांपल्स हैं सर। सबसे एम्बिशियस एक और प्रोजेक्ट है रेल कनेक्टिविटी का, वो है डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर थोड़ा सा टाइमलाइन आगे बढ़ गया है, लेकिन अब पूरी अपेक्षा है कि और 1-1.25 साल में जो है वो कंप्लीट होना चाहिए, जिसका कि बहुत फायदा हमारे, उसमें जिस तरह का कॉन्सेप्ट है डबल स्टैकिंग का, जिस तरह का उसका रेक का साइज है, उससे जो है सर ऑलमोस्ट 60% बेनिफिट जो है वो होता है, मतलब, और कॉस्ट की सेविंग इतनी ह्यूज है कि वो बहुत बड़ा गेम चेंजर होने वाला है। मतलब ना सिर्फ हमारा मॉडल ट्रैफिक शिफ्ट होगा, हम सिर्फ 17% अभी रेल से यूज करते हैं, बाकी रोड से होता है। तो वो कहीं अगर इस वक्त जो अनुमान है कि वो 27 से 30% तक भी जाता है, तो उसका बहुत जो है फायदा होगा और उसका कॉस्ट में बहुत फर्क पड़ेगा। पोर्ट को काफी ट्रैफिक जो है उसकी उपलब्धता होगी, तो उसका बहुत जो है सर फायदा होने वाला है। इसके अलावा नेरल उड़न सबर्बन लिंक, ये सिर्फ बताने का आइडिया ये है कि गति शक्ति का अर्थ अगर ये है कि आप इंटीग्रेट कर पाएं, आप कन्वर्ज कर पाएं, तो इस तरह के जब हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स क्रिएट करते हैं, उनको हम एकत्रित और एक कंसोलिडेटेड तरीके से देखते हैं, तो उसका बहुत फायदा होगा। और ना केवल हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स कॉम्पिटिटिव होंगे, जो एक ओवरऑल विजन है भारत देश का, पूरे जग में हम अपनी पोजीशन बनाने में जो है उसमें सफल हो पाएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई थिंक आई विल स्टॉप हियर।
इसी के साथ मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं श्री संजय सेठी जी को, जिन्होंने बहुत संक्षिप्त में और बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से हमें एक्सप्लेन किया, एलैबोरेट किया अबाउट पीएम्स गति शक्ति विजन, जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हो रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में और जो होंगे उनके बारे में भी। इसी के साथ अब समय आ गया है फॉर द मोस्ट अवेटेड मोमेंट ऑफ द इवेंट। मैं अब स्टेज पर और पोडियम पर आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं हमारे चीफ गेस्ट को, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर पोर्ट्स एंड माइनिंग, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, श्री दादाजी भुसे जी को। जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत करें।
नमस्कार। पंतप्रधान गतिशक्ती मल्टीमॉडल मेरीटाईम रिजनल समिट 2022 या समिटमध्ये उपस्थित JNPAचे चेअरमन आदरणीय संजयजी शेट्टी, राजीव जलोटाजी, उन्मेष वाघजी, हरीश तिरमारे जी, अनिश जी लाहोटी, अजय पटेल जी, सत्य कुमार जी, अमित जी सैनी, सुशील कुमार सिंह, या समिट मध्ये सहभागी सर्व सन्माननीय उपस्थित बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, या समिट मधनं जे काही चर्चा प्रेझेंटेशन अतिशय चांगले निष्कर्ष त्या ठिकाणी पुढे येतील आणि मला वाटतं की महाराष्ट्र राज्याच्या आणि आपल्या भारत देशाच्या विकासासाठी पंतप्रधान गतिशक्ती या मॉडेलच्या माध्यमातून निश्चितपणे चांगलं आउटपुट मिळेल अशा प्रकारची आशा मी व्यक्त करतो। पीएम गतिशक्तीचा आउटपुट ऑलरेडी आमच्या वेगवेगळ्या प्रकल्पांना मिळालेला आहे। मग वन विभागाचा विषय असेल, पर्यावरणचा विषय असेल, नॅशनल हायवेचा विषय असेल, रेल्वेचा विषय असेल, या वेगवेगळे फोरम एका प्लॅटफॉर्मवर आणून मला वाटतं की बरेच प्रकल्प आमचे पुढे पण त्या ठिकाणी गेलेले आहेत आणि म्हणून या संपूर्ण संकल्पनेचा मी या ठिकाणी आभार व्यक्त करतो। 13 ऑक्टोबर 2021 रोजी माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांनी ध्वजांकित केलेल्या अत्यंत महत्त्वाकांक्षी योजना पंतप्रधान गतिशक्ती नॅशनल मास्टर प्लॅन याला 1 वर्ष पूर्ण झालंय आणि मला वाटतं की या गोष्टीचा आपल्या सगळ्यांना गौरव वाटतो. या 1 वर्षाच्या कालावधीमध्ये अतिशय चांगलं काम या फोरमच्या माध्यमातून, या प्लॅटफॉर्मच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी संपन्न झालेलं आहे. भारताची अर्थव्यवस्था 2040 पर्यंत $20 ट्रिलियन करण्याचं आपलं जे काही देशाचं स्वप्न आहे, मला वाटतं की पंतप्रधान गतिशक्तीच्या माध्यमातून याला मोठी चालना त्या ठिकाणी मिळणार आहे. पंतप्रधान गतिशक्तीचा वापर चांगल्या पायाभूत सुविधा विकासासाठी सामाजिक क्षेत्रामध्ये वाढत्या प्रमाणात केला जात आहे. देशातील प्रत्येक नागरिकापर्यंत तंत्रज्ञानाचे फायदे पोहोचवले जातील आणि येणाऱ्या वर्षामध्ये भारताच्या भविष्याची व्याख्या करणाऱ्या सामान्य व्यक्तीचे जीवन सुलभ होईल असा मला विश्वास आहे. सर्व संबंधित केंद्रीय मंत्रालय, विभाग आणि राज्य सरकारांमध्ये एकात्मिक पायाभूत सुविधा नियोजन आणि समक्रमित प्रकल्प अंमलबजावणीसाठी हा उपक्रम जो सुरू करण्यात आला त्याचे अतिशय चांगले रिझल्ट आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी दिसून येत आहेत. नॅशनल मास्टर प्लॅन मध्ये लॉजिस्टिक कार्यक्षमतेत सुधारणा करून वार्षिक 10 लाख कोटीपेक्षा जास्त बचत करण्याची क्षमता आहे आणि हे 1 वर्ष पूर्ण करीत असताना या संधीचा उपयोग भविष्यातील योजनांची कल्पना करण्यासाठी आणि त्यांची संकल्पना करण्यासाठी केला पाहिजे. महाराष्ट्र सागरी वाहतूक व निर्यातीत कायमच अग्रेसर आहे. येत्या काळात यातून बंदरांचा विकास अधिक वेगाने होईल. हे एकीकृत व्यासपीठ सर्व आर्थिक क्षेत्रे आणि त्यांच्या मल्टीमॉडेल कनेक्टिव्हिटी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर जोडण्यासह वाहतूक आणि लॉजिस्टिकच्या व्यापक आणि एकीकृत मल्टीमॉडेल राष्ट्रीय नेटवर्कला प्रोत्साहन देण्यासाठी, कार्यक्षमतेचा फायदा आणि पुढील विकासासाठी, मूल्यवर्धन आणि रोजगार निर्मितीसाठी मला वाटतं की पर्यावरण असेल, पर्यटन असेल, अनेक संधी या माध्यमातून आपल्याला करण्याची संधी प्रदान करते आहे. सागरी परिवहन मंत्रालयाने भविष्यात बंदरांसाठी मोठ्या प्रमाणात मालवाहतूक करण्यासाठी रस्ते आणि नवीन रेल्वे प्रकल्पांचे नवीन नियोजन आणि सुधारण्याचे काम हाती घेतले आहे. त्याचप्रमाणे पंतप्रधान गतिशक्ती योजनेतील महाराष्ट्रातील बंदरातील विविध पायाभूत सुविधांच्या विकासामुळे महाराष्ट्र राज्य हे रस्ते, बंदरे आणि विमानतळाचे कनेक्टिव्हिटीचे केंद्र म्हणून स्वतःला स्थापित करू शकेल. त्याचं प्रेझेंटेशन मला वाटतं की आत्ताच या ठिकाणी देण्यात आलेलं आहे, ज्यामुळे राज्यातील व्यापार आणि आर्थिक समृद्धी वाढेल. 2024 पर्यंत गतिशक्ती अंतर्गत अंमलबजावणीसाठी साधारणतः 62,627 कोटी रुपये किमतीचे 101 प्रकल्प आणि सागरमाला योजनेतील 565 कोटी किमतीचे 13 प्रकल्पांना आर्थिक मदत करण्यात आलेली आहे. बंदरातील पायाभूत सुविधांच्या आधुनिकीकरणाद्वारे आर्थिक परिवर्तन घडवून आणण्यासाठी नवीन बंदरांचा विकास, एसीझेडचा विकास, धक्क्यांचा विस्तार, सुधारणा, नवीन धक्के टर्मिनल्स बांधणे, आधुनिक उपकरणे बसवणे, बंदरांच्या ऑपरेशनचे ऑटोमायझेशन आणि वेब आधारित पोर्ट समुदाय प्रणालीचे अंमलबजावणी करणे आवश्यक आहे. हे भारतातील बंदर आधारित औद्योगिकरणासाठी उत्प्रेरक ठरेल असा मी विश्वास व्यक्त करतो. महाराष्ट्रातील 29 मल्टीमॉडेल प्रकल्पांपैकी 12 प्रकल्प रेल्वे बंदर जोडणी संबंधी तर 17 प्रकल्प प्रमुख रस्ते बंदर जोडणी संबंधी आहेत. हे सर्व प्रकल्प शीघ्र गतीने कार्यान्वित होण्याच्या दृष्टीने राज्य शासन कार्यरत आहे. या संमेलनातून या योजनांची गती वाढून हे लवकरात लवकर कार्यान्वित होतील असा मला विश्वास आहे. आज उपस्थित असलेल्या या गौरवशाली क्षेत्रातील सर्व भागधारकांना पंतप्रधान गतिशक्तीचा अधिक चांगल्या, अधिक किफायतशीर आणि कालबद्ध पायाभूत सुविधांच्या नियोजनासाठी वापर करण्यासाठी नाविन्यपूर्ण सूचना सादर करण्याचे आवाहन करतो। या परिषदेच्या यशस्वीतेसाठी शुभेच्छा देतो आणि आशा करतो की आपल्या सगळ्यांचे सहकार्य, सक्रिय उपाय आणि परिषदेमध्ये आयोजित केलेल्या विविध सत्रांद्वारे विचारात घेतल्यामुळे कार्यक्षम संपर्काचा मार्ग मोकळा होईल आणि देशातील नवीन युगाच्या विकासाला अधिक मोठ्या प्रमाणात या ठिकाणी चालना मिळेल। मी परत एकदा आपलं सगळ्यांचं स्वागत करतो आणि पीएम गतिशक्तीच्या माध्यमातून आपला शेवटचा जो घटक आहे, झोपडीतला जो माणूस आहे, कारण हा नुसतं विकासापुरता मर्यादित विषय नाही, तर या माध्यमातून मला वाटतं की इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्टच्या माध्यमातून एक स्थिरता आणण्याच्याही दृष्टिकोनातून, एक महागाईला पण एक आळा घालण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून मोठ्या प्रमाणात आपण चालना देऊ शकतो। आणि म्हणून आपल्या भारताचं जे काही महासत्ता बनण्याचं जे काही स्वप्न आहे त्याच्यामध्ये आम्ही मोठ्या प्रमाणात योगदान देऊ शकतो। राज्य सरकारच्या वतीने पूर्णपणे पुढाकार घेऊन या सगळ्या गोष्टींच्यासाठी सहकार्याची आणि सकारात्मक भूमिका घेऊन आम्ही कार्यरत राहू हा विश्वास देतो। काही मुद्दे या प्लॅटफॉर्मवरनं मला वाटतं की आपण बोलू शकणार नाही, मग पर्यावरणाच्या संदर्भातले काही मुद्दे असतील, वन विभागाच्या संदर्भातले काही मुद्दे असतील, ते तेवढेच महत्त्वाचे आहेत, परंतु या विषयांवर जात असताना विकास आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांनाही तेवढीच या सगळ्या बाबींची पण काळजी आहे असं पण मला अधोरेखित करावं असं वाटतंय। आणि या सर्व गोष्टींची नोंद मला वाटतं की प्रत्येक विभागाने जर घेतली तर निश्चितपणे याच्यातनं टाइम किलिंग, वेळ वाया जाणं किंबहुना त्या प्रकल्पांची किंमत वाढणं आणि त्याच्यानंतर आम्ही जेव्हा प्रकल्प पूर्ण करू तर मधल्या काळामध्ये जे तंत्रज्ञान आणखी विकसित झालेलं असतं तर या सर्व गोष्टींवर त्याचा परिणाम होत असतो। आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की सर्व विभागांनी सकारात्मक जर विचार केला तर निश्चितपणे आणखी गतीने आपण काम करू शकतो। पीएम गतिशक्तीचं मी आभार व्यक्त करतो। ऑलरेडी याचे चांगले फायदे महाराष्ट्राच्या अनेक मोठ्या प्रकल्पांना यापूर्वीच मिळालेले आहेत, ते आणखी गतीने पुढे जातील। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Can you have a big round of applause? जोरदार ताळ्या वाजवा। थैंक यू सो मच सर। मैं थैंक यू, शुक्रिया, मैं मनापासून आभार मानतो कि आपने अपना कीमती समय हमें दिया एंड यू एनलाइटेंड अस विथ योर टॉक्स एंड योर थॉट्स। इसी के साथ अब मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं। It's time to welcome on stage the Chief Executive Officer for Maharashtra Maritime Board, Mumbai, a gentleman who needs no introduction because he's held several posts across various parts of Maharashtra and has had years of experience. Ratnagiri se Nagpur, Gadchiroli se Kolhapur. He has seen and experienced a 360-degree view from being the collector to the CEO. From 2017 to 2020, he was the Joint Commissioner Sales Tax, Mumbai. And from 2020 to date, he is the CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board, Mumbai. Let's welcome Shri Amit Saini ji. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye.
Honorable Minister Dadaji Bhuse sir, Honorable Chairman Mumbai Port Authority Jalota sir, Honorable Chairman Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority Sanjay Sethi sir, Deputy Chairmans, Central Railway GM sir, Joint Secretary sir, dignitaries. Already the stage is set. Context has already been set by Rajiv Jalota sir, taken to its highest by Sanjay Sethi sir. मुझे लग रहा है कुछ रह नहीं गया मेरे लिए बोलने लायक। जो मैं स्लाइड्स बना के लाया था वो अजय पटेल साहब ने बना दी। तो मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं पहला रहूंगा, पर मैं चौथा हो गया. So still I'll just touch on the subject and then I'll go to Maharashtra. What we are doing in Gati Shakti, I have prepared 2 slides on that. But before I go into those slides, I'll tell you 2-3 experiences which as a CEO of Maharashtra Maritime Board I have got when I attended the Gati Shakti meet, and afterwards practically we have implemented not this scheme but how to move Gati Shakti. We had certain issues on our ports. Connectivity nahi hai. Every port which we have, we are taking care of 16 non-major ports on the coast of Maharashtra. 52 million tons is the capacity which we have reached of our cargo. That's on the cargo side of it. Passenger side of it, we take care of around 1.2 crore passengers a year through our 40 routes which we take care of on the coast of Maharashtra. On the cargo side, we are started facing few problems. We cannot develop new port right now because whosoever comes to it, be it DP World, be it anybody else, be it SR or be it other major companies who are running the port, कि साहब आपके यहाँ coast के ऊपर connectivity ही नहीं है. There is one railway line which goes through, that's a Konkan Railway, which is somewhere around 30 to 40 kilometers from our coastline. Anywhere you touch the coast. Road, we have a national highway, Bombay to Goa, we have nothing else. Now coastal road is coming up through the state government. So that's another issue. Each and every port which we have or we want to develop, या तो 10 किलोमीटर या 60-60 किलोमीटर दूर है हमारी कोस्ट से वो नेशनल हाईवे. कहाँ से लाएंगे कनेक्टिविटी? हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू हैव अ गुड कनेक्टिविटी टू आवर पोर्ट एंड देन moving ahead with developing cargo and passenger facilities at our ports. Passenger facility is another issue. We don't have connectivity. You must have experienced, amongst you many of them have gone to Mandwa through Ro-Ro service. Very beautiful Ro-Ro service we are running to Mandwa amongst other 40 routes. But once you land at Mandwa, अलीबाग का रास्ता आप सबको मालूम है कैसा है. 2 lane, congested, nothing goes beyond, slow movement. Whatsoever time you gain going to Mandwa from this place gets lost when you go from Mandwa to Alibag and further on. Gati Shakti gave us the platform where we started discussing all these things with railway authorities, with highway authorities, and even with the forest authorities also. कि बॉस ये कैसे सॉल्व करें, सर ये कैसे सॉल्व किया जाए. The first time we sat with Central Railway representatives, Western Railway representatives, Konkan Railway representatives to sort out a plan which can help the coast of Maharashtra develop for cargo facilities. We were in touch with NHAI many a times, but a concrete plan of development with the route finalizations was first time done when we sat using the Gati Shakti platform. That is what is Gati Shakti all about. Sanjay Sethi sir and Jalota sir touched upon the point of working in independent silos. Yes, it was absolutely true that we were working in independent silos. अपने अपने में मस्त हैं, अपना अपना काम कर रहे हैं. It was the platform of Gati Shakti which gave us this opportunity कि वो हमारी सुने, हम उनकी सुने. यहाँ से ये रूट नहीं जा सकता, इसको ऐसे टर्न करना होगा. हमने अपने रूट बना के भेज दिए. 6 महीने बाद पता लगता है कि उस रूट का ये वाला पार्ट तो कर ही नहीं सकते. As Mr. Ajay Patel told us, this has happened practically with us. But then when we sat with Central Railways and other authorities, we got to know that such railway line may happen, this railway line may take time, so which one shall be prioritized and which one shall not be prioritized at this juncture, So how to define the projects to be critical and very important, it was done only in discussion by using the Gati Shakti platform. That is what is Gati Shakti for Maritime Board. That is how we have got the help from Gati Shakti platform, and our National Master Plan is ready. Our part of National Master Plan is already gone to Government of India, and now we are working कि उसके DPR कैसे जल्दी बनाए जाएंगे और वो implementation stage तक कैसे लाया जाएगा. Regular, as I told you, the slides have already been shown, so I'll just touch on and go through with this. Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways has already given 101 projects. Out of that, 35 of us from the government of Maharashtra. I'll list it out. These are general slides. I'll just push off because already the discussion has been done. Yes, there were challenges earlier, as I just talked about. Disjointed planning was the most important thing which has been taken care of by Gati Shakti now. Underutilization of installed capacity. I have a very good port at the coast. It has a capacity of around, let's say, 50 million tons to take care of cargo in 1 year, but it is using, or it is taking care of cargo of around 18 million tons only. Why? Because the road connectivity is only 2 lane, and that too not getting developed properly. But now in consultation with NHAI, through Gati Shakti platform, if I can make that road 4-lane road, that underutilized capacity of that particular port now is going to be reached in another 2 to 3 years. That is Gati Shakti. These are all experiences which we have got as Maritime Board. These are all things which we have faced as Maritime Board, which is now getting sorted out with the help of Prime Minister's Gati Shakti program. Yes, the third point, lack of standardization is also very important. I mean, I'll touch here the point of environmental clearances also, which is touched by the Honorable Minister. I'll request Ajay Patel Sahab to incorporate the concept of environmental clearances, especially through the ministries of state government and central government as part of this. They need to have certain standardized protocols when you are getting the CRZ permissions, when you are getting the ECs. Now a new plan has come up, which has been implemented after 2019, wherein if anything you want to do in Mumbai or Navi Mumbai area, you have to go to Central Ministry for Environmental Clearances. That needs to be standardized. That is very important, which we expect that Gati Shakti will do in due course. I'll push through. 21 ministries now they are involved under Gati Shakti. More ministries are coming up. Port Ministry is one of the most important ministries amongst that. One more thing which I have read through the documents of Gati Shakti and experienced also, if you want to update your list under National Master Plan, or you want to delete a kind of project under National Master Plan, you have to go to empowered group of secretaries. It will take time. So we need to work on it also as to how to add or delete the projects under the Gati Shakti plan. This is also very, very important. Network planning group is one of the best things which have happened, because I have myself attended the meeting of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. We were the first ministry, Government of India, who has taken the initiative and taken Gati Shakti Master Plan immediately done under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and I am really thankful to them that they took our all projects and made it under National Master Plan. I have 6 projects of Gati Shakti which are under public-private partnership, and under multimodal connectivity, as my Honorable Minister has already informed the August gathering, that we have 29 projects. 6 projects, first 4 are already in work. Another 2, 5th and 6th are already DPRs are getting done. So it's an enhancement of the existing capacity, which is one of the mottos, one of the important pillars of Gati Shakti, is enhancement of the existing capacity. This is what we are doing. Now this is very important. As I said, why we are not being able to utilize ourselves completely is because of certain connectivity issues which we have, and we are not being able to have new non-major ports working on the coast of Maharashtra is because of connectivity issues. This is where we are requesting the first one. If you see, it is Jagad to Kolhapur railway line. The major part of this railway line is Vaibhavwadi to Kolhapur. This project was sanctioned in 2016-17, yet to see the light of the day, but after Gati Shakti has come up, the platform has given us an opportunity to discuss, threadbare all these 12 projects with the railway authorities. And because of this platform only that we are nearing a solution to the problem of connectivity through railways. And this first one I request is one of the most critical projects which we need to have so that we can have cargo from the other side of Sahyadris to our coast so that we can have our ports having more cargo handled. Otherwise, the cargo would be an issue in future. Rest all, yes, we have another non-major ports. These require connectivity. These are the 12 projects which we need to work on the coast of Maharashtra under Gati Shakti platform. Road projects. 2 road projects which are very, very important. First and second, which we have adjudged as the critical projects which are immediately required. NHAI is working on it very seriously. Through this platform, we have been able to talk to the senior functionaries in NHAI and they have understood our issues and they are seriously taking these projects now under this platform. We have total of 17 projects. This is what I had talked about the cargo. I'll touch upon the passenger transport, what we are doing as Maharashtra Maritime Board in the coast of Maharashtra. Gateway, the Navi Mumbai connection. Everybody is facing road congestion on Vashi Bridge and everywhere. Everybody whosoever is coming from Thane is facing the trouble of coming to the gateway, taking 2 to 2.5 hours. 3 days back only, we have got the sanction to develop a major jetty at Gateway of India with the great help from the Chairman Mumbai Port Authority and the Secretary Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. We are going to start an important jetty project at Gateway of India, which is going to not only reduce the congestion at Gateway, but also will try to connect the gateway to Belapur on this side and gateway to Thane on the other side. Both projects have got sanctioned. Recently, a 200-seater boat has also come in. We are going to start a route from gateway to Belapur. Of course, Belapur Elephanta has already started. Similarly, you must have experienced the Ro-Ro to Mandwa. Another Ro-Ro to Dighi, another Ro-Ro to Kashid are also on the cards. Maybe in another 2 years, not maybe, surely in another 2 years we are going to do that also. Our plan is to touch not less than 1.5 crores passengers to be taken care of by Government of Maharashtra through Maharashtra Maritime Board in the next 2 years in passenger transport. We are building new jetties. Sagarmala is a project which has come to us through Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. It's a 50-50 partnership. Fast sanctions, again Gati Shakti platform has helped us in doing so. That's short about Maharashtra Maritime Board, how Gati Shakti platform is helping us developing Maharashtrian coast for both cargo and passenger transport. I thank Chairman JNPA sir for giving me this opportunity to discuss Gati Shakti and Maharashtra Maritime Board in front of you. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Shri Amit Saini ji for his precise thoughts and presentation on PM's Gati Shakti. Yes, running a little behind schedule, so a humble request to everybody to please pace up with the PPTs as well. And इसी के साथ अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं to our next speaker. Well, he has been an officer of Indian Railway Traffic Service since 1991. That speaks volumes about his work and his service. He's held several posts in railways. Apart from that, he's also been deputy chairman of Visakhapatnam Port Trust, and currently he's the divisional. All right. इससे पहले कि हम अगले स्पीकर की ओर आगे बढ़ें, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा हमारे दोनों चेयरमैन प्लीज जॉइन अस ऑन स्टेज, एंड साथ ही साथ आवर चीफ गेस्ट फॉर दिस इवनिंग दिस इवेंट ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर पोर्ट्स एंड माइनिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र श्री दादाजी भुसे जी, प्लीज मैं आपको स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं. वी वांट टू प्रेजेंट अ टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन फ्रॉम द एंटायर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम टू यू. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए एवरीबॉडी. We thank you for your time, sir. आप अपना कीमती समय लेकर यहाँ पर आए हैं. So we want to present a token of appreciation. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए everybody. With this, a big thank you to sir for joining us for the inaugural session. लेकिन अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं to our next speaker of the day. He is the Divisional Railway Manager for Mumbai Division from 2019 to 2022 and going on. Let's welcome Shri GVL Satyakumar ji. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. A very good morning to you all. I think keeping the time in mind, I think let me just upfront tell you that we're going to skip many of the slides, and probably I'd prefer to talk through them very fast. And I've structured my talk in three parts. The first is to give an overview and the context as to how railway is leveraging on Gati Shakti and what we have done in the past 1 year. And second is specific to the context of the ports and the port connectivity, the issues and how we have addressed in the past and how we intend to address in the future. And last but not the least is on logistic initiative which has been undertaken, which has been appreciated by the Prime Minister in a joint collaboration with the ports in terms of addressing the total logistic solution for the country. So each one would be maybe around 3 minutes each. As you all know that Indian Railway needs no introduction. I mean, we are the fourth largest rail network in the world, 67,000 route kilometers, 126,000 track kilometers. We transport almost 22 million passengers every day, of which almost 8 million passengers are in this part of Mumbai, both the central and western combined. And we carry a total traffic of, in fact, last year we carried 1,418 million tons, which boils down to almost 3.9 million tons of cargo. And this staggering output is produced by deploying, we have 1.3 million employees on our rolls, of which, and we deploy around 18,000 locomotives, around 290,000 wagons, and produce this staggering output. But despite this mammoth organization and the numbers, there are issues which probably I would like to put in context of this summit, that our capital expenditure, I mean, from 2004 to 9, on an average, used to be around 49,000 crores. From 2009 to 14, on an average per annum, we have logged almost 1.2 lakh crore on the organization. And 2019 up to now, we are logging at around 2.2 lakh crore, and this year the budget for the capital expenditure is around 2.45 lakh crore. And clearly, despite the growing traffic, our NTKM, which probably is the ton kilometer, which is an index of the growth of any transport organization, in the last decade has been almost stagnating. And we have hovering around 720 or billion ton kilometer, which is precisely the issue which points to that the capacity has not kept in pace with the traffic output. In fact, if you look at the demands of the country, going from the 2.7 trillion USD GDP to 3 trillion USD and to 5 trillion by 2030, there are around 41 sectors identified by Niti Aayog which need to work in unison to produce this output. Railways is one amongst them, and the target set to us to achieve these goals is to take our 1400 million tons per annum to 3000 million tons per annum by 2030. Average speeds which have stagnated around 22 kilometers per hour to go up to 45 to start with, and to go to 50 kilometers per hour by 2030. And last but not the least is the non-fare revenues to go up to 10,000 crore and form almost 10% of our total revenues. So with this context, I would just tell you another number. Can anyone guess as to how many projects do we have on Indian Railway as on date? Yes? How many projects do we have on the Indian Railway? I mean, just take a guess. We have our project management system, and I told you we spend around 2 lakh crore per year on as a capex. Anyone? I mean, 10,000, 20,000, 1 lakh. We have almost around 36,000 projects on hand, and our throw forward is almost around 16 lakh crore, and our spend is around 2 lakh. So, I mean, there are issues that need to be addressed, and we see this particular initiative of Gati Shakti that to leverage on it, to see that pre-construction, during construction, and maybe after construction also, to ensure that the time and cost overruns are minimized. I'll just take you through what we are doing currently. Next slide, please. Yeah. As you know, on 13th September, just take an example of this network planning group which recommended on 13th of September, not long ago, last month, they recommended Katihar to Kumedpur and Katihar to Mukuria section. Just to give indication as to what we were doing earlier and what we are doing now with this, with the help of the IT tools which have been given by BISAG. Here you find this the railway line, and now we are leveraging on this GIS platform. We can find the crossings between NH and SH straight away. We can find out what the PWD roads are, and the Ministry of Power, transmission lines. So what the idea is, what we used to take months is now actually being done at a reasonable level, as has been mentioned by Mr. Ajay. Around 95% of the bottlenecks which come in the alignment are being resolved. So that has been one of the greatest achievements for us in terms of this particular initiative of Gati Shakti and intersection with the OFC network. And all these are problems which keep coming up during the construction stage, and especially when we are migrating to this EPC mode. This would almost, in the port's parlance, say assured death for dredging. Similarly, we are trying to go for the EPC for our projects. So these upfront, knowing the bottlenecks, knowing the extent of the utilities that need to be shifted, and definitely is the way forward. And what used to take maybe around 3 or 4 months, I'll just skip the other project because this is another one which has been just used, and we have used this BISAG platform for the transmission lines, for the electrical eco-sensitive zones, telecommunication assets, passenger. Yeah. So now what railway has done in the last 1 year, I mean, we have formed a Gati Shakti directorate at the railway board level, which has a multidisciplinary team. In fact, there used to be a separate directorate under engineering, which used to look after works, and separate for signals, separate for telecom. All these have been merged, and at the railway board level, we have one single directorate, which is called the Gati Shakti unit, which integrates across the departments. We have a continuous liaison with BISAG in terms of developing and updating our own layers. Not only that, another fundamental change is, as many of you must be aware, that it is the divisions which are at the field level. I mean, railway is organized, the entire 67,000 kilometers into 16 zones and around 67 divisions. And the Gati Shakti units have been created at the divisional level, which are the level at which we, in fact, encounter all these problems which occur during the execution of the projects. And so far, almost around 336 railway projects have been put on the National Master Portal, and it is a work in progress. So we expect a lot, and what we do in terms of the entire objective is to reduce time and cost overruns. And coming to the connectivity with the ports, I think as you all know that railway has evolved a number of structures in the last decade to address this port connectivity. I mean, like we came out with this non-governmental model, which was very successful, whether it is Dhamra Port or whether it is Krishnapatnam Port, Adipur Mundra, or whether it is Bharuch Dahej, or whether it is Pipav Rail. All these have been very successful stories in terms of the port connectivity. But the issue that remains here, as you can see, the ports have grown. I would like to congratulate the port sector, but despite the downturn, having achieved almost 714 million tons of throughput in the last 1 year, which is almost a 7% growth. But the rail coefficient, as you can see in the 12 major ports as well as the minor ports, is something which is a cause for concern. And this needs to be almost doubled if we really want to grow, and this is one of the mandates of Niti Aayog as well. And I'll just leave you with one diagram, which probably we tried to, what you find is some sort of a network here, which probably you would have never seen. It is some sort of a linear network where the green lines show the railway lines, and this maps the hinterland. And where you can see these red blobs are the crude refineries, the fertilizer units which are shown, overlaying the port hinterland with the railway network. We find that there is a lot that needs to be done in terms of not only the laying of the railway lines. The bottlenecks we find are threefold. I mean, at the interfaces, we find that there are three issues that need to be addressed at the interfaces of the port with the railways. That is the intra-port networks, especially this is true for legacy ports, like say for example Vizag or even Paradeep, where we have huge, I mean these ports have evolved over the last 30-40 years with their own networks, where we have, for example, Vizag where I worked was 183 kilometers of rail network inside with 24 sidings and all sorts of mechanisms of exchange yard, 24 locomotives of their own and their own internal setup. Whether these structures are relevant in this current era is something which needs to be seen to see that whether we have seamless transport. So the problems have to be seen as port specific. It is just not connecting and having a DFC or say, connecting a railway line to a port, but looking at intra-port networks. For example, for JNPT, I think you may have your DFC, you can have whatever you want, but unless you solve the issues at, say, in the current at Jasai Road, Panvel, in terms of the crew change, in terms of the network, hinterland connectivity through, it has to be seen end-to-end. So I would like to probably point out that there are three aspects of port connectivity which needs to be seen. Look at intra-port networks in terms of how seamless they are, interface between the mainland railways and the ports. That is important, and of course, the mainland railway itself. So here, for example, I can tell you, so constrained was Vizag port that on Vijayanagaram to Raipur line, the doubling of which was not taking place for the last decade, has forced railways to put a restriction in terms of rerouting cargo which used to go towards Bhilai and other areas to go on the longer route via Vijayawada and Nagpur. So I think these issues need to be seen, and of course I'll not go into the details. I don't think we have time. I'll leave the slides and people can have a look to see what I meant in terms of the intraport networks, the hinterland networks, as well as the interface between the port and the railways. All need to be addressed simultaneously. So this is what I had, and last but not the least is the process. You know, I mean, here again, there are legacy processes which are there. For example, joint examination takes place, then the placement time, the internal handling within the ports, then after that waiting for the locomotive, coming out, joint examination, shunting, all this needs to be seen. Why can't we have just a seamless train with electrification going into the port siding and just coming out without any of these processes? I think these are issues that need to be addressed if you really want the throughput across the ports to improve. So this is what I wanted to just share with you in terms of this one. Now I would like to just play a small video for 3 minutes, which probably could catch some attention of yours in terms of where we are going as a total logistic solution provider for the country. Can I have the video?
भारतीय रेल देश की जीवन रेखा अपनी प्रोत्साहन योजनाओं, मांग ग्राहक मित्रवत नीतियों तथा तीव्र और विश्वसनीय सेवा के द्वारा माल परिवहन के लिए पहली पसंद बनती जा रही है। इसी क्रम में पश्चिम रेलवे लेकर आई है अपने ग्राहकों के लिए नई सुविधाजनक सेवा। प्रधानमंत्री गति शक्ति योजना के अंतर्गत रेल पोस्ट गति शक्ति सर्विस।
आज समय की मांग है कि भारत में सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी बढ़े, लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी और मजबूत हो। इसलिए ये पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान बहुत बड़ा और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान के तहत रोड से लेकर रेलवे तक, एविएशन से लेकर के एग्रीकल्चर तक विभिन्न मंत्रालयों को, विभागों को इससे जोड़ा जा रहा है।
रेल पोस्ट गति शक्ति सर्विस भारतीय रेल एवं भारतीय डाक का जॉइंट वेंचर है, जो भारतीय रेल पर नई पहल के रूप में सूरत वाराणसी के बीच लागू किया गया है, जहां आपका पार्सल कस्टमाइज्ड पार्सल वैन्स और आधुनिक यंत्रों और प्रणाली की मदद से शहर शहर और गांव गांव तक पहुंचाया जाएगा। यह एक एंड टू एंड सर्विस है, अर्थात प्रारंभिक स्टेशन से गंतव्य स्टेशन तक की सेवा। सूरत स्टेशन पर पार्सल ऑफिस में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर किया गया है डेवलप। ऐसा ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उत्तर रेलवे के वाराणसी स्टेशन में भी स्थापित किया गया है। आपका कंसाइनमेंट स्पेशली कस्टमाइज्ड कार्गो बॉक्स में ले जाया जाएगा। अधिकतम जगह के इस्तेमाल के लिए की गई है छोटे बक्सों की व्यवस्था। साथ ही साथ ट्रैकिंग के लिए है क्रिस का पार्सल मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और बारकोड सहित ब्लूटूथ रीडर कम टैग टेक्नोलॉजी। एयरपोर्ट की तर्ज पर है कार्गो हैंडलिंग मैनेजमेंट। कन्वेयर बेल्ट सिस्टम, बॉल ट्रांसफर यूनिट डेक्स, hydraulic lift, roller trolleys, scissor lifts, fork lifts, racking system। सभी पार्सल को एक ही पी-वे बिल में सुरक्षित पहुंचाने में मदद करेगी। 31 मार्च 2022 को सूरत स्टेशन से वाराणसी स्टेशन तक ताप्ती गंगा एक्सप्रेस पायलट सर्विस की शुरुआत की गई। इससे पार्सल के परिवहन में मिलेगी आधुनिक सुविधा और तेजी। साथ ही यह प्रोजेक्ट रेलवे की ओर से देश में लॉजिस्टिक्स का चेहरा बदलने में भी सहायक होगा।
सिक्योरिटी के पर्पज से तो बेस्ट है सर, बाकी ट्रेन से आ रहा है, सब कुछ है, तो उसमें तो कोई दिक्कत है नहीं। और डिलीवरी भी फास्ट हो रही है 48 आवर्स में। बाकी हम लोग पहले ट्रक वगैरह से मंगाए थे तो 5-6 दिन लगते थे, अब 48 घंटे में आ रहा है, 2 दिन में माल आ रहा है।
रेल पोस्ट गति शक्ति की शुरुआत, पार्सल पोस्ट भेजना नहीं रही चिंता की बात।
So this initiative was started, we were given the mandate on the 8th of March. By 31st of March, we got the infrastructure in place both at Surat as well as at Varanasi in collaboration with Postal. So far, we have run almost 62 trips on this. And now we have been given the mandate to expand it for full trains across the country so that we can have this first mile, last mile leg of the, what you can say, the legacy rail mental block of only providing the middle mile would be resolved by providing seamless transportation end to end. So we hope that this project would take off at the real Gati Shakti speed, and I wish this conference all the very best for the next 2 days. Thank you.
A big thank you to Shri GVL Satyakumar ji, DRM Railways, who enlightened us on the problems that we face and the solutions that we have. And यूं ही railways की गति को पकड़ते हुए अब national highways की ओर बढ़ते हैं. And let's welcome a gentleman who has 28 plus years of experience, and he's currently looking after Vadodara Mumbai Expressway, Surat Chennai Expressway, Aurangabad Pune, Bangalore Expressway, Satara Kagal, and other 4-6 laning projects of about 1 lakh crores. Let's welcome Shri Anshumali Srivastav ji, CGM, NHAI. जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत करें everybody.
Respected Chairman, Mumbai Port, respected Chairman, Jawaharlal Nehru Port, Deputy Chairmen, dignitaries from Railways and other government departments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to showcase what NHAI is doing in PM Gati Shakti scheme. So this slide, through this we just want to present that Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and NHAI, they have been given a mammoth target of every year our targets are getting increased, and this year we have to award 12,000 kilometers of roads and also complete 12,000 kilometers of construction. And budget for this is also year to year it is increasing. So this year we are going to spend about 2,30,000 crore. So given this huge target and compressing timelines, Gati Shakti is what we are most likely to leverage upon. And this is the slide which presents what kind of projects we are doing, and maximum work which we are doing were earlier only concentrated on national highways, but in addition to that now we are focusing on 13 greenfield expressways as well as multimodal corridor, multimodal logistic park as well as other wayside amenities. So, and basic principles which we have utilized for in last 1 year, that is close interaction with Vizag. Almost every day our team, one state or other team is there in Ahmedabad, and today itself our 13 projects are being discussed in Vizag for Madhya Pradesh. So with that national master plan, sir, we are able to at least expedite our land acquisitions, minimize the forest area which was coming in our national highways corridor. Then we are also shifting the alignment so that we are closely following wherever the multimodal developments are happening, so that the distance to them are least. And we are also utilizing our ROW for sharing facilities with other departments. This slide just presents what kind of benefit we are having. So this slide tries to present how we are utilizing the facility provided by Vizag at alignment finalization stage itself. by knowing the different interlayer maps of different departments, we are in the very initial stages of alignment itself, we are able to know what kind of problems are going to come, so we can change our alignment and find an optimized alignment. This is just an example for one of our project, Pune-Bangalore Expressway, where with the help of this tool of BISAG, NMP, we were able to finalize the alignment in 4 days, and we could reduce that impact of forest area by almost 20%. And this project has already been, alignment has been cleared by maximum departments, and this project is likely to start within next 4 or 5 months on the ground. So earlier, if you compare it with Vadodara-Mumbai Expressway, the alignment finalization took 4 years. And for Pune-Bangalore, it is only 6 months. So that is kind of the speed which Gati Shakti is providing. So NHI, I think, is one of the most beneficial departments so far with this NMP portal. And the basic example like this is for another project where we were able to reduce the ROBs also and identify which ROB will be there, who is the concerned officer, which is the concerned officer of HT towers, where are the locations for crossing. So these things all are on fingertips. Same day when we go in the morning to BISAG, evening we come out with all these details. So that kind of detailing took about 4 to 6 months earlier. All crossings with national highways. So we now, every time when we build a highway, there is a demand for extra vehicular underpasses. With this, during that initial stages itself, so missing out of those essential details is very much eliminated. So then, so far what we have done is that we have for our all important projects used this platform, and we have mapped them on the portal also. This slide shows how we are utilizing our common ROW. When we acquire an expressway 100-meter ROW, then we are notifying this to other departments, so they can plan accordingly and they don't need to buy additional land. So this we are sharing our ROW details with railways, with metros, with OFC department, then with electricity department, so they can utilize our extra land available with us for their future development. And in fact, in our Vadodara, Mumbai, and all other expressways, we have already tied up with Department of Telecom, and we are laying dark cables. So far, we have done 3 workshops and discussed about 15 expressway corridors. More than 70 participants were there from all the stakeholder team. And we have done updation of the layers on NMP portal. 67% validation also of our network we have completed on the NMP portal, and balance exercise is going on. Our target is by this financial year end, we will be mapping our 100% network on the NMP portal. Other than that, we are also mapping our 250 wayside amenities, 400 toll plazas all across the country. Validation of GIS data layer. The main problem, like when we are validating our data, but unless the data is validated by other departments which has been uploaded, the real benefit will not come. So the support which we seek from state governments and other concerned stakeholder departments is that they should also try to meet the guidelines set up by PMO, that by this financial year they should also validate whatever data they have uploaded. And particular challenge is there on land records, because that is huge data which states needs to upload on that and then validate. We, for this Gati Shakti, NHI and Ministry of Road Transport and Highways have conducted 3 workshops across the country, wherein we have invited all our DPR consultant and trained them with the experts from BISAG on hands-on, so that information and these tools are available to basic consultants who are actually doing the department. And based on that outcome of that, we are constantly following up with BISAG for improvement or some extra facilities to be provided, so that we can eliminate any other software which we use for alignment finalization and wholly depend upon this BISAG tool. Right now, few of the consultants are using some other software as well, but then we are trying to shift it to only BISAG software. And in this respect, main data layer quality needs to be improved and validated. Then analytical tools required, so that we need some kind of basic cost verification and land data. And then real data update also needs to be done on that portal. So these are some of the suggestions which we have sent to BISAC for improvement in that alignment facility. And hopefully BISAC is attending to that and will be shortly completed. And with this, I think I am complete with my presentation, and request any other stakeholder, whosoever requires any kind of assistance from NHA or Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Our layers are already there on NMP portal, but in case still you need some more clarification or want to know some of the information for our projects, you are welcome. Thank you.
Can you have a loud round of applause for him, everybody? With this, I invite all the speakers to join me on stage. Shri Ajay Patel ji, Shri Amit Saini ji, Shri GVL Satyakumar ji. Please join us on stage. We'd like to present a token of appreciation on behalf of the team. And to do the honors, may I invite on stage Shri Rajiv Jalota ji, Chairman, MBPA, and Shri Sanjay Sethi ji. Please, if you could join us on stage to present a memento to our four speakers. We thank you for your time. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody. Let's welcome them one more time with a huge round of applause. First, a quick photo op with the entire team together. As I always say, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen on stage. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody. और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा राजीव जी, प्लीज प्रेजेंट अ टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन टू श्री अजय पटेल जी. साथ ही साथ मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा संजय जी, इफ यू कुड प्रेजेंट टोकन ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन टू श्री अमित सैनी जी. And can we have a huge round of applause for Shri GVL Satyakumar ji. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Rajiv ji, if you could do the honors. And can we have a louder round of applause for Shri Anshumalu ji. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. मैं request करूंगा Sanjay sir, if you could present a memento to Anshumalu ji. We thank our speakers for the inaugural session. A big thank you to Sanjay Sethi ji and Rajiv sir as well. With this, I know we're running a little behind schedule, but we're going to pace it up. That is my assurance to you. And मैं request करूँगा कि हमारे conveners और panel discussions पे जो भी panelists हैं, वो थोड़ा सा, let's pace it up a little level up. शुरुआत करते हैं with our first panel discussion of the day, that is synergy. They say true excellence is a product of synergy, and creating synergy between departments, breaking the silos. Synergy is better than my way or your way, it is our way. A sum total of our energy synergy. May I take this opportunity to welcome our panelists. शुरुआत करते हैं हमारे convener के साथ. From Crystal team, we have Shri Jagan Narayanan P. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye for everybody. A gentleman with more than 17 plus years of consulting experience across the globe. He has handled more than 300 consulting engagements across different sectors. Apart from advising large corporate and government PSUs in India, he has worked with clients in the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and across the globe. So it's an honor and privilege to meet you on stage. इसी के साथ, somebody joining in, it's again a privilege to meet him on stage. He is the Joint Secretary for Ports, MOPSW, Shri Sushil Kumar Singh ji. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer, everybody. He is our first panelist and accountable for port modernization, port automation. He's handling capacity augmentation and efficiency improvement projects in ports as envisioned in Maritime India Vision 2030. And obviously, he's explored the globe when it comes to these opportunities. Let's welcome Shri Sushil Kumar Singh ji. A very warm welcome to you, sir. बढ़ते हैं to our next panelist, and yes, he is the General Manager for Central Railway. Let's welcome Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. He has also been, he's held several posts apart from being the General Manager for Western Railway region. He has played a key role in planning the development of New Delhi railway station as a world-class station, including commercial development of land and airspace and development of public-private partnership model. And we have the pleasure of his presence right here in our panel discussion. Saath hi saath, we have with us Shri S.V. Ramarao ji, Chief Conservator of Forest, Thana. Zordar taliyan ho jaye inke liye. He's presently working as Chief Conservator of Forests in Thane Circle, looking after Thane, Palghar and Raigad districts along with Mumbai. And the final gentleman on our panel discussion is Dr. Y.B. Sontake, Joint Director Water, MPCB. Zordar taliya ho jaye for Dr. Y.B. Sontake. You know, he's been the Joint Director for Water Pollution Control Division of the state. He's worked with MPCB for more than 2 decades and contributed in national and international events. And we again have the pleasure of his presence in our first panel discussion of the day. So I'm going to pass on the mic and the baton to Shri Jagannarayanan P. from Crystal.
So thanks, Rahul. Rahul made a great commitment on my behalf that he will keep this session very short, and hence he's passed it on to me of keeping it as precise as possible. Thanks for all the panel members to have come across. Thanks to JNP and MBPA for organizing this very important event. I'll just start off in context of, we've seen what is Gati Shakti, what is its role and all of that. But from a context perspective, I thought it would be good to understand why at all this is needed, right? I think the first point is somebody may ask, why have this Gati Shakti? What's its important? What is it? How is it really impacting the larger scheme of things? From kind of a Ministry of Statistics and from media reports, it's kind of said that about 150 crores plus projects, there are about 1,500 of them. The total project envisaged cost was close to 21 lakh crore, okay? And the cost overrun of this project, and now it is coming to about close to 25 lakh crore. That means a 20% cost overrun has happened. And if you look at the time overrun, that's about close to about 40%, or sorry, 41 months. That's about close to 3.5 years. India now is the 4th largest economy, coming into the 3rd part of it. Our whole GDP is about close to $3.5 trillion. The whole world economy is about 92 trillion. So what we now aspire is no longer just 3.5 trillion. We want to serve the 92 trillion and move ahead. And that's where the whole growth is going to come. If that growth needs to come through, then this kind of inefficiency needs to be looked at very specifically. And hence bring them down. So that's the overall context of how this is going to impact. And just to understand what is this 4 lakh crore, because here it's all about ports. Even if you take about 4,000 to 4,500 crore is one particular port, not Vadhavan, sir, it's a very big project. But generally, if I take 4,500 crore is one particular project, one port which can come up, we're talking about 50 ports where we have done a cost overrun. On a 2 lakh, on this part of it. So that's the level of savings that can happen if we were able to coordinate and do this part of it. So that's the overall why Gati Shakti is needed, why the importance part of it. And this also has multiple impact otherwise. There is a cost of capital at the end of the day. It is just the time part of it, not only the time part of it, the cost of capital part of it. After some point in time, whether the project relevance itself may be completely lost. Because if a private guy is coming in, putting in his money, he wants returns, and here is a Josh which he wants to put it across. But if you don't act at a specified time frame, then the whole relevance of that project may get lost. And the larger part of it, it is just not infra. I think it cuts across, many other, projects that can be streamlined further. So that's the overall context. And I'll invite JS Saab in context of putting across for the Ministry of Port Shipping part of it, what does this mean, at the overall India level and then probably at the regional part of it, because I think the overall context here is a multimodal, and hence the multimodal will have not only just the port, will have the other ones which we talk about on the railways and others, the regional part of it also. Over to you, sir.
So thank you. Let me first start by thanking the organizers of this event, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and Mumbai Port Authority, for organizing this PM Gati Shakti multimodal maritime regional summit, and bringing all the stakeholders together and providing a platform for sharing views and opinions and also discussing the various aspects of this policy, the Gati Shakti policy. The way in which this policy can impact the planning, execution and implementation of the projects, and how it will improve or fast track or accelerate the execution of the projects in the country. The ultimate aim is to reduce the cost of logistics and to make the products manufactured in India competitive for the exports. So, and there could not have been a better time than this for all of us sitting together and discussing on the salient aspects of this policy, a policy which has the potential to transform the country, to bring in a socio-economic transformation of the country through what you call bringing a paradigm shift in the way we plan, execute, and monitor the projects, specifically the infrastructure-related projects. Let me share my experiences with you in a very brief, what you call, I have worked in railways. I have spent a substantial part of my professional career in railways, and now I am working with the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. And during the course of my career, I have witnessed a large number of projects, important infrastructure projects, lingering on for years together, either on account of issues pertaining to the land acquisition, issues pertaining to what you call environmental clearances, right-of-way permissions, lot of compliance, regulatory compliance related issues where a number of approvals are required to be taken from multiple agencies. And you will agree that all these agencies had their unique way of dealing with the approvals and the proposals. So their priorities in majority of the cases were not aligned to the priorities of the proposer of the proposing ministry or the line ministry. So all these factors, the issues which are holding back the development of a strong, sturdy, multimodal connectivity network in the country, there was a need of a policy which could attack and address these issues, these legacy issues, because you will all agree that the multimodal connectivity network is the basic framework and the crucial enabler for socio-economic transformation of a country. Now, this was an aspect that we were lagging in, and here our Honorable Prime Minister envisioned and conceived a policy called Gati Shakti policy, which what you call derives its strength from 6 key factors. And the factors are comprehensiveness, prioritization, optimization, synchronization, analytics, and dynamic. So the basic idea was to map all the project-related data, be it the existing projects, infrastructure projects, or the planned projects, and the economic zones, the existing economic zones, the industrial hubs, the defense corridors, any type of industrial activity. So all these data was to be mapped on a single platform, an IT-enabled GIS-supported platform, which has been developed by BISA again, and it's the basic tool which is available for planning of the infrastructure projects. And then this data is available and visible to all the ministries across the board. So the visibility of the data, when we say that there were departmental silos and we were working in silos, the approach was of planning and executing the projects, not having the complete information as to what other projects are being planned in the same sector for the same connectivity leg by the other ministries. So the visibility of data to all the line ministries who are handling infrastructure projects is one, what you call, very important thing to help the ministries, the line ministries, synchronize, optimize, rationalize, and align their projects in line with the national priorities. So, as we talk today, we already have 200 plus layers of thematic data mapped, covering the existing projects, the planned projects, the economic zones, and the status of what you call first mile, last mile connectivity, the connectivity gaps that exist. So this complete information is now available on a common integrated dashboard, and it can be used by all the ministries to plan their projects, to prioritize their projects, to optimize their projects, and to put their resources to the optimum use. So this policy, as we say, has a huge potential to take this country forward and create a multimodal connectivity network at a very fast pace. Now, talking of maritime sector, we have large number of capacity augmentation projects and modernization projects lined up as a part of Maritime India Vision 2030. Now, as we create capacity at the ports, we need to strengthen our connectivity with the hinterland also. We need to have a sturdy rail, road, and inland waterways connectivity with the hinterland, because we also have to have a better access to the ports, efficient evacuation from the ports, and a system which would enable seamless transportation of goods, cargo, people, services across the country. Because the ultimate, again I say, is to bring down the cost of the logistics at par with the global benchmarks by 2030. The idea is to make our products competitive for the export markets, and for improving the connectivity. Here again, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan becomes very crucial, because it provides us the information about the first mile, last mile connectivity gaps that exist, and accordingly it gives us a guidance to plan and prioritize our projects to do away with this deficiencies in the connectivities. And the Gati Shakti not only focuses on creation of an infrastructure, it also has a component where it aims at reducing the compliance burden. It also aims at simplification of the procedures, improving the ease of doing business through adoption of IT-enabled platforms. More and more systems are to be technology-driven, so there is a transparency, there is efficiency, there is a fast-track approvals. So it is a all inclusive concept, where you implement, plan, and monitor your infrastructure projects. You also take action and policy interventions for simplifying the procedures to make them more streamlined and user-friendly. And you also assist the industry and the private partners to invest into the system and take benefit out of this this sturdy infrastructure. So this is the basic overview of this whole exercise that the government of India is focusing on.
Sure, sir. Thank you. I think probably on the next part of it, we can talk about the regional part, and in specific to this particular region, how do you envisage this? Getting Mr. Lahoti in the conversation, railways has a central, pinning in this part of it, because if I look at the NIP, which is the National Infra Pipeline, which is in a way the starting point of all of this discussion, where we looked about close to 110 lakh crore kind of an investment to be coming across. And in that part of it, much of it is in the roads, the railways, the power, and all of that. That was envisaged over a 5-year period. That means even if you look at 20 lakh crore coming across into that, the budgetary support for the Indian railways itself is close to, budgetary support is about 1.2 lakh crore. And then you can, the borrowings part of it is an equal part of it, which is there, close to about, 2.5 lakh crore is the kind of per year kind of investment that goes across. So it's a very, huge specific role that you play in this part of it. And so also what sir talked about in the connectivity part of it, rail plays a very important part of it. And we saw the CEO MMB talk about also multiple rail projects which are being there. So given this part of it, and you are looking at overall the Central Railway in its part of it, and maybe you can start on the IR part of it, and then how the Central Railway is playing a major role, and how does this tie up in the overall Gati Shakti part of it? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, I will be talking mostly railway centric about this entire Gati Shakti policy initiative. As is estimated, the logistics cost is about 16% of GDP, as against about 10% or less in US, Europe, and even China. So this shows the huge inefficiency in our logistics and the scope for bringing about efficiency and hence reduction in the logistics cost. It is estimated that there is a potential to save about 10 lakh crore by bringing in per annum by bringing in efficiency in logistics. A railway, I think, is at the center of the entire logistics efficiency. If we talk of National Infrastructure Pipeline and National Rail Plan, the National Rail Plan envisages that the modal share of rail should be about 45% for efficient logistics, which at present is about 26 or 27% of the surface transport. So that is the kind of gap which is there and is required to be bridged. Railway, as one of the previous speakers said, we carried about 1400 million tons of traffic in 21-22. And already railway has taken several initiatives to improve its modal share, and for 22-23, we are already targeting a 21% increase in the freight transport and carry about 1800 million tons in this financial year. And already by 26-27, we are targeting to reach a level of 3000 million tons. Some of the major factors which had been affecting railway share in the transport is lack of capital investment in railways. So as most of us know, for long, I think for decades, railway was starved of budgetary support. And then few years back, the railway budget was merged with the general budget. And slowly after that, the government's budgetary strings have been opened up for railways. And this year, the capex for railway is 2.45 lakh crores, which is about 14% more than the previous year's capex. And already the Minister of Railway has said that the government, at the topmost level, there is assurance that this budgetary support to the railway will be further increased. And as Satya mentioned, that railway, because of the aspirations of the people, every year more and more projects got sanctioned, but the commensurate budgetary support had not been coming for decades, and due to which we are now carrying a burden of nearly 16 lakh crore worth of throw forward in project shelf. So, so this is where the change is now taking place, and that is where the National Gati Shakti policy is going to help us. If I may mention about what was the infrastructure progress of railway in 21-22, 2,910 kilometers of new line, doubling and gauge conversion were commissioned by Indian Railways. And this year, 22-23 itself, the railway has planned to almost double this commissioning to almost close to 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers of new line doubling and gauge conversion. So, besides the capital investment, many problems had been facing the railway projects, which include years lost in land acquisition, forest clearance, wildlife issues, and also utility relocation. So these were the major problems, and railway is one of the first few ministries who has immediately started taking advantage of the BISEC-N initiative, and already more than 160 of DPRs of railway have already been put on the BISEC-N platforms, and we already have our project sanctioning and monitoring management, and that also is being now integrated with the BISEC-N, so that complete data is available on that platform. Through the network planning group, already 6 projects of railway have been sanctioned, some of which the examples were recently mentioned. The project monitoring group has already cleared resolved more than 1,300 interministerial issues which were affecting the projects. On Central Railway, we have excellent coordination with the Maharashtra government, where the Chief Secretary himself and the various additional Chief Secretaries and Principal Secretaries are regularly holding coordination meetings with the Central Railway, and we are substantially taking help of the PMG portal for resolving the issues, interministerial issues, and the issues which are where we need help from the state government. So now this is about the infrastructure. The second thing is about the terminal facilities. So the Ministry of Railways has taken the initiative of what we call Gati Shakti cargo terminals, and a Gati Shakti cargo terminal policy was announced by Ministry of Railways a few months back, which substantially liberalized and delegated the powers for private investment in development of terminals, and a lot of layers of approvals were removed. And as Sethi ji mentioned कि रेलवे के साथ तो हम सर मारते ही रहते थे, so railway is no longer the same old railway, and railway the railway approach has substantially changed. Now railway is very proactive. We have business development units in every division who are proactively going to the district and to the industry to find out business opportunities, the problems being faced by the industry, and resolving those problems. In fact, Mr. Sethi remembers that I, along with my complete team, visited JNPT, and we discussed various issues, how we can, take forward the meagerly 17% share of container traffic that we are having to higher levels. Of course, he has said that with Western DFC, it can reach 30% modal share. I would say even with Central Railway, we can aspire to something like 20% or more. But there is a lot of opportunity for improvement, and a lot of investment is taking place in JNPT in terms by way of creating holding lines, electrification, longer loop lengths, etc. And also there is a lot of change in the processes. Also a rail scanner is planned to be put there, which will also substantially help in reducing the detentions that are taking place to the containers for scanning. So once the rail scanner is in place, 100% containers can be scanned in motion. It is already, the installation is already in process. One very major initiative which Ministry of Railway has recently taken for the multimodal integrity is reducing the licensing fee for railway land. And as we know, all over the country, at near railway stations, there is huge opportunity to develop multimodal terminals or what we call Gati Shakti cargo terminals on completely either on railway land or partly on railway land and partly on the nearby private land. So the biggest impediment was that the policy required that the license fee had to be 6% of the per annum of the market value of the land to get a fair return on the cost of the land. So now realizing that the overall importance of developing logistic facilities, just recently the cabinet about a month back has approved reduction in this license fee from 6% per annum to 1.5% per annum. So the railway land, which is at very prime locations for developing multimodal facilities, is now available for 1.5% of the market value per annum. And the period of license, because somebody is going to come and invest money, so the period of licensing was restricted to only 5 years in the past. Now this has been enhanced to 35 years. So this we see as a very big opportunity for the multimodal integration, and already Central Railway has identified nearly 60 locations where there is opportunity for either complete or part use of the railway land for developing terminal facilities, and an expression of interest has been called, which is due for opening on the 4th of November, which will certainly improve these opportunities. To Mr. Ajay Patel, I would also like to say that while he has flagged many issues which are plaguing the projects, one very important issue that is plaguing the projects is utility relocation. When we go for constructing a new line, besides the land and the forest and the wildlife and environmental issues, etc., one major problem is that we come across several high tension lines or trunk sewers or the pipelines, etc., which or sometimes even cables, fibers, which required relocation and diversion. And my own experience with dealing with the projects has been that this can easily kill 2 to 3 years in a project. It is so difficult to get utility relocation in certain fields. So by the BISEGAN platform is going to be revolutionary in this matter. When we plan the project, we would know right in the beginning of the project regarding the utility relocation that will be required, and immediately through the PMG portal, all these relocation requirements can be planned out and taken care of in time.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I think this is from the central part of it that we have looked at. One of the ones that we would want to kind of delve in further is in the Maharashtra and the state part of it, I think. And we also heard Mr. Lavati talk about, Ministry of Forest, environment, clearance, and all of that part of it. So, and we have here Mr. Govekar, who is the Chief Conservator of Forests. Pleasure to have you here. But you play a very central part by not being in the center. Being at the periphery, you play a very central part in many of the projects. And maybe rightly so or wrongly, many times wrongly so, maybe you get blamed for not having a particular clearance coming on time, so on and so forth. I just want to get your perspective on how, in this 1 year, how things have got streamlined or been able to, because you're, in a way, giving the service to many of the large projects, and the Indian Railways will be using your services. So as a service provider to many of these projects, how things are changing, what was it before, and what can we expect going forward? If you can just kind of throw some light. And you can very clearly say that many of the blames are not mine. It just lands upon me for no fault of mine, is also something that you can talk about.
Thank you, sir. Audible, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. For everybody's convenience, I am not the original speaker, Dr. Ravikiran Govekar. He is CC of Mantralaya from Government of Maharashtra. He had an emergency too, and he rushed to Pune. I am Chief Conservator of Forest, Thane Circle, the office which is familiar to many of us here. Yes, all these projects which we have been discussed since morning, all passes through that office. I am SV Ramara, Chief Conservator of Forest, looking after that office. My jurisdiction starts from Palghar district, Raigad district, Mumbai, and goes up to Raigad, this Thane district. I think I am the right person to take participation in this present conference, sir. Because since morning I have been hearing the projects names through all these dignitaries. They all have been passed to our office. We are very well familiar with those things. Yes, sir. We have been on the other side. We all know, sir, this forest and forest department really plays a crucial role in this Gati Shakti program, because hardly there is any project which doesn't involve forest. The main reason being, more than 20% of the geographical area under forest. When that is the scenario, we cannot think of any infrastructure project, that too of this connectivity project like road or rail or air connectivity. You cannot think of any project which doesn't attract the provisions of the Forest Conservation Act. So that is the reason, though forest is not centrally an important department for this Gati Shakti, but plays a major role in the fast implementation of this Gati Shakti program. For a fast implementation of this Gati Shakti program, I think fast forest clearance is also very much important. Yes, I always tell our officers, even the officers from the other side also, whenever we have interaction, let us understand others' compulsions. The compulsions from the user agencies like the ports, the railways, the national highways, the SITCO, the MMRDA, all these the transmission lines agencies and the gas pipeline agencies and several of the agencies. We understand we should understand their compulsions, why they want a fast clearance of the process. Their ignorance of forest laws, their ignorance of the forest types, their ignorance of the various layers of the forest department, and their time schedule. The pressure from the top, the pressure from the different ministries, that we should understand and we should proactively work. That we always tell our officers. At the same time, we request the other side also, you understand our compulsions also. As we are part of this Gati Shakti program, we have been taking active part in this. We have been proactively working for this. I have already completed 24 years of service in Indian Forest Service. When we joined in the service, these diversion proposals takes a last seat, maybe 10th priority that time. We hardly used to get 1 or 2 proposals in a month. Now, sir, you don't believe, not less than 5 files I clear every day in my office. We all know the process, the path, the layers it has to pass through. We all know several types of forest: reserve forest, protected forest, private forest, UDP jungle, identified forest. Irrespective of the name of the classification of the forest, for a user agency, all look similar because everything needs forest conservation clearance. And apart from this, the wildlife areas, national parks, tiger reserves, sanctuaries, conservation reserves, and beyond that, the eco-sensitive zones around the sanctuaries and national parks, the proper eco-sensitive areas like Mathiran eco-sensitive areas, all this plays very important role in this forest clearance. So a better understanding of all this nomenclature and the multi-level decision-making layers and the classification of the forest and wildlife areas, the environmental compulsions that it requires, and it is the need of the hour that the user agencies should become a mini forest officers. The forest officers should become some kind of engineers of that particular departments, as is the need of the hour. The process we all know, sir. It starts from a range officer who sits at a Tahsil level. Many of us know that the proposal goes to division level deputy conservator forest. From there it goes up. No, it is not correct. You submit at division level, but unless the range forest officer goes for the field inspection and does all the survey, it won't move from the division level to the top level. So the layers are, the range forest officer sits at Tahsil, the division level is district level, division or district level, then the regional level, then the head of the department level, and then state government, then IRO, if required, government of India. These many levels, it's very shocking is, a file or a project without any queries or without any impediments, it passes minimum 6 times. If queries are there, again it will, the numbers add. For a stage 1 clearance, down to top, and again from top to down. For stage 2 clearance, again 2 times. Even after that, for formal diversion order from the government of Maharashtra, again it has 2 times passes. So likewise 6 times it passes. For the regional projects, again there is a provision called working permission. That is another path. Even after that, after everything is completed, implementation of the condition laid down by the government of India is another path. Because nowadays, many of us aware that the government of India puts so stringent conditions that further is delaying the proposal's implementation. But you all know that some of the trees of particular girth, they have to be transplanted. They cannot be cut, which is very difficult in the field. For that, again, we have to do the exercise which have to be transplanted, which have to be cut. And again, if the number are more to be cut, then again going up to the government of India and getting its not. And avenue plantation, that is a subject matter now. Many of us coming to us for a shortcut solution for that. So all these conditions laid down by government of India in its final approval also, I cannot say that they are delaying, but they also cause for delaying the actual handing over of the site. So these many layers, these many decision-making levels, if there are no impediments, there are no queries, and there are no problems, then only these many things. If there are some queries at any level, then again the number of passing routes, they further increase.
Sir, if I can just come in that, the way you're putting it across, it looks like a slow train going from Churchgate to Virar. Yes. And not once in a day. It looks like you have to go 3 times in a day. It's going to be really. So how do we make this slow train go into the fast lane? I understand Churchgate and Virar can't change.
Yes,
but how do you make it to go from the slow to the fast? At least
now
that's
what
something.
we are doing is, now previously we used to take the review of these Forest Conservation Act diversion proposals once in a month. Now you don't believe, sir, on daily basis we are taking review. On a daily basis, even our Principal Secretary of Forest, he is taking the review on a weekly basis. Even today, every Monday he takes a VC from 10 to 12:30. Even today also he had a VC on national highway projects. That is how we are streamlining the projects. We are educating the user agencies, we are helping them. At the same time, we are motivating our own officers from the range office level to the higher level.
And how does that come into the whole Gati Shakti part of it? I think that's the central theme, right? So how does that?
That's what I'm saying. Whatever projects we have been hearing in the morning, like the dedicated freight corridor, that Neral-Oral railway line, this national highway, Mumbai-Vadodara national highways, there are two phases. Phase 1, phase 2, and there is per 111 hectare, and several other projects we could clear in these
understood
Gati Shakti reviewing.
Yeah.
So this Gati Shakti has really helped us in fast tracking the projects, and not only the user agencies, even we also feel that we are part of Gati Shakti. Unless we proactively work, this program cannot be implemented in a required phase. So that's why we are also alert.
No, very happy that you are able to put it transparently and yes. What the effort is. Mr. Lohti, you would talk. Yes. Yeah.
I just want to ask, like Mr. Ajay Patel said, that on the BISEG and platform, they have put every single house and every single khet or khasra, so that the entire process of land acquisition or this impact assessment, etc., can be done on the BISEG and platform itself. So can't we have every single tree also and just avoid this range forest ranger survey, etc.? I'm just wondering, because the forest, there's so much of process involved in getting a forest clearance. So can't we have the entire thing on the IT platform itself and the process it, and all the processes which he has just now mentioned, can't it be brought on the IT platform?
Okay, so we already had a Pravesh portal. Everything is streamlined. We are doing this online processing only. But along with that, the hard copy is also being asked. But more important is that the ground truthing is very much important. So in the ground, unless we do the field survey, how do we know that the non-forest area, what you are mentioning, is really a non-forest area, doesn't have any forest area involved in that. Suppose if you say 100 hectares is forest area, 50 hectares is non-forest area, suddenly at the end of the day, if we find that it's not 100 hectare forest, it's 110 hectare forest area, and only 40 hectares is non-forest area, again we will have to go back to the square one. Again, the entire process of the set of the document, the whole process, the whole proposal has to be revised. So to avoid these kinds of future complications, we have to do a good survey at the initial level itself. Unless the range forest officer and his field team does the field survey, we will not be able to understand the real areas involved in the proposal. We don't finalize the area statement unless we do the field survey. And we don't count the numbers. For example, so right now, see, to speed up the projects, we do the tree counting on sample basis. But when we actually go for the tree counting after the approvals, then the numbers goes up. Then again the problem. Initially we have mentioned 5,000.
It was a suggestion. Fair enough. We can look at that and
yes.
move ahead. Fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah, getting Mr. Sontek into the conversation, like this is one which is there on you're the joint director on the water part of it and the pollution control board. Similar sentiments sometimes get echoed for the pollution control board. Maybe you are now on the probably maybe more on the harbor line, maybe on the western line part of it. So what are the things which is actually necessary? There could be practical issues which are there, and how is this getting integrated? I think the larger part of it is the solutioning part and what needs to be done. I think 2-3 things which you could probably look at. One is just not the ports part of it. You have a larger role to play in terms of the overall development, and there is it's a similar part of like JNP SEZ which is there. Even there from a development or MIDC areas where this pollution control is a norm which needs to be taken, and even it could be a tick mark in terms of getting those project clearances which are there. So maybe we can kind of throw light.
Thank you. So the basic concern for the development is the clean air, clean water, and clean sky. These are the 3 minimum requirements for the development. Why we are here in Mumbai? Just because we are getting the clean water like Switzerland. What is happening at the back end, that is more important. Another part is the clean air, and third part is the clean sky. So these are the minimum 3 requirements. That's why the Environmental Acts have came in. In 1969, the first legislation in water was passed by the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, and it was further taken up by the Parliament, and it was notified as a first Water Act in the 1974. So after that, the movement was going on till the 2000. But when the issues are growing and cropping up like anything, that time we have to thought for the conservation of the nature. And likewise, the National Green Tribunal like authorities have come up. Then clearance in the 2006 have implemented. Prior to that, it was limited to the some of the sectors in the 1994, that is the environmental impact assessment. So after 1994, the 2006 was the first legislation which was included roughly A and B schedules, 44 to 45 sectors, and which required the environmental clearance. But only issue here is the interdepartmental coordination, where we are lacking. Really, we are working in the silos. That is the truth. Because who is going for the infrastructure project, he is not aware of what he is going to do. Because one example I will quote, last month only one person have reached to me. He wanted to put his pipeline from the Dahej to somewhere in the Bangalore or somewhere else. And he was not aware that where from he is passing through. Then I asked him, you might having the one map, he might be the junior officer or the intermediate officer who is looking after the finances and not really to the technical concern. So I have asked him to bring all the maps. Then I came to know that it is never passing through any of the sensitive zone, never going through the CRZ, then it doesn't require the environmental clearance. They are jumbled. What really he wants, first he have to understand. So that is the issue. Another part is that one of the industry wanted to put there some manufacturing activity. He have purchased the land and started rolling around the industry department. He have got the permission, then other department, excise, everything. Then finally he came to us and asked that I want permission. Then I had to ask him, this schedule is requiring the environmental impact assessment study. Then he told me how many days it will take. I told minimum 6 months. Minimum 1 season data is required to prove their credential that it will not create the further degradation to that nature. So then he told, no, then I have to drop this project. So these type of the frustrations usually come because we are working in a tight compartment. When one in the department is giving one permission, at the same time he is supposed to get the understanding of the other departments also, which is required. So this type of the PM Gati Shakti like projects, they will take you across the all departments. What are the permissions required from what department? So that will definitely save your time, save your money, and save your progress of that particular project, because one project delayed by 10 years will cost you double or triple. We are aware of the metro projects, we are aware of the so many other projects, port projects, because in Maharashtra, we have some of the port projects come up, and they are really not aware that what permissions they are requiring. So these type of the issues are bringing us to the frustration. But instead of that, if suppose we understand there are 2-3 permissions, because Maharashtra Pollution Control Board is a leading board in India that is stood first in the so many competitions, that we have made our all portals online since 2016. No one has to reach to our office and submit any of the document. They can go online, mpcv.gov.in, they can submit their application, and within 60 days, if suppose there is no query, they will get the permission. In case of the environmental clearances also in the environment department, you can go online, submit your application, get the TOR, terms of references before the impact assessment study. You can go through within time, but only issue is that you have to have some understanding about the environmental acts, regulations, what are the permissions, because we are issuing 4 to 5 permissions, authorization, registration, then consent, that is the permit, all we are giving in the single window. The similar is the way with the Ministry of Environment and Forest Government of India, because they have also made their portals online for the environmental clearances. So anybody who want the permission, they can go online, they can put their queries. If suppose any query is there, it will be replied within 24 hours. This type of the mechanism is already developed, and it can be further strengthened if suppose any queries come on specific grounds. So these type of the portals will help to go ahead. And another part is just to flag that pollution part. So pollution is a mandate, and that is the regulator has to control. So for that, we don't have any alternative. We have to go to the site visit, we have to take the samples, we have to brought to the laboratory, we have to analyze them, send some queries if required. But the ultimate aim is to preserve and conserve the nature. So that goal has to be achieved by the concerned authorities, concerned deputed tasks they have to follow, and accordingly it will be get completed within the scheduled time. Since from the morning, from the Honorable Chief Guest, I also flagged that environmental clearances. So these are the issues which has flagged just because of there is no much of the conversation within the department, and usually I really not very happy to say that the government projects are getting delayed, government particularly, because we are able to achieve the 90% of the compliances in the private sector, but we are not able to achieve the same line of the compliances in case of the government projects or government undertaking projects. So the reason behind, there are so many reasons, there are so many constraints, but still we have the scope to grow further and grow ahead. Definitely we will be join the hands to the PM Gati Shakti and find the way, find the day, then we don't have any such problems because of any inspector Raj, or because of any hindrances of the compliances, or because of any hindrances of any license somebody doesn't have. Because of that, the project was held up, and it was further fined by the National Green Tribunal or the Supreme Court or any High Court. So these type of the unseen moments we can avoid by going with the little bit smooth way, just with the breaking the silos.
Sure, thank you. I think put across very succinctly, and I completely agree with you. Breaking the silos is the theme, and that's what we need to be focusing on. So I'm just quite conscious of the time as well. As Rahul mentioned that he's given me the baton to close this quite quickly. So I'll probably have a closing remarks with each in panelist members, and starting from you, sir. You can also talk about anything specific that you would like to more elaborate on this. Yeah.
So the thing which I think has not been covered in this whole thing is the ease of doing business and facilitating the users at the ports. So there we are trying to leverage the technology. We are developing an integrated portal, National Logistics Portal Marine, NLP Marine, which will then get integrated with the National Logistics Portal, which is being developed as a part of the Gati Shakti National Logistics Policy. And I suggest that all the stakeholders and everybody present here should go through the policy, the National Logistics Policy, because that covers the procedural improvement part of it. So the reduction of the compliance burden, the simplification of the procedures, policy interventions, and the soft part of the whole process, which will facilitate trade, export, import, and in turn improve efficiency and add to the quality of the service being provided in the logistics sector. So from port side, we are trying to leverage the technology. We already have a port community system, PCS 1X, but we are trying to upgrade it into an NLP Marine, and it will have a plug and play feature. So standalone systems developed by various vendors and service providers can be latched on to the NLP Marine system, and maximum benefit can be taken out of that. So technology-driven improvements are being targeted at by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Thank you.
I just like to add what has been discussed is regarding integrating the processes of various departments. So I'll just quote the example of DB Schenker, which is the freight arm of Deutsche Bahn. The DB Schenker does not run merely trains. They run end-to-end service. So they own trucks, they own ships, they own aircrafts besides the trains. So the entire process is integrated from door to door. So while we do not have a similar single entity in India, but IT can enable this, and we can integrate the processes when the cargo is coming from a ship to the port, to the rail, and then to the road. All these processes, we lose a lot of time at various interfaces, and I think integration of processes can certainly help.
Despite all stringent norms and conditions, all constraints, lengthy process, all complications, we assure you fast clearances, fast forest clearances. We have developed a mechanism. We improved our review schedule. Some years back, this was the forest diversion proposals, the agenda number 10. It used to be 10, more than 10. Now it has come on first or second agenda number 1. And the review was a monthly basis. Now it has become a daily basis. Even the highest authority in our department takes a weekly review. And all of you know how proactively we are working for the clearance of these projects. And we assure you a positive and proactive role of the Forest Department in the PM Gati Shakti program. Thank you all.
So just I have specified that the integration of all departments, what PM Gati Shakti portal has doing. So really this is the need of the day, because we want to integrate all the departments, because every department is issuing the different permissions. So that could not be understood by the one layman. So for that, one guidelines or the guideline portal like things what is coming up, definitely it will help to go ahead and get the success in the development of the country as fast as possible.
That was also supposed to be my concluding remark. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure hosting this, and we can draw this to a conclusion. Thank you very much.
It's time for a quick Q&A session, just in case if you've got any queries, you can ask our panelists and our convener. All right, yes, I know we are all looking forward to lunch, but before that, it's time to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. And to do the same, may I invite a gentleman on stage who, who's joining us back on stage, Shri Sanjay Sethi ji, Chairman JNPA. I request karunga Sanjay sir, if you could join us. And also joining in is Shri Adesh Titarmare ji, Deputy Chairman, MBPA. May I request you, sir, to do the honors, please? Let's keep the applause going. We thank our esteemed panelists for their time. May I request karunga Adesh sir, if you could hand over a memento. To Dr. Ravikiran Govekar. And we cannot miss out our first convener for the panel discussion. May I request karunga Sanjay sir, if you could present a memento to Shri Jagannarayanan P. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody. Thank you so much Sanjay sir, thank you so much Adesh sir. All right, a quick photo op with the mementos in hand and the entire team together. A quick photo op. With this, we complete the first half of the day. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye for the first panel discussions, our panelists, our conveyor, and our presentees. We're going to break for lunch, and precisely at 2:15, 2:15, we're going to be back for the second half of day one. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume part 2 of day 1 in the next 3 to 4 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start off with the second part of day one. May I request you to please take your seats as we commence part two. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to PM Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit 2022, jointly organized by JNPA and MBPA. It's time now to initiate our next panel discussion. May I request you to please, yes, there's a lot of time you'll get for meet and greet and social networking, but I humbly request you to please join us back to your seats so that we can pace up this session. Yes. शुरुआत करते हैं with our next panel discussion, using technology for optimization, time and cost reduction. Investing in tomorrow's technology today is more critical than ever. So may I welcome our convener, Shri Unmesh Sharad Wagji, Deputy Chairman JNPA. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And now it's time to welcome our panelists. Joining us is the Commissioner of Customs, Shri Narendra V. Kulkarni ji. Zordar taaliyan wazo. A big round of applause for him. He worked as Commissioner Customs Exports as well as Imports at Nhava Sheva. Yehi nahi, he has participated in many reform initiatives in service taxation, GST and customs. He has worked in Mumbai, Pune, Gujarat, West Bengal, Northeast and many more places. Sath hi sath, our next panelist is Ms. Priti Chaudhary, IRS Director, Fssai. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, everybody. She's joined from Mumbai Customs. She's previously worked at Nhava Sheva, Port, Import, Export of Food Articles. She has received appreciation in work of DPD, a time-release study from CBIC, and won several awards, including Cascade Award for contribution in intellectual property rights from FICCI. बढ़ते आगे to our next panelist. It is Shri George Joseph, President, CFSAI. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Has been in the logistics industry since 1979, and it speaks volumes about his experience and his wisdom. He's been here for more than 42 plus years and involved in commodity imports. Was president of Brahan Mumbai Customs Brokers Association 2012 से 2014 तक, and was on the board of trustees of JNPT and now president of CFSAI. Our fourth panelist is Shri Janaki Mahapatra, AGM NEC Corporation. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. He's a new age technology enthusiast and have been working in the field of IT and automation for the last 17 years. Currently, he is the head of project delivery for logistics business unit in NEC. He was also one of the key technocrats in conceptualizing, जी हाँ ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है, in conceptualizing, designing and deployment of Unified Logistics Interface Platform, ULIP, which was recently inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister as a part of the National Logistics Policy. And joining in, our fifth panelist of this panel discussion is Manish Jaiswal, President Portal. Let's welcome him with a huge cheer, everybody. A technology professional with 27 plus years of experience in strategic planning and management of IT infrastructure, enhanced customer satisfaction through consistent improvement in delivery times and service levels. With the experience of having worked across a broad spectrum of B2B, B2C, and B2G industries like automobile, banking, logistics, shipping, ports, and technology services, he has worked with several corporate and government organizations. With this, I pass on the baton to you, sir, to convey the session.
Good afternoon, all. I know it's very difficult session. After lunch, to keep you all awake, it's very difficult task. But don't worry, we will make this session very interesting and meaningful. First, I will start with you, sir. To measure any efficiency or any issue involved in any process, when we are talking about the integration of processes, then it is must to know various aspects of that process, various stakeholders of that process, and where are lag in that particular process. You oversee on the time study 2022 and you come up with all the dwell times and various issues related to the import and export, time taken by the various stakeholders. So, will you elaborate it and explain the various issues involved in that particular exercise?
Good afternoon all. Time release study 2022 conducted at a national level is a part of the mandate given by the World Customs Organization, and that kind of study is conducted in the beginning of every calendar year all across the member countries, more than 150 member countries in the world. In India, we chose 15 locations to conduct these studies. One of them was JNPT, which has been traditionally, right since beginning when we started conducting time release study, JNPT has been a constant denominator in all those studies. And the methodology prescribed for measuring the efficiency of customs clearance for import and export cargo is determined not by our internal government, but it is determined by the World Customs Organization. Now, in India, we have got different situations. We have got seaports, we have got land ports, we have got air cargo complexes. We have the ports which are big in size like JNPA and Mundra. We have got smaller ports. We have got containerized ports, we have got non-containerized ports. Now methodology remains same. Methodology doesn't change. So far as the import methodology is concerned, the simple methodology adopted which we cannot change. Whether the port is having port terminal plus CFS model or only port terminal model, the methodology is neutral to that. Same is the case for exports. Whether you have got the facility, just like wonderful facility created in Central Parking Plaza in JNPA, or you don't have that kind of facility. The export release time is measured on the same grounds in all customs formations. Keeping in view these kind of challenges in measurement of the time release study for release of the cargo in domestic and international economy, this year's targets were 48 hours for the import clearance and 24 hours for the export clearance. From the export clearance point of view, generally the impression given is that there is too much time taken for the clearance of the export cargo. Now this is a product of the methodology that doesn't reflect on the efficiency of the port administration and the customs administration. So far as customs compliance verification is concerned, the export cargo from the time of registration to the granting of late export order, the processes are completed within 24 hours, and we are very much in sync with internationally laid standards as well as standards laid down before us, or the challenges or the objectives laid down before us by National Trade Facilitation Action Plan. So far as the export is concerned, our study shows the figures which gives some sort of a wrong impression. So far as the import is concerned, CFS model also poses some sort of distortions. Now coming back to, now this particular session is related to using technology, leveraging the technology for bringing efficiency in the administrative compliance to the import and export activities. We are full of systems for measurement of various activities in the value chain of imports and exports. Now many stakeholders are having their own systems. For example, partner government agencies which are giving clearances for the cargo like Textile Committee or Plant Quarantine, Animal Quarantine, Fssi, they are having their own systems operational. Custom is having their own system operational which is having backend as well as front-end interactive capacity with the stakeholders. Port is having its own system. Port community system is not yet fully functional in India. Then we have got shipping lines. Now these kind of CFSs are there, importers, exporters, customs agents are there. Everybody is using different platforms, different tools to interact with the administration for completion of compliance. Now what is happening is that we faced all these problems when we implemented SCMTR, Sea Cargo Manifest and Transportment Regulations. This is a dream project, and we are trying to implement that project since last 3-4 years. This is a very ambitious project, and the first problem we faced, as sir was telling me, that what is lagging actually in the system insofar as the leveraging of the technology is concerned. What we faced in implementation of SCMTR was, all the stakeholders are using different systems connected to SCMTR, the ICE gate system, which is supposed to implement that as a front end. There, we were not in a position to absorb or accept the data from many stakeholders because of some technological mismatches. Now, this perhaps can lead to some sort of inefficiency. I'm not saying that it will be increasing the release time by a big margin. But yes, these are the teething problems which we are facing. The another problem which I can point out is what is happening to the various formalities which are taking place within the CFS. Now we don't have the timestamp method for the exports. We know that bill of entry is filed at a particular point of time, OC is given at a particular point of time. But so far as the export activities are concerned, there is no system of time stamping. And it makes our job of measurement of efficiency in the customs compliance verification for export extremely difficult. We have to get the data from multiple stakeholders. Technology can solve this problem. What is happening to the processes within the CFSs? What is happening to the SCMTR? These problems can be resolved going down the line only with the help of technology. And perhaps government has already seized of these issues. We are trying to implement that. One thing is that National Trade Facilitation Action Plan and Gati Shakti scheme, where we are expecting that efficiencies are brought in the import and export clearance and the cost is reduced for the importer and exporter. My personal observation after being convener of the time release study for Nhava Sheva in 2022 is that these things are extremely doable. Fortunately, administration in the port and administration in the custom is aware of these issues. We have already recommended a lot of things to the ministry that these have to be done in the interest of the trade. I will give you a simple example. Now, ICES 1.5 system, which is there for back-end and front-end operations through ICE gate, for importer and exporter to file the documents and get the compliance verified. There is a huge difference in the import ICES and export ICES. There are many functions which are, people will laugh at those, why these are not available. For example, I want to raise the query in case of export. That function is not available in my ICES export module, which is already available in the import module for last 2 decades. So the point is that we realize that there are certain gaps. We need to bridge the gaps, and only technology can be helpful in that. Timestamps, the document uploading in e-Sanchit. So these are the things which can be driven by only technology. For example, container scanning. Now we are doing more than 240,000 container scanning in the Nhava Sheva port per year. The jump in the volume is so humongous. Year before last, we handled something around, say, 45 lakh containers in import and export. Last year, we handled something around 58 lakhs. Now, scanning capacity is increasing. We are bringing new scanners, mobile and free scanners. Now, who will analyze the data? And if the scanning is done, the scanning report should be available in online format. Same is the case with the partner government agencies like Fssi. We are requesting those agencies that in order to bring ease of doing business, in order to achieve the objectives which are laid down before us for faster clearance of import and export cargo in domestic and international economy, let us try to get online with each other. Let us stop this paper business. Let us try to work online so that the work at the level of the importer and exporter becomes easy. I think I will not take much time because this is the schedule for 1 hour and many other people would like to speak on those issues. But yes, time release study gives us it is a very important tool which gives us, it's like a diagnostic kit, where we stand, what we do, what we should do. I'm extremely proud to tell you that JNPT's study this year, JNPA's study of this year, is the only study conducted and officially submitted to the ministry in a public format. This is available on the public domain, on the website. And we have laid down the roadmap as to how to improve the systems, and most of our suggestions are taken very positively by the ministry. We are working on those. Thank you.
Thank you. In the morning, we all heard from all the participants that the first step towards the Gati Shakti is to make all the data available online. Now, as the question raised by you, and I will come to you regarding if you study the import dwell time, the major time taken for the import is by the partner government agency, and in that also maximum time was taken by those bill of entries which involves Fsai. I have two particular questions to you. One, what as Mr. Kulkarni said, why not we should go online and talk to each other electronically? That is one. Second, as far as import is concerned, now we are now talking about the breaking of silos with the government agencies. Similarly, we should come up with certain measures like the pre-inspections carried out at the exporting countries should be accepted by the Fsai so that the time taken for the import due to the drawal of sample and then the testing can be reduced. Thank you.
So thank you very much for raising these important points here. So just to elaborate how the system works in FSSI, just before coming direct to the answer. So for this month, if we take the dwell time taken by the FSSI, it was 173 hours. I further took the breakup of it. Some 84 hours are taken by labs, because in India we have accepted that a certain level of standards and safety has to be seen, and once the samples are received, there are compulsory testings parameters that takes minimum 3 days, and receiving of the sample from the different customs freight station to the different laboratory takes some 16 to 17 hours, reaching and starting the testing in the morning hours. So in total, what time laboratories are taking is one of the compulsory time. We cannot deal with that thing immediately with the given system. The remaining less than 100 hours are taken by two of the factors. Out of these two factors, approximately half or less than half time is taken in scrutiny, approximately some 40 to 50 hours. That scrutiny is done at the end of officer. Then there are some certain queries, officer sends it back to the importer for clarification. It comes back. If there are further queries, it can be raised, otherwise the issues are settled, and this is how the scrutinies are completed. But thereafter, once the scrutiny is complete, it goes for the payment to the importer, and I would say that it is very pinching, and it would be surprising for the audience available here that it takes approximately 55 to 60 hours for importers to pay the dues. So this is one glitch that I immediately see, and I really want to address. Thank you very much for giving this stage to me, and I want to address this thing that kindly pay your fees immediately, why it should take 55 to 60 hours. So this is one thing. Second thing is in customs, I was also in customs, so that time we started the advanced filing of bill of entries. And by that we try to reduce our total dwell time by scrutinizing the document before the cargo has arrived. The similar benefit is not being reaped by the FSSI for the simple reason that we are not getting advanced application filing by the importers. We are nudging for that, but the same way the custom is getting advanced bill of entries in FSSI, we are not getting. So immediately, even if you take whatever time for scrutiny, you and importer vis-a-vis, it goes to zero. That benefit is not immediately seen to the FSSI. So these two factors, I would like to say, sir, needs some kind of changes. The first question was that system should talk to each other. At our headquarter level, Delhi level, sir, we are trying on certain correction and modification of process. One being that fee can be paid through the customs portal, that is IceGate. Right now we are collecting fees through the importer through fixed setup. We are trying to integrate it with the IceGate so that fees can be collected at the customs IceGate portal itself. That would reduce the dwell time, no doubt. And to some extent, if the e-Sanchit and the document uploaded on that can be utilized by the fixed system, so that would be in the greater interest. And talking to each other, I would just say, sir, in India we have so many other softwares like DGFT is working on their own application. IEC codes are generated there, IceGate is working, Fix is working. They all are in different level and they have been developed in their own environment. I don't know whether we can scrap them all and just put them one in place. But by that time such decisions are taken, there is always possible action on our part also, and we are doing action on that key that can be connected. Lastly, if you say then laboratory thing. So in fact, some of the similar efforts are already going. One being the last year we have introduced import regulation for the foreign goods where the registration and licenses can be sought by the importers in the country of exporter. So those exporter can seek license from the FSSAI. There would be greater facilitation through the RMS to those exporters. Second thing, what we are already doing is the mutual recognition agreements with the countries. If they recognize us for something, we recognize them, and vis-a-vis we get the facilitation. So we have done with many countries such similar thing, and of course the Commerce Ministry also gets involved in such thing, that because it comes through the one-to-one country-to-country basis. So this is already going. With third thing, that whether we can do it with the foreign laboratory, I don't know, I cannot comment on that right now, because on the two front we are taking effort, and if this is mutual, then it is more beneficial for India as such, rather than taking in account the laboratories of foreign countries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the CFS. The same question which I asked to Priti, that if we study the time study conducted by the customs, then for the import cycle as well as the export cycle, when we compare the goods which arrive or depart through CFS, then there will be a considerable time if you compare to the, for example, for the export of good from the India, if these are the DPE containers which come to our CPP, then the time taken is 100 hours less than the goods which come through the CFS. Similarly, for the import cycle, the DPD containers, they take considerable less time compared to those goods which go to the CFS.
I can first give you certain answers what happens at the CFS. As far as exports are concerned, unlike the factory stuff containers which come to the parking plaza, which are already examined, and more or less just the seal has to be checked. So there's no further processes involved. It just has to go in. While the CFS is used by the trade, by the exporters, and rightly so, in accumulating their cargo sometimes. When you have shipments of rice and all the other, it's not that one container comes in and it immediately is examined and goes. They procure, they bring the container, they bring the trucks, the containers keep on coming, the bags keep on coming. So it's a place where accumulation also is done. And then it's based on the sailing of the vessel and various other factors that the exporter gives the order that, yes, now complete this shipping bill and make it out of charge and do the stuffing and onwards. So always that flexibility, that's why, I think that's why one of the main uses of a CFS, where the trade gets a certain time frame to plan their businesses. So it's not necessarily a bad thing if a certain export takes a little bit of time in terms of, strictly filing of shipping bill and export. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. And slightly differently in the imports, DPD customers, by the nature of that, a large, overwhelming percentage are already out of charge. And already most of them are AEO customers, and they're under RMS. So everything, it is only a physical aspect of the container moving from the port to the CFS. And then it's purely the importer's convenience. He does his own inventory planning. His factory may be already full, so many things. So he does inventory planning with the CFS in mind. Again, it's not such a bad thing, really. So actually, in fact, we want to suggest to the customs also that this dwell time study Actually, as far as customs is concerned, the dwell time should stop the moment it's out of charge. That's it. That's when the time, right now, I think when delivery goes outside the gates of the CFS, which is the customs notified area. No, it's not.
No,
okay.
no, no.
Then
OOC, Import General Manifest filing to the OOC. This is the time period taken for the import release.
Okay. So they're also not necessary. It's not necessarily a bad thing that sometimes cargoes are planned by the importer. So otherwise, we are just custodians. We cannot dictate when. Certain times there are certain procedural, what you call problems the customer has, getting the bill of lading. Certain other provisions are there. But we are not any party to it. We are a neutral agency, just a custodian. If the customs is out of charge, if the importer wants to take it, he takes it. But he takes it as per his convenience.
Two interesting things I want to bring to the notice of the audience. One bad story, one good story. Good story is that if you're, whatever may be the model of the port, terminal, port, CFS, doesn't matter. If the document, now advance bill of entry, our percentage is 85%, 86% almost. So we are moving towards 100% advance bill of entry. So the processing time available for the custom administration is fair enough. We can take care of everything before the cargo arrives in India. Good story is that we, in our sample size of more than 10,000 bills of entry, we studied certain bills where out of charge, from entry note to out of charge happened within 3 minutes. That is amazing when our target is 48 hours and we have done in case of certain bills of entry. That means it is doable. That is one good part. Bad part is that in case of 20% importers, what we observed was that entire customs compliance is over. IGM is filed, OC is given. Now, the importer is taking on an average 47 hours to pay the taxes and get the delivery of the goods. So OC remains only on the paper unless the tax payment is made. So that is increasing the dwell time on an average for all the imports by 10 hours. 10 hours on the base of 48 hours is a big. I think if the things fall in the place, if everybody files advance bill of entry, if the facilitation level goes up, if the documentation is perfect, if the taxes are paid at the time of OOC, I think we can do wonders. Thank you.
Now, ULIP, basically it is designed to do the ease of doing business. That is, reduce the cost and time of doing the business. Now we are talking about the silos in government organizations, and we are trying very hard to break them. But when you have to achieve this ULIP, you have to break silos between the private organizations also. So how you will going to do this?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for the question. First of all, just to give a big, background about ULIP, when we started a discussion with Niti Aayog, which is the implementing agency for ULIP, the idea of ULIP was not just to start sharing the data available with government systems with the private players. That was not the objective. The objective was to exchange the data between the silos, whether it's a private player or a government entity or an authority or PGS. But the easiest way to start the step one was to start democratizing the data available with the government systems. So it's a Government of India initiative, and it was the easier or the step one of ULIP, where various ministries through more than 120 APIs, 30 systems are getting integrated through ULIP right now, and the private players have started taking benefit out of ULIP, especially after inauguration of ULIP on 17th September by Honorable Prime Minister. And I'll just give one example. The example Prime Minister gave during the inauguration, we must have heard that example, that before the trade used to use multiple types of numbers, or just like your vehicle number or the FNR number of railways or shipping bill number or different kind of numbers, and it was not the ease of doing business what the government is envisaging. So as a step one to mitigate that problem, ULIP is integrating all modes of transportation available in India, whether it's roadways, whether it's railways, waterways, airways, your international waterways, or your domestic inland waterways. So with this step one, now we are seeing the private players are showing their interest. We have been discussing almost 5 to 6 big players who are showcasing their use cases, how they are going to use ULIP data to optimize the cost, optimize the time, innovate new products, and make logistics in India as, we call it, the logistics cost is more than 10% in India in comparison to GDP, and they feel that with ULIP that can be done. That is the step one. Now in step two, what ULIP is trying to do is to encourage the private players to share the data. And why it was stage two? Because once they will start utilizing the data from the government side, they will more keen, they will understand the value of ULIP, and they will more keen to share the data with government, and which can be used for many decision-making processes for government. It can help for infrastructure planning, policy making. So I believe in stage two of ULIP, the private players will be party to the system and start sharing the non-sensitive data to government.
Manish, Portal won tender for NLP Marine, and you might have started working on it. So what is your roadmap? How you are going to achieve that? And what are the hurdles, and what you envisage that it will do to reduce the cost of logistics?
First of all, thank you everyone. Sir, some of the words and the terminology which are being used by the panel is music to our ears. As a technology professional, I love to hear words like time and motion study, because I'm already thinking where technology can be used. I'll just take a step back, and the journey of NLP started with the journey of PCS. And I happened to be part of the journey when it first started about 14 years back as a simple port community system, which was a digitization of what was being done. Then PCS, the new version came, which was digitalization. And I recollect having met Chairman JNP the first time about 2.5 years back. And I gave him fancy statistics how well PCS is doing. He heard my numbers, and then he asked me a few quick questions. He said, what is the outcome you have achieved by these fancy numbers? Because I was telling him so many messages are being exchanged and so many users are logging into the system. He asked me what was the outcome, whether efficiency has been achieved in any form. And I happened to have some of these statistics that time, and that saved my neck. So vessel profile, for example, reduced from 2 days to 2 hours. Now that's a clear case of efficiency being achieved. But NLP is the next stage, where PCS, as we say, is the port community system, and NLP is the national logistics portal, which is being driven by trade. So the requirements of the trade are much different from what ports were doing. The need for data on demand is higher. Trade wants to know what is happening. At every stage, the cargo, they wish to understand where is the cargo. That's the demand. And therefore, NLP is going to be integrating not just with 10 or 15, but 100 plus PGAs and EPCs. The idea is to provide that kind of information on the fingertips. So your question is very right. Is it a challenge? It's a big challenge. I have been talking to multiple countries for national single windows. They call it national single windows. But none of them have a single national single windows. They have port-specific single windows. So we are fortunate that we have a single window across the country where on fingertips, along with ULIP, we will be able to provide that window to the world, where trade bodies will be able to get data on demand. And the data will serve essentially 3 purposes. It will be reactive data, it will be proactive data, and it will be predictive data. You will be able to predict the flows, and that's where the time and motion study comes. the predictive nature of the data will come into play. So that's where we see the NLP journey going forward, sir.
Now you just mentioned about that my chairman asked you certain question, my HODs are here. We are not able to answer many of his questions. If you could have answered them, then we will share notes afterwards.
Sure, sir.
So I will again start another question from you only. Now you have all those PCS, port all clears, port all 360. All these are in use by the various stakeholders. Now, how you leverage all these for the NLP Marine?
So, sir, NLP Marine is the parent system. It will be serviced by a lot of private and public systems. To give an example, if you have a system which provides for baggage tracking or container tracking, NLP, you can provide that inputs to NLP Marine. So that becomes an integrated system to NLP Marine. NLP Marine is a government system, does not have any trade services on its own. It's a exchange format for the various trade services. Anyone who has a service, you may be a porter, you may be a delivery, you may be any of these service providers, you can connect to NLP and provide your services on NLP. So that's how we want to do it.
Okay. Kulkarni sir, I just want to ask one question, that if one technology intervention which you want to suggest to increase the efficiency of the processes, specifically the custom processes, and reduce the time taken, which will further reduce the dwell time, which kind of technology intervention you will suggest?
It's a really good question on which we are really working for quite some time as to what one thing can change the entire game. Unfortunately, there is no one system, but implementation of sea cargo manifest and transport regulations. ACMTR is a working platform. It is interacting with all the stakeholders, and stakeholders are finding different problems in uploading their documents in that system. I think making ACMTR successful, which we are taking for the department as a national challenge or rather national embarrassment for us, we have to implement it, we have to get out of that. It will solve multiple problems of the importer and exporters in one stroke. We are working on that. Unfortunately, it is taking little longer time. Another, at a day-to-day level, simple technology, for example, universal reader, where the cargo movement takes place within the port area. And there are n number of vendors which are providing the seals. There are 17 vendors. And for every vendor seal, we have to have different reader in your hand to understand what is the data related to that cargo which is declared in the customs documents, for example, shipping bill. I think we are living in an old world. We have to come to the terms that all these databases of the vendors are ultimately stored in the iCloud. I have to have one universal reader which can access all the databases of all the vendors. And with a one handheld device, I'll be able to understand what is the customs compliance verification in terms of document declaration is concerned. So there are multiple areas, not one. But yes, these are ACMTR and these kind of small tools like universal readers can bring a lot of change for the taxpayers, for the importers and exporters, and also for all the stakeholders.
Now, what you told, Priti, regarding the payment of the fees and other things, I think there is a gap, a communication gap or the knowledge gap between the Fsai and your customers. So you can leverage technology like a social media and other things to reduce this gap.
Sir, we have a training institute also in Mumbai. So last year itself we conducted 200 trainings. So in 1 year we conducted 200 trainings, and that is just within the institute, but we kept on going in the field formations also for lots of awareness building programs also. So yes, some more is required, but on the technology part also we are trying to make the things easier. Once the IceGate and Fix can speak more openly and can be connected with in a streamlined fashion, so things can definitely be improved. So all efforts are actually going on the full-fledged manner in the two of the headquarters. So.
Now, in CFS, during the pandemic time, the way you conducted yourself and the way you really helped the port so that it was not choked during the pandemic. And that time also you come out of the way to help the trade so that there should not be any choking and when the moment to the hinterland started, it was smooth and you helped the trade a lot. Now, in the change scenario, there was always a demand that there should be more DPD and more DPE and CFSs are not needed. In this scenario, what way you can help, whether it is using some technology or using some other ways, so that you can tell the trade and the government also that you are still relevant?
So, first of all, we praise ourselves that we did a great job during the pandemic, but we must say that we got out of the way support from the JNPT port and everybody concerned. We used to call the officers, and every time they were available, I think Mr. Gurung or somebody there, any time we used to call him and he used to talk to the police. He was ready to talk to any government agencies. So we got cooperation all around. And I think all of us did a very great job, customs and everybody. So, and I think this is one sector, the logistics sector. Among all other sectors, we were not affected. Everything moved from the place from where it should move to place where it should move. All other sectors, suffered so much. We did not. Even business-wise, we did not. So I think it was a very happy state of affairs in spite of the very bad state of affairs. Now you were coming to the aspect of our relevance. See, we would like to be of relevance out of choice. We are a place, I feel, where both the regulatory authorities and the trade can pace their systems. We are a place where the customs have got one opportunity to consider intervention of a cargo. They get that sufficient window of time if anything is to be intercepted. So, and the trade also likewise has a window of planning their inventory. So we are a place of relevance. We are an infrastructure. And I think it's a win-win situation, the maximum win-win situation for everybody, because infrastructure is something the government wouldn't like to spend its money on. We put our own money, make the infrastructure. All our infrastructure are invariably in rural areas. We create huge number of jobs at our cost, and we provide our infrastructure. I think we are not afraid of our relevance. We'll always be relevant, just because we offer infrastructure and convenience to the trade and the regulatory authorities. So I think we are not bothered about that. We will partner the port, and I think the port has grown because of us very comfortably and very fast. So we are not afraid of our relevance.
Thank you. Mr. Mahapatra, one question to you, that as Kulkarni sir pointed out, that the time stamping of each activity is very much necessary if you want to know the efficacy and efficiency of any process. Can ULIP provide that?
Sir, the objective of ULIP is to provide the data, raw data, and which can be converted into insights, meaningful analytics, same time automating or digitizing your processes. So I would surely say yes for this question, but how that can be achieved, that is something we can collaborate and identify. We understand during the time series data study, we identified the current challenge that the dwell time is getting calculated based on the movement of physical box, not based on the out of charge information. So with that one, ULIP has brought both ice gate system, terminal operation system, same time PCS or NLP into one platform. So we can easily pick the data sources, and ULIP works as a plug and play system. It's instantly through API provides the data. So we can create a system which can plug those information from all these entities and create meaningful outcome for the port. So yes, that is doable, and we can surely work on it to create analysis, especially dwell time analysis, both based on the physical movement of the box, same time document clearance for the movement.
Now, this is all from me. Now, floor is open for the questions.
Okay, from the customs first. We've been discussing the PCS 1X and how the API integration of the ICE gate somehow is not complete or full in all respects. Where do you think we have these constraints which we are not able to overcome?
This is an excellent question coming from the government authority. See, what is happening is that in most of the countries in Europe and South America, port community system is working as a real system for even checking, uploading the documents for import-export compliances. In India, it is exactly reverse. IceGate is little ahead of the PCS. PCS started way back 15, 16 years before. Now version 2 has come into picture. But data integration is still not to the desired level at par with, say, country like Germany or Egypt or Brazil. Now, my analysis is that I have spoken this issue with multiple authorities in our administration. Port community system is, I think, launched by this voluntary association of the ports. Am I right? Correct. Indian Port Association. And IceGate is a government system. There lies the hitch. You make this a government system, PCS, IceGate will follow. It is just matter of integration of the IceGate and ICES. It will immediately happen the moment PCS comes under the control of the government. This, I think, is a major problem there.
Of all the ports, so the senior most chairman is the chairman of IPA. So it's just the ports all put together. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to understand your point. You're saying that it should be a formal part of the system. It should be a MOPSW scheme. I don't know. We can discuss that later.
Sir, I will give you example. In fact, not many things can be discussed.
From our side, we feel that customs remains reluctant to be a fully a part.
I'll give you example. One example. Shipping lines have been asking us for last 1 year that shipping bill data should be shared by our system with them. We are sharing that data. We are given access to that particular data to other stakeholders, but not to the shipping lines, for whatever reasons based on to our administration. So what happens is that at particular point of time, people stop sharing the data. Now, IceGate entire system, including ICS 1.5, it is a back-end tool for processing of the documents, can be entirely merged into PCS, provided there is a will at the top level where they want to make PCS as a base.
Okay, I think we can discuss this more later. Okay, up to our friend from, please.
So there are issues related to what Commissioner Mr. Kulkarni said, and we have to have certain discussions on that because we are aware of it. See, the next step forward, I'd like to just put this in perspective, that we have become the fastest growing economy in the world because we have used technology. No other country has used technology like us. The IceGate is a huge success story. And all of us others also, the other stakeholders, whether they are CFSs, shipping companies, custom brokers, importers and exporters, they have also developed their own systems. But all of them, the significance is all of them are standalone independent systems. We need to get onto a common platform. I think when in 2017, the logistics division was created in the Commerce Ministry, the mandate was that IT platform, a common IT platform will be created on which all the stakeholders, the service providers, the importers, exporters, and the government authorities will be on that same platform. Now, the government was wise enough to know that and try to do that. PCS, SCMTR are all things in that direction. But in spite of 4 years, this is one place where we have stumbled. Without pointing fingers at each other, we have to sit down and work it out, because that's the place to be. This is what will take us from 13 to 14% of logistics cost to 7-8%, which is being enjoyed by the advanced countries. So this is the gap, and we have to be on the common platform, and we have to work it out. We have to address that, and we can do it.
So, okay, then coming to you, since you tried to dodge the question of the relevance of CFSs. No, let me complete. What I'm trying to say is that the question is real. That even when you say, I mean, the merit of your point is not lost when you say it may not necessarily be a bad thing to have a few more days here, and if it takes a little more time. But with this whole understanding of DPD-DP and government's work, as per the written word. So each contextual reality may not get into the whole context. So I mean, into the actual reading of it. So what I'm trying to say is that while we know that CFSs will have some role, probably what is being discussed is that if DPD, DPE, by whatever we can see, let's say CPP trying to be a real answer where almost 100% exports then or come to the CPP. So obviously they are not going to go to CFSs, right? Similarly on the import side, when we do that, so you probably still have to come out with some model so that you will remain, he says, relevant, I'm saying, but also economically profitable, right? So what exactly, I mean, I have been listening to some of your community people on this, but let's hear it on this platform. Yeah.
One is, of course, all cargo cannot possibly move to the parking plaza. The nature of certain business is that accumulation has to be done from various places. So that business will always be there. But on the other aspect,
that percentage is very small.
Yes. I think it's about 30 to 70 now. Yeah, 35%. The other is, we have already requested the government to allow us to do activities which are presently not within the framework. We are telling the government, asking the government that how are we different in terms of security or anything, other than free trade zones? Not maybe SEZ, but the free trade warehousing zones. Why do we need 100 and 150 acres? Once you go into 150 acres, the cost factor becomes so high that it doesn't become viable. Why don't you allow us to operate at least a certain section of it as a free trade zone? Why don't you allow us to operate it as a domestic, certain part of it, to allow us to handle domestic cargo? In fact, we have made presentations to the government wherein we have made smart yards, electronically controlled, where the domestic cargo is separated from the notified cargo, and so that they can be handled in one infrastructure at all. So we have made all those presentations so that anybody coming all over the country, the cargo can be accumulated and handled. Exports can go to exports. Imports can go to the hinterland, and other domestic cargo can also be handled. So we create the scale of economics, or economics of scale, I should say. So these are the things which we have said that allow us to do more, allow us to do packaging, repackaging, and all that sort of activities, which can be allowed in the free trade warehousing zones. Maybe, in fact, my personal thing is that we should be allowed to, even a section of it is treated as a foreign zone, so that from there the goods can be either re-exported or imported into the country on payment and of duty. So these are the things we have put forward to the government. So our scale of activities increase.
Thank you. I don't know whether there are other questions, but only from our friend from Portal, I think you must talk about some timelines on NLP Marine, which again he dodged your question,
No, so let me answer, sir.
Yeah.
NLP Marine, there were 6 iterations. The last of the iterations is being demonstrated this week, and then we are ready to release. Beta testing and all is done. So then the application is ready for release. So whenever we are all ready.
I hope we stick to this.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So if I can just try and touch base on the point which Kulkarni Saab raised. Sir, I think, let me paraphrase the point which he was raising. The difference is that in India, sir, PCS is not mandated. So there are private ports who don't use the PCS. It is not mandated, unlike an ice gate system. Now, if it was mandated, it would probably be more used. So I think that's what the difference is between ice gate and PCS. That's a small point.
That's also a problem is that in certain countries you have got countrywide PCS. In India, some small ports, in government ports basically, they're trying to implement PCS for themselves. I will not take the name. But then, as I rightly said, my comment was like this. I ended like this, saying that the mandate for integrating all these things under PCS has to come from the top. Somewhere here I find when I compare PCS systems of other countries, when I studied the case papers, I find that here national logistic portal is going to take over the role of the PCS somewhere. Somewhere I am finding that Commerce Ministry's work is going to replace the shipping, port community systems work to some extent. Still the things are yet to take the shape finally, but whenever I study the PCS in other countries and compare with our version, PCS 2.0 vis-a-vis IceGate, vis-a-vis National Logistic Portal, and I had a lot of discussion with Portal also. I called these officers to our office just to understand how the things are happening, what customs can do going forward in the National Logistic Portal. And also we wanted to understand PCS basically, because in the department we are quite curious about PCS, which is operational and successful system all over the world.
Any more questions? No. So now, as the discussion goes, the most important factor or the most important relevant thing which we all must do is the use of technology in our processes so that we can achieve the goal of saving cost and time, and the ease of doing is possible. I thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much.
With this, may I request Shri Unmesh Sharad ji to please present mementos to all our panelists. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, everybody. They've given us their time and their knowledge. And may I request Shri Sanjay Sethi ji to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to our convener. Can you have a huge round of applause for Shri Unmesh Sharad ji? May I request everybody to quickly stand for a photo op? Can you have a huge round of applause for the entire team? All right, with this, let's race ahead to the final panel discussion of the day. They say data is the new currency. They say data is the new science. Without data, you are like having a blindfold in the middle of a freeway. So the topic we take up is data management, analytics, and utilization. Let's welcome our convener for this session, Mr. Dhruv Kotak, MD, JM Baxi Group. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Okay, so I think everybody is looking forward to a break at this point of time. We'll take a quick 10 to 15 minutes break as cited in the itinerary. So break for tea, a little networking here and there, and we'll be back in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Kotak for the session.
I think warm welcome to everyone for this honestly very exciting panel discussion. I had a interaction last week with Chairman JNPT, and he said, Dhruv, this is a panel which you need to be a part of. I said, sir, you don't need to tell me. This is something which is so close to my heart as a subject. Because I think a lot of people, sir, I don't know if maybe the panelists are aware or not aware, but JM Bakshi actually has, as an organization, we are super excited with big data. And when I heard what was being put together for this panel discussion, I think I was the most excited. I was like, frankly, a young boy in a, for me at least, like a candy store, because I get to learn so much about a subject which I think is equally critical in terms of logistics, in terms of achieving the efficiency. In the end of the day, logistics actually, at the background of it, deals with a huge degree of data. So data actually is that raw ingredient, which like any other piece, whether it's physical infrastructure, whether it's the utilities like rail, road, I think this is a utility as well. Data is a very critical element of the entire transportation grid. And I would say when I look at the entire vision of the PM Gati Shakti plan, I think data has a huge role to play. Because if you don't have the ability to actually interconnect and connect with the different silos and the different parts of it, I think it's impossible for a seamless solution to get created, and that's the only way cost can come down. So I think just on that tune, I will not take more time, because I think we would all probably want to listen to the various eminent speakers on the dais today. So maybe what I would request today is that if we can break this down into, probably I'd like to have the ability to ask some questions and receive views from the different panelists. So I think maybe just straight away I've got a question which I have for Mr. Barua. How do we ensure that data standardization is taken care of, and if there's interlinking with global platforms, just from a customs perspective, how do we do it? So, sir, sorry, I know you're covering for sir, but this is the question that I had for Barua sir. But if, sir, from a data standardization perspective, not just, I'm saying here locally in India, but just globally, how do we ensure that from a WCO perspective, from standards and rules perspectives, how do we ensure that data standardization on a global level is achieved to ensure efficiency of trades? And what are the steps globally from the customs that we see actually happening for data integration on a global level?
I will say that custom is one of the department which has started the digitalization process in a very early stage. In 2005, we started the digital process of the custom. From there, we have come very forward, and now we are paperless, faceless assessment we are doing. Within these periods, we have collected a large amount of data. These data are, this is a very huge data, which are being used for further analysis and putting into the place where it can be utilized by the other players also. This data is very accurate, and standards are very high in this quality of data terms. Integration of data is very important, so that all the stakeholders can be part of this, and they can also benefit of this data bank. DG systems, if you see if I can give you a glimpse of those, how the DG systems is organized. Organizational structure is, there are few verticals which collect the data. There runs the application of the operation applications. Like ICS is there, GST is there, ECC is there. They collect the data of the import and export, manufacturing, GST, this. And there are other verticals who warehouse the data. And there is another sector which analyze this data, another verticals. And there is one vertical which communicate with the other stakeholders, that is IGST.
So may I, maybe just to add on as a question specifically, how do you see customs playing a greater role also in terms of global integration, in terms of with other customs in other parts of the world, with advanced information that you may need in forms of manifests, so that customs again creates a greater, greater integration with global stakeholders. Sir, is there anything with customs that you see in that direction, where customs is trying to create greater integration, greater data flow with global players?
So this data integration across the borders between various government, among the various government agencies, that need is already identified by the World Customs Organization. For movement of any cargo across the global supply chain in the process of import or export, for somebody it is import, for somebody it is export, nearly 300 data points are already identified. So now the challenge is how various national tax administration work on those 3 data points, capture those data points and exchange the data points. Now out of the 6 tools identified for coordinated border management in this WCS 2021 program after pandemic, one of the tools identified is government-to-government exchange of the data. For example, instead of sending the bill of lading in a physical form, paper form, why not have electronic form? Before the ship sails from Dubai to Mumbai, why not that data immediately transfers and is given to the another customs administration? So the custom administrations across the globe, across the various countries, start interacting with each other on the same data points without sacrificing security and integrity of the data from the stakeholders' point of view, and then the global supply chains become smooth from the customs compliance point of view. This is already identified, and one of the tools is government-to-government interaction. So now we have to make it as a national priority, so we have to work on that. And then we have certain commitments to the World Customs Organization that we will accept those tools. Like time release study is one of the tools suggested by the World Customs Organization. We have accepted that. World Customs Organization said that business to government to business interaction should go up. So AO program is demonstration of that. Authorized economic operator, this kind of program in a different names is implemented across the globe, where it gives some sort of confidence to the stakeholders across the globe. For example, somebody from Australia sending goods here, and suppose he is a AO certified person there as an exporter, I am guaranteed that I am purchaser here, I am importer, I get a guarantee that he is accepting minimum standards of compliance and which are in interest of both of us. So there is the government to government interchange, which is already at the forefront, and perhaps all the governments have to work to accept the standardization of data for the global supply chain and share on real-time basis with across the different customs organizations.
Because sir, the reason I was pushing for that, and I fully agree, I think the reason I asked that question, because sir, if you look at it very fundamentally, so there are 2 ways that Fssi, and here I'm talking about customs as an end user. In the end of the day, sir, 2 parts which can make data probably a tool for even assessment, even appraisals. I think in the end of the day, if you've got big data to play with this government basically standardized data across both sets, automatically, sir, a system can end up throwing up a lot more integration, sir, with IGST, with income tax, with others. The data points available then to our officers.
I'll give you a practical example. Country of origin certificate. Now we have got free trade agreements with multiple countries.
Yes.
We are sending the papers. Papers are coming from Malaysia, and we are checking here what is the value, regional value added content, and whether it is acceptable beyond acceptable limits or not. We want to stop that business. Let us make it electronically. So free trade agreement is signed between 2 countries or multiple countries, and the data is transmitted electronically online real-time basis. So the compliance cost for the importer or exporter in submitting those papers and getting approval and getting claiming exemptions, that process becomes very, very simple.
Very true. Very true. Thank you, sir. I think, sir, my next question actually is for Manoranjan Gupta.
Yep.
I think the question really is that, I mean, you've seen it when you were implementing the, whether it's the air community system or the port community system. What are, I would say, some of the challenges that you believe exist for, one is putting together a system. Now, a system is, in the end of the day, just bits and algorithms which are put into place. But I think realistically, it's also about, I mean, you can have the best system in place, but if nobody uses it, nobody follows it, that system actually means nothing. Now, the challenge is that what are the challenges you have seen as someone who's implemented it, working along with government for actually mandating things with regards to, a system being mandated for usage by stakeholders?
Yeah, thanks for putting this to me. In fact, the last session I was quite impressed by Kulkarni ji and also the Deputy Chairman JNPA debating on the mandate of the data and the data exchange between IceGate and PCS. One of the reasons where people say, PCS is being used at a nominal level or at a level where it's just about major ports being there is the mandate of the data or mandate of PCS, not from the government's point of view, but what's the penal action if somebody doesn't use it? There's no penal action, and penal action doesn't only come from having a monetary penal, but it could always happen. As simple as that, IceGate could say that if a vessel is not declared on PCS, they will not accept it on IceGate. That's it. And all that. You will see all the non-major ports coming on board. You will see all the terminals start filing their data, right, through PCS. Now, that's the simplest way of coming. And that's the simplest way of taking the data. Having worked on air cargo, I was one of the key on having the first air cargo of India being implemented as uplift. And moving on from there to PCS and now to NLP. I'm heading that as a process. Data not only from the trades point of view, but the success of PCS and success of NLP more than PCS would be data also from the service provider's point of view. That has to come on board. And sir, the mandate, not only from the IPS perspective, if IPA is not a statutory body or is it a consortium of all the ports, it's basically backed by MOPSW, right? And a mandate should come with a blessing of IceGate, with the blessing of the trade, to say that yes, we would not accept data in any of the third-party system or any of the government system if it doesn't flow through PCS. And that will bring about IceGate and PCS integration and the data mandate on PCS. That's something which I would say. Data, as we are here now, I have people from FOIS. PCS and NLP is integrated in a big way with FOIS. FOIS wants some data. We just got a request from ULIP for a certain data from CFS and ICT. Now that data, NLP or a PCS can only provide if it comes from the trade to PCS or NLP. And that can come not only just the normal mandate, but also certain penal clauses or certain penal actions to be taken if the data is not furnished on a platform like PCS, which is supposed to be the basic or the base platform for the trade.
I think just, so while I understand that from MOPSW, there is still work to be done in terms of probably achieving more stakeholder participation.
Yeah.
But I think one of the most successful platforms is frankly the railways and FOIS, where you actually have, whether it's mandate or whether it's just usage. So may I, I think that's a really successful platform today, again, controlled by the government, where there is a lot of stakeholder participation, frankly mandated. I don't think the railways will work with you if you don't work through FOIS. So may I probably seek your views in terms of, because I think we would all like to know, I think there are a lot of people here also from the shipping side, of how a successful mandate and how railways has actually managed to do this.
Thanks for calling me, sir. Good evening all. Sir, actually, FOIS Freight Information Operating System, sir. All freight related information is getted on this site, sir. And we are managing this by putting this terminal to the sidings and ports. We are installing this FOIS system, which is run on the FOIS network only. But n number of reports, 5,000 customer report we can view through the net also, sir. And all the stakeholder, if a person who doesn't know anything about it, now we have prepared one dashboard also. By going to the FOIS homepage, you just go there. If you choose a terminal where you wanted to go, what commodity you are having, what type of wagons you required, what we are expecting time, what fare will be charges, all the rough ideas have been put up on the dashboard itself. It's a web-based and the application is designed on EXE basis and it is now integrated with CO and all these terms also. So it is one of the bestest application which has developed by Chris and run all over Indian Railways, and all our officers, even stakeholders are mandated on these reports only. All decision making, all performance making, all the outputs are coming through voice reports only, sir. That is one of the greatest achievement of my railway, sir.
Thank you. I hope we can, sir, Siri Sab, I hope we can see that probably with the NLP and the PCS as well. And I think again, sir, maybe I'm also a representative of the trade. And I think, sir, probably it really has got to do with mandate. I think the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, sir, should look at additional mandating of some of these tools, because in the end of the day, sir, unless data doesn't form a, is not there in single, if it's there in continuously in multiple silos, I think the struggle that we will end up having, sir, is that you will never be able to create a single sort of truth coming out of it. So this is the only thing, sir, I would, probably again highlight and think that, sir, we can build all the technology in the world, but sir, unless it doesn't have people wanting to use it, because everyone will end up having their own strategies otherwise, and may not necessarily help meeting the objective of removing silos, and that will still continue, sir. So that's my only, sir, one submission, since, sir, we have you here. I think my next question is actually for Mr. Joshi, Dr. Joshi. So this is, I think, a very, very important and critical point, and I'd love to know more about data security, because again, as an organization, in fact, sir, I had learned just last week what you all do as an organization, how critical those data points are. But sir, my question really more is around data security, in terms of areas around encryption, areas around transfer of data, the quality of data. How do we make sure that the sanctity of data, the security of data, transfer of data, how do you all as an organization view it, and what would be?
Thank you very much. Actually, in fact, I wanted to give a flavor of what data set is available for Maharashtra, because this conference is being organized in Maharashtra. And state center, basically, we are into generation of GIS database, Geographical Information System database, which is basically the core of the Gati Shakti. Because, so what kind of database are available for Maharashtra, and how it is already being used by JNPA for Bombay Port Trust, and other organizations are also already using the data. And they have the geo portals and everything is there in place. In fact, I will not break the chain, otherwise I'd have PPT also, presentation also.
We can show it, sir.
Just because seeing the GIS data gives a feel that how, yeah, okay.
Sir, I think it will be very valuable, sir, for all of us too.
So basically, I will be speaking on GIS data management and utilization. And this is the Maharashtra Remote Sensing Center is established by Department of Planning, Government of Maharashtra. And we are already part of the Gati Shakti program of Government of Maharashtra. And MRSAC has been made as a nodal agency for implementation of PM Gati Shakti in Maharashtra. And just to share with you that already the port authorities in Maharashtra are very sensitive about that how they can use the technology. Already we have carried out the projects from 2014 onwards itself for Mumbai Port Authority, then JNPA, then CITCO, and Maharashtra Maritime Board. And apart from that, we have, because being a state center, we have huge repository of remote sensing data and GIS data, which I will just touch. And because the Gati Shakti program requires basically decision support systems, because for every department that how they will make the any kind of observation or any kind of permission they had to give, any kind of approval they had to give, how it can be done, because being in Maharashtra, we have been carrying out a lot of projects for different departments. So in a nutshell, I will just list out some of the decision support systems what we have developed in Maharashtra. This is just quickly, I will just go through. This is a mapping of the Port Trust, Mumbai Port Trust, which was done and we had done even the change detection studies. So from 2004 to 2014, whatever changes have come, like railhead has come, some new blocks have been removed. So this is basically change detection, even because we have even the geo-reference cadastral maps, property maps, everything for the entire area. So we could even see that how the land has been encroached also. So for encroachment of the land also, because you can see the multiple images starting from 2000 to 2014, that how the slums have encroached into the port land. So that also has been detected. And the Mumbai Port Trust has their own geo portal already. We developed initially for them, and then it was handed over to portal. The entire portal is being managed by the Mumbai Port Trust. And these are some of the pictures of the portal. And you can get the very detail for each unit on 1:1000 scale. All the detailed maps are available online for everyone who has the access to the Mumbai Port Trust website. And these are the, because it was the first study we did carried out in Maharashtra for Mumbai Port Trust, these are the highlights. I will not get into details. And this is basically, the very sensitive issues, basically mangrove mapping, or when we call land use land cover mapping. So here, from 2000 to 2014, we have carried out the multi-temporal satellite data study to see that how the mangroves has changed over the period. So it shows that the mangroves have improved in the area of JNPT earlier, now it is JNPA. So this is being done on 1:50,000 scale. And recently we have carried out another project, basically GIS mapping, so that the mangroves, what is mapped, can be handed over to the forest department. These are the maps we have created. Basically, the entire study is being done on 1:4000 scale using 50 centimeter satellite data. And all the cadastral maps, all the village maps up to the khasra level have been geo-referenced and mosaic together. So we know that that land belongs to which village and which parcel. And these are the field photographs showing the dense mangrove, open mangroves. And these are the final outputs where it shows that where the dense mangroves are, open mangroves are, so that this can be handed over to the forest department. And now we are working on the web portal of JNPA. And this is just one clip of the portal and some of the outputs of that on their web portal, which will be available to the authorities in JNPA. So all these maps are on 1:4000 scale, 5000 scale have been generated, and this is the final report which is being submitted. And another dimension of when we call the geospatial data is basically today we have the drone data. So for many of the areas, when you want to have a very high accurate information up to centimeter level, so we have carried out some of the projects. I am just showing Sitco because this is also near the coast in the creek area. And here you can see that these are the areas of Sitco where the different nodes are there. So using drone data, which has the accuracy of something like 3 centimeter to 5 centimeter, we had done the mapping. Because when you want to plan or implement any action at field level, you need this kind of information. So these are the land use, land cover maps created for Sitco. And this is the very, I will say, a standard geo database, so that you can do all kinds of query, analytics and all, you can run very precisely to get the information, like Chatursima maps you can derive from this. So these are some of the examples what we have done for Sitco using drone data. And here you can get the height information also almost like a 2.5 centimeter or 5 centimeter accurate DM, what you call digital elevation model, which is required for the flat areas, particularly flat areas which are near the coast. And these are the kinds of maps can be generated on 1:1000 scale for all the planning needs.
And also we had developed a website for coastal management information system. This was basically for Maritime Board. It was done during 2014-15. And all the information, particularly along the coast of Maharashtra, has been put into a GIS database. So this is their portal, shows the location of jetties, boats, everything is mapped and is there in their web portal. These are the different maps which are available. So it's all available on 1 to 10,000 scale on their portal. So it's a very, in fact, there were some mobile apps were also developed, which were having all the things like what time the ferry will come, what will the fare and all. And real time you can monitor on your WhatsApp where the ferry is. So to that extent, the mobile app was developed. Somehow in between, the portal did not continue. So now again they are trying to revive it. Apart from this, because you know in the PM Gati Shakti, there are some mandatory database which needs to be included or which needs to be ported onto BISAC portal. So this is the list of database which are available for the Maharashtra. And apart from the mandatory fields, MRSAC has a lot of other data which is basically shown. Some 48 layers are there, which are there available with MRSAC, generated on different scales, which will be readily available for PM Gati Shakti, which will be later on hosting it to the BISAC portal. And there are many mobile applications we have developed for different departments in Maharashtra, like water resources, forest, infrastructure, agriculture. Most of the mission projects in Maharashtra, what we are carrying out is starting with agriculture to infrastructure, water resources. Everywhere you have the mobile application where using a mobile, the person goes to the field, collects the data, sends the data in a formatted manner, and it comes to the server. And then on the server, analytics is done and the output is generated. And after report is generated, it is submitted to the competent authority depending upon whatever hierarchy is decided. So starting with the field report, you can have it even up to district, division, even the state. And then we have different decision support systems which are being made for different, like Jal Shuk Shivar, you all may be knowing in Maharashtra, and for groundwater, for rainfall. These are the routine DSS which are being used by the respective departments in Government of Maharashtra. These are not really open to the public because there is no policy in place to really enable this information to the public, but it's all available for different departments to use this information. So this is in brief the data available with MRSAC, and thank you for giving the opportunity because I have broken the chain and then presented something. But definitely when, as the convener rightly asked, security of the data, because whenever we talk about the GIS data is very important, and particularly the coastal areas, because of course there were a lot of restrictions earlier that coastal data was not really supposed to be handled by anyone and everyone. But of course there are some reforms now, so even the coastal data is also available. But definitely when we host anything on the portal, we ensure that all the firewalls and our programs, the software, everything is updated so that there should not be any virus attack. So, and regularly, auditing is done, security audit is done to ensure that what's the level of, if any exigency or anything is there, up to what level it can really damage the website or whether it can really. So there are different, should say, stages. So it shows that what is the criticality of that particular application, whether it can really affect the data, whether it can affect the application. So based on the audit report, steps are taken because it's a continuous process. Security is not just one-time effort because the new, should say, programs or new viruses will be floating, which will try to attack the servers and websites. So this regular auditing ensures that certain certifications are also done so that it ensures that everything is in place and anything is pointed out, immediately it is attended to. Generally it happens when we have the programmers have the very typical habit of using the old, open tools which are not updated, which does not go with the operating system. So that kind of issues will come that will only result into the security problem. So if those plug holes, if those holes are plugged, then most probably there is not much issue of the security. And There are two things. For many things, we use the CORS packages, readily available packages like for GIS, which we used for hosting the data on the Geo portal. And then there are some mobile apps we develop ourselves. So we take the care of the security at the mobile level as well as at the website or Geo portal level to ensure that there is no, right now we are safe in the sense that it is not really open to the public as such. Most probably tomorrow if it is open to the public, we'll have many more challenges to really face. So this is the nutshell. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, sir, it's good to know that at least the single source of truth data sets are safe and secure. And frankly, sir, super interesting. I think at least people from the private sector, we get to see, how data is being mapped, how planning takes place. I think this will be a huge, an important data set for the entire PM Gati Shakti program. And I think, sir, it was just very, very interesting to get that perspective. Thank you so much. I think, please.
सर नमस्कार. जो सर ने अभी बताया जोशी साहब ने कि ऑलरेडी काफ़ी सारा डेटा अवेलेबल है और ये सर MRSEC महाराष्ट्र स्टेट रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर है. ऐसे हर एक स्टेट में अपने अपने खुद के रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर है और बहुत सारा इस तरह का बहुत रीच डेटा अवेलेबल है. लेकिन बात ये आ रही है सर कि PM गति शक्ति में इसको वही चीज़ जो अभी डिस्कशन हो रही है कि साइलोज वाली, तो अभी गवर्नमेंट ने डिसाइड किया है कि कुछ मैंडेटरी लेयर बनाया है सर. अभी राइट नाउ सर ने जैसे एक्सप्लेन किया 35 to 40 लेयर्स राइट नाउ उसको ऑनबोर्ड कराने हैं PM गति शक्ति पे. सर वो डेटा में सभी लोग डेटा अपलोड भी करा रहे हैं. बात यह आती है पहला क्वेश्चन, ये डेटा सर ने तो बहुत एक्यूरेसी से ड्रोन से सैटेलाइट इमेज से हमने भी वही करते हैं क्योंकि वो भी रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर है, हम लोग भी रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर. तो क्वेश्चन ये है वो मेक श्योर जो कंसर्न गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है वो ऑथेंटिकेट और वैलिडेट करे, देन एंड देन वो अपलोड होता है PM गति शक्ति पे. दूसरी चीज सर जो सिक्योरिटी का क्वेश्चन किया था आपने, तो राइट नाउ सर जैसे हर एक स्टेट से भी अलग अलग लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, तो 600 लेयर्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री डिफरेंट स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरी के हैं और 900 मोर देन 900 लेयर्स PM गति शक्ति पोर्टल पे मिनिस्ट्री के हैं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के. तो टोटल 1500 लेयर्स सर अभी राइट नाउ आ चुके हैं. उसका मेघरज का क्लाउड है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, माइटी के ऊपर क्लाउड पे उसको ऑनबोर्ड कराया गया है. और डिफेंस के सर हम लोग का एक एक्सपीरियंस रहा है 80 प्रोजेक्ट्स, मोर देन 80 प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग डिफेंस के करते हैं. तो उसमें आर्मी साइबर सिक्योरिटी ग्रुप उसको वैलिड करता है, अप्रूव करता है, देन एंड देन वो अप्रूव होता है, मतलब आगे जाता है. तो उस लेवल की हाईएस्ट सिक्योरिटी PM गति शक्ति पे भी हमने रखी है ताकि एक लोड बैलेंसिंग भी रहे, सिक्योर भी रहे, क्रेडेंशियल यूजर नेम पासवर्ड भी रहे और उसके ऊपर अटैक न हो, इस तरह की मैकेनिज्म रहे. क्योंकि राइट नाउ सर G2G चल रहा है, लेकिन इन फ्यूचर थोड़े ही टाइम में अभी इसको पॉलिसी बन रही है, पब्लिक के लिए भी ये ओपन होने वाला है. क्योंकि पब्लिक को जब तक फायदा नहीं है, कि इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को फायदा नहीं है, तब तक इसका कोई मतलब भी नहीं है सर. तो थैंक यू सर.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. I think the next question really is, sir, actually, if you don't mind, I'd like to open this up for all the panelists here. It's a question which really talks about the crux of whether it's a port community system, sir, or whether it's the overall plan of PM Gati Shakti ULIP. When I look at FOIS, I think the question here really is that today, sir, standardization, because without standardization in different places, and here, sir, even more complicated, because eventually we're talking about ULIP and being, a single platform for logistics across the country, dealing with so many different, so whether it's the customs, whether it's Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, or whether it's Ministry of Roads, whether it's NHAI, any of the things. Sir, standardization of data, how and what do you think is being done? What are those standards that are being set and established, maybe at a central government level, and then, or maybe at a planning level, and then maybe what needs to be done with regards to standardization to ensure that data integration is smooth, data integrity also is intact. What are some of the high-level thoughts, sir? Maybe here what I would request is maybe we can start, sir, from Patel sir, maybe from your end, if you can tell us what is being thought of. And then we can, move across the other panels.
सर ये जब गति शक्ति स्टार्ट हुई थी तो एक एक्सपीरियंस रहा है सर, हम लोग शुरू से इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। और सबसे पहली चीज सर, सभी स्टेट्स के ऑफिशियल्स आते थे और पूछते थे कि भाई हमें ये डेटा देना है, डेटा क्या देना है? पहला क्वेश्चन, क्या देना है डेटा में? पोर्ट लिमिट में कोई पोर्ट लिमिट की बात करता है तो उसमें डेटा क्या आना चाहिए, सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन। तो सर ये पूरा पीएम गति शक्ति का जो प्रोग्राम है उसमें डेटा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के इसलिए वो यूजर ओरिएंटेड हो गया है क्योंकि यूजर को क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है। यूजर चाहेगा कि मुझे इसमें 4 पैरामीटर या 4 फील्ड की जरूरत है तो उतने ही देंगे वो। अगर इसमें जरूरत है 25 पैरामीटर की, इससे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट की बात करता हूं कि जोशी साहब ने बहुत अच्छा आपके डिपार्टमेंट का डेटा है, हो सकता है उनके साथ 25 पैरामीटर है, लॉट्स ऑफ पैरामीटर, लेकिन कोई और डिपार्टमेंट है, से फॉर एग्जांपल गुजरात गवर्नमेंट, उनका भी पोर्ट का डेटा होगा, वो हो सकता है कि 18 होगा। आपस में मैच नहीं है, मिसमैच है डेफिनेटली सर। पहले तो इसको एक स्टैंडर्डाइज करो, एक लेवल पे लाओ। तो अभी ये जो पूरी प्रोसेस है उसमें एक चीज ध्यान रखी गई है सर, वेदर वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ओरिएंटेड डेटा हो, नेशनल हाईवे का हो, रेलवे का हो। जैसे रेलवे का सर बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल दिया है उन्होंने क्रिश का। क्रिश इज द वन ऑफ द बेस्ट सिस्टम ऑफ रेलवे के लिए है सर, उसका एक बार स्टडी भी करिएगा आप लोग। क्या वो पीएम गति शक्ति के साथ जोड़ने के लिए बोल दिया है उन्होंने, क्योंकि कुछ चीजें ऐसी है जो जरूरत पड़ रही है वो जियोस्पाशियल नहीं है। अब जियोस्पाशियल क्वेरी के साथ वो इंफॉर्मेशन का समन्वय हो जाए तो सर उसकी ब्यूटी ही अलग है, डिसीजन ऑल टुगेदर डिफरेंट आ जाता है। तो वो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन ऐसा नहीं रखा है सर इसमें कि कोई एक्स मैडम ने दे दिया कि मेरे 4 पैरामीटर ले लो और सभी स्टेट्स को हमने 4 पैरामीटर दे दिए। नो, जिनके यूजर जो डिपार्टमेंट के हैं, हाँ एक फील्ड कॉमन होना चाहिए ताकि उसमें से क्वेरी और लुकअप टेबल, जो आजकल सर जीआईएस में हम लोग लुकअप टेबल बोलते हैं, एआई और एमएल बोलो, जो भी बोलो आप, तो उससे वो डेटा एक्सट्रैक्ट करे और रिट्राइव करे और डिस्प्ले करे। तो सबसे पहली चीज डेटा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन चाहिए कंपलसरी। आज के युग में डेटा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की बहुत बात है, लेकिन डेटा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन एक एक्स लेवल पे, क्योंकि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन कर दिया तो इसका मतलब आपने सामने वाले को बता दिया कि इतना ही चाहिए, इससे ज्यादा नहीं। आप कौन होते हो बताने वाले सामने वाले को कि मुझे इतना चाहिए? ये कंसेप्ट ही अलग है सर गति शक्ति का। इसीलिए पूरे वर्ल्ड में इतने बड़े लेवल पे पीएम गति शक्ति का कंसेप्ट कोई जगह नहीं है सर, नो वन। एक स्टडी किया गया था, सागर सर है मेरे साथ में, डीपीआईटी के सेक्रेटरी सर, और पूरी टीम गई थी जर्मनी सर। वो फील्ड में विजिट करके आए थे वहां, उन्होंने दूसरे दिन शाम को बोला कि ये टूल वहां हमें दिखाया गया था, उससे 10 टाइम्स मोर हमने विद इन 2 डेज जनरेट करके दे दिया था। और ये चीज ऐसी नहीं है सर, जैसे अभी डिस्कशन हो रहा है पैनल में, किसी यूजर को एक नया इनोवेटिव आइडिया आया, जैसे सर बैठे हैं रेलवे के सर, उनको एक आइडिया आया कि गति शक्ति में डीपीआर अपकमिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स तो है, लेकिन इसकी मॉनिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म क्या है सर? तो मॉनिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म के लिए क्या हमें रेलवे के जितने पर्सपेक्टिव पैरामीटर को फिक्स कर देना है? नो, नेशनल हाईवे के अलग होंगे, रेलवे के अलग होंगे, अलग अलग आपके पोर्ट के अलग अलग होंगे सर। तो हर एक के पैरामीटर का एक मास्टर टेबल बनेगा, उसमें से वो रिट्राइव करेगा और सिस्टम सर आपको एनालिटिक्स करके देगा। सर दूसरी चीज, ये मौका मिला है तो सर मैं बताऊंगा, क्योंकि टॉपिक एक लिखा है यूटिलाइजेशन। सर लेयर तो बहुत आ गए, 1500 से मोर देन लेयर, इसलिए सर कभी भी फोरम में अब हम लेयर की बात नहीं करते हैं। लेयर हर एक के पास है सर। सरकार में कोई जगह ऐसी नहीं है जहां डेटा नहीं है। आप कहीं ना कहीं निकालोगे तो डेटा 100% डेटा मिलेगा आपको। हो सकता है उनके पास कोऑर्डिनेट नहीं है, आप मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बना के दे दो, वो कोऑर्डिनेट 1 दिन में दे देगा। कोई भी डेटा नहीं है ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं है सर। लेकिन क्या इसकी एप्लीकेशन क्या होगी, उसका यूटिलाइजेशन कैसे होगा? उसके लिए इंफॉर्मेशन जो एक्सेल में और टेबल में थी सर, उसको हमने कन्वर्ट कर दिया है जियोस्पाशियल में, और उसको जियोस्पाशियल क्वेरी से डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम बना के दिया है, और वो भी यूजर फ्रेंडली वे में। ये सर सिस्टम है गति शक्ति का। तो डेटाबेस और एनालिटिक्स की ये बात है सर। थैंक यू सर। सर आप कुछ कहना चाहोगे?
I would like to just add, as Dr. Patel has rightly said, कि PM गति शक्ति is quite an open-ended thing, that there are no restrictions कि data standard क्या होना चाहिए, क्या नहीं होना चाहिए. But just because there are people who may not be very familiar with the GIS, कि जो भी कोई database बनता है तो उसका एक्यूरेसी होता है कि भाई आप इस स्केल में क्या एक्यूरेसी रहेगी, वो डिसाइड होता है। जैसे आपने बताया कि PWD रोड्स होता है उनका, तो रोड का जो मैपिंग होता है वनेस के वो फील्ड में जाके मेजरमेंट्स ले सकते हैं, लेकिन सैटेलाइट डेटा से जैसे 50 सेंटीमीटर का डेटा होता है, 30 सेंटीमीटर का डेटा होता है, जब उसमें हम मार्क करते हैं तो उसमें एक एक्यूरेसी रहती है कि ये जो फीचर अपन ने मार्क किया इसकी एक्यूरेसी फील्ड में क्या रहेगी। बिकॉज फाइनली आवर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू डिसाइड ऑन कि जो भी रोड लेयर है, जो भी स्ट्रक्चर लेयर है, लाइक रेलवेज है, वाटरवेज है, दे शुड बी एज एक्यूरेट एज पॉसिबल। अदरवाइज क्या होगा, हम लोगों ने कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिसाइड किया है कि रोड के इस साइड होना चाहिए, वो दूसरी साइड आ जाएगा। सो दिस काइंड ऑफ इनएक्यूरेसीज शुड नॉट बी देयर इन द डेटाबेस। तो इसीलिए वी इंश्योर कि जो भी डेटा हमने बनाया है इट इज़ वैलिडेटेड बाय द डिपार्टमेंट। PWD के जो डेटा बनाया है, दे विल से यस दिस इज आवर डेटा, वी विल ओनली give them a tool of remote sensing GIS, but finally it is their data. So for example, in Maharashtra, for each kilometer wise, segment wise, they will have the segment of the road. Like अपन लोग न्यूज़पेपर में देखते हैं ना कि वो लैंड एक्वायर करना है from this kilometer to this kilometer, which goes from these parcels and all. So basically the entire database is divided into so many segments very precisely. So more accurate is the data, our decisions will be more accurate. So इसलिए one is के once it goes to PM गति शक्ति is fine, लेकिन जो individual department का जो day to day working जो होता है that is based on that data. क्योंकि वो जो segment of the road बोला है कि 10 किलोमीटर जो है starting from 110 to 120 जो है ये इस कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दिया है, for this work it is given so much money is given, for on this date the work is started, this work is completed on this date. Then photographs are taken from the field. So all that metadata goes into the database, which ensures that person sitting in the headquarters or maybe at the state level, he will be able to see all that information. So it brings a total transparency, but the data has to be that accurate. So that is what is the essential component of this PM Gati Shakti program. Otherwise, what will happen is once we decide something based on the map given by a state, and when we go there for implementation, we will find there can be some variation. So you cannot go back again and say, I will generate a new map, because that will take again time. So that's why he emphasized very important thing is, whatever maps are being hosted on PM Gati Shakti, they should be updated. They should be as on date. So that's what I just wanted to add. Yeah.
सर अभी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन आपने कहा कि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन किया तो एक लिमिट हो जाता है, लेकिन ये बात करेक्ट है सर, लेकिन वहाँ पे एक मॉडिफाई करना चाहता हूँ कि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन होना भी ज़रूरी है। अगर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन नहीं करते तो अनवांटेड डेटा आ जाता है सर। अगर हम लोग उसको स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन फॉर्मेट में करते हैं ना सर, तो इनपुट वी कैन गेट इन स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट, तो n नंबर ऑफ रिपोर्ट्स कैन बी डेवलप एंड इन फॉर्म ऑफ क्वेरीज ऑल्सो। ऐसा नहीं कि स्टैटिक्स रिपोर्ट दिया जाए, एक वेब रिपोर्ट में आप पर क्वेरी दिया जाए कि कस्टमर्स जो चाहते हैं कि स्टैटिक रिपोर्ट ना के वो क्वेरी, सपोज ही वांट टू सी द JNPT इनकमिंग रेक्स, तो इन दैट फिल्टर इफ यू पुट ए JNPT नंबर ऑफ इनकमिंग रेक्स एज वेल एज आउटगोइंग रेक्स, वो वहाँ पे इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी। तो वो क्वेरीज फॉर्मेट में भी हमने वॉइस में लिया है, ताकि हाँ कि कोई स्टैटिक रिपोर्ट देके वो n नंबर ऑफ रिपोर्ट देके सर JNPT वाला चाहता है, एंड इफ यू गेट ए TVSG एंड RCF डेटा दैट डजंट मीन इट आउट। तो वहाँ पे हमने क्वेरीज फायर आउट किया है, तो कस्टमर इटसेल्फ क्वेरीज सेलेक्ट करेगा और जो डेटा उसको चाहिए इन विच फॉर्मेट ही कैन एक्सेस दैट डेटा। वो एक बड़ी है सर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, क्योंकि सिस्टम को डेटा आपने कहा सर कि सर इफ यू हैंडलिंग 40,000 ऑफ लोकोज एंड 3,500 फ्रेट ट्रेन्स रनिंग पर डे, सो इट कैन बी इजीली मैन्युअली सर। सो सिस्टम से आप बैठ के डिवीजन फॉर्मेट से आप लोग देख सकते हैं कि विच नॉट ओनली डेटा फॉर एनालिसिस एंड डेवलपमेंट, फॉर मॉनिटरिंग पर्पज ऑल्सो हो जाता है सर, कि हम लोग मॉनिटरिंग कर पाते हैं कि विच लोकोमोटिव का ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है या कुछ रेक का ज़्यादा है या कहाँ पे, वो भी एक पॉइंट है। इवन नॉट मॉनिटरिंग फ्रॉम आर रेलवे साइड एंड फ्रॉम ट्रैकिंग कस्टमर साइड, कि कस्टमर नोज दैट मेरा रेक कहाँ पे है। So in advance he can do the planning. Suppose the incoming rake of JNPT is passing at Lonavala, he knows that within 5 to 6 hours it will reach at JNPT. So handling and dishandling वो सब उसके according to a plan कर पाएगा सर। So वो that is one of the better chance we are given to customer. और जैसे कहा गया है कि स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट में डेटा हमने किया है, तो न्यू कमर्स बेस आता है कि अगर वो शुगर कमोडिटी लेके आता है ही इज ब्लैंक, ही इज न्यू कमर, तो उसको पता नहीं होता कि कौन सा वैगन है। सो हमने डैशबोर्ड में वो भी उसको फैसिलिटी है कि आप जस्ट कम्युनिटी डाल दीजिए, 4-5 वैगन आ जाएंगे, उसकी कैरिंग कैपेसिटी आ जाएगी, उसका टेयर वेट, फेयर वेट सब आ जाएगा सर। आप टर्मिनल चूज करो तो फ्रॉम योर साइड टू डेस्टिनेशन इट कैलकुलेट द डिस्टेंस, व्हाट एक्सपेक्टेड टाइम इट विल रीच वो भी आपको बताएगा सर, व्हाट अप्रोक्सीमेशन फेयर यू कैन डिमांड वो भी आ जाएगा सर। तो ये सारी क्वेरीज फॉर्मेट, स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट का भी होना जरूरी है सर। एनालिसिस प्लस कस्टमाइज रिपोर्ट वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है सर।
सर बिल्कुल सही बताया आपने। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जितनी भी मिनिस्ट्रीज का डेटा है इसमें स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। स्टेट्स की जब बात आती है, स्टेट्स अपने अपने हिसाब से भी डेटा अपना बनाते हैं, तो स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन एक लेवल पे है, दैट इज ट्रू। बट जो अनदर लेयर्स है, मान लो कि 50 कोई और पैरामीटर्स है, तो उसको हम रोक नहीं रहे। गति शक्ति की, उसको गति शक्ति की वजह से वो नहीं देना ऐसा नहीं है, वो दे सकते हैं, तभी हम उसमें से रिट्राइव करके निकाल पाएंगे और इंफॉर्मेशन रहेगी, वो है।
I would like to take this a step forward. Standardization की बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग, standardization के साथ we also look at harmonization of the data. जो हम बात कर रहे हैं अभी, the number of parameters and all those stuff, and my friend here has said the right thing. We have been closely working with Chris and Fssi, sir, and we have integrated a lot of systems with them. As late as we have integrated the electronic VGM and the content dependency of all the ports with Fssi and Chris. Now, having said this, electronic VGM, e-VGM we have integrated, but the data that we get from various stakeholders or various service providers are so varied and so different that it makes our life as a PCS or NLP difficult to standardize and harmonize the data and send it across to Chris. And the call comes from Chris, aaj ka data aaya nahi, the data had issues. Now what do? Do I take it as raw data and just push it forward, or do I take the data, validate and push it forward? So that's where the standardization and the harmonization comes into picture. That's where we will have to look at. The other part of it very clearly is the classic example of IEL and EL, sir. I was talking to some trade friends when we are having lunch, and I understand that there are 89 different localized formats that is being used, which makes it difficult for anybody to reuse the data in a common application. This all can come not only from standardization but harmonization of the data, having a common facility where, as rightly said, all the parameters can be taken as an input but disseminate only what is required to each of the stakeholders. That is where the PM Gati Shakti will come into force. And yeah, and that's where we have to work towards together, and we will achieve that, right? Yep.
This I would like to say that look, from the custom points of view, the data is always harmonized and standardized, because this is the only agency which is doing in this business. But for this PM Gati Shakti point of view, it is always better to have all the data, all the fields, and you can run a query and you can get the result whatever you want to fetch. So standardization up to a limit is okay. It can be harmonized up to that limited standardized data. But all the data, whatever is available, can be uploaded there. It will build a table there, which can be fetched according to the query run. It might be useful for some user, or it might not be useful for other users. But having the data in the system is more important.
Just to add the clarity in the discussion, like there are two types of the data we are discussing here. One is the Gati Shakti and one is the service related. Like the Gati Shakti, when we talk about the data, it is the data about the infrastructure which has to be standardized. When we are talking about the soil type or the water reservoir or the road length and all these things, everything has to be standardized. That's what the BISACN is doing. Now the custom data or the CRIS data voice, it's nothing to do with the infrastructure data. In fact, the customs is not on the Gati. Customs is basically service related, importer, exporters, the stakeholders data. So when we talk about the stakeholder data, the railway, they are having their own operations, and according to the operations, the data field has been designed. And in that, what we are doing, like Gati Shakti is there for the infrastructure development, it's G2G and state to state, where we are trying to bring the standardization to the best possible way. We are using the expertise and the knowledge of each state's what data, who is the expert, and that data is being shared with the common platform with all the states. Similarly, for the stakeholders, when we talk about the service sector part of the industry, logistics part. So the ULIP, what we are trying to do, the APIs will bring the standardization, because the marine sector may be having the different fields or the railways having the different fields, but APIs will help to talk to each other. So NLP Marine ULIP is one of the way forward in that direction.
So sir, for ULIP as a PCS, we have integrated about more than 89 fields and more than 17 APIs, and on NLP it's going to grow more. So as you rightly said, standardization, but standardization with the data that is going to benefit the trade, that has to be looked at. Because ULIP is not an aggregation platform, it's a platform where it exchanges the data on a real-time basis, right? So for that, the base programs that is run by each and every vertical, each and every trade, has to validate and get the standard data out of the system or out of the trade. Yep.
Sir, I don't know how we are on time, but maybe just, I think, large, broad question again for all the panelists. And I think as Mr. Kadu said, I think there is a different, even the question that I'm asking, I'm sure there will be different answers in different use cases, depending on whether it's BISAC or whether it's the railways or whether it's customs or whether it's the service piece of it. And the question really is that, keeping in mind three emerging, I mean, I don't even think they're emerging anymore. They are, three mainstay, technologies are, or let's put it this way, critical technologies that should be applied. I would love to know that in the respective, whether it's the infrastructure side, whether it's the services side, AI, big data analytics linked to AI and just big data management, and probably the third, which is again diverse, again is blockchain. Because whether it's infrastructure, whether it's today land records, whether it's geospatial data, which again has implications linked to how that land is viewed. There is, I think, a lot of use cases for blockchain linked to how that transfer takes place, how that infrastructure is managed, who has got accountability and responsibility, different divisions, how it can be managed. Same thing, sir, whether it's blockchain or AI or analytics, I think whether it's customs, railways, whether it's probably the private sector and the service piece of it. So my question really is, across these three emerging technologies which are very critical today, I would really love to get a picture, sir, from how are the respective departments planning to use these or explore these technologies for various use cases.
In custom, presently we are using AI, and we are using this big data bank. AI is used both for preventive actions also. NCTC is completely doing on the AI basis, targeting, RMS, all these functions, they are based on AI. There is predictive AI. On the basis of the big data, we try to predict the consignment, we try to target it. An NCTC-based target or target-based intervention that is created in the system, that is totally based on AI and data, big data. Apart from this, we are also using big data for facilitation also. There are two main broad categories. One is facilitation and the other is preventive action. Preventive action has much more role because there we have to pinpointedly predict the consignment. Intervention is required at a very, very small level. While in the facilitation, we need the big data. We use the big data and try to analyze that which data is going to change the pattern. Suppose this time release study is there. The big data is like, we have thousands of consignments data that is aggregated, and now we try to standardize from which point of view or where the intervention is required to change the pattern or reduce the dwell time.
So may I, on that same, just on that same point, and just to again maybe provoke a little bit, but do you see the possibility of using blockchain as a medium, and it may not be directly a blockchain based ice gate, but do you see blockchain as a method or as a communication, I mean not even a communication, but transacting piece of code that customs would be open for, or has the customs thought of using this technology in any manner?
This might be my personal view, but I would like to say that technology has to be upgraded. All the agency, whichever is there, they have to upgrade their technology. Previously we are using Java, now you are using Python. So this has to upgrade. So sometimes coming in future we will also use blockchains.
सर AI और ब्लॉकचेन और बिग डाटा एनालिटिक्स जो ज़्यादा सर्विस सेक्टर है, जहाँ भी डेटाबेस बहुत होता है, उसमें यूज़ होता है. नॉर्मली जो रिमोट सेंसिंग, GIS, GPS और इस तरह की जो चीज़ें हैं टेक्नोलॉजिकल, जो जियो इन्फॉर्मेटिक्स है, उसमें सर मशीन लर्निंग ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है. इन टर्म्स ऑफ व्हाट, सपोज से फॉर एग्जांपल DPIT, salt pan information system. There are a salt pan 50,000 acre land across the country. Land jurisdiction is fixed. But right now, official wants which are the area to be encroached. कहाँ हो रहा है encroachment, कितना हो रहा है, एक X date को उन्होंने fix कर दिया. There are multi temporal satellite data, machine learning library से हमने generate कर दिया, automatic algorithm run कर दिया, उसके हिसाब से feature extract करके बता देता है कि these are the chain detection और encroach area. Same sir, predictive analysis, इसी आधार पे मशीन लर्निंग से प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस करते हैं. प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस वहां हो सकती है, जैसे अभी इस फॉरम में बोलना ठीक नहीं है, चाइना बॉर्डर का केस देख लीजिए. तो चाइना बॉर्डर पे प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस एडवांस में हो सकता है कि कहां पे वो अपनी हैमलेट्स वगैरह बना रहे हैं, विच आर द एरिया और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. लेकिन उसके पैरामीटर्स, उसके एल्गोरिदम, सैटेलाइट डेटा और ट्रेंड, स्लोप, टेरेन, जियोस्पाशियल एज वेल एज इंफॉर्मेशन एंड इंटेलिजेंस. अब 5 तरह का डेटा जुड़ता है तब जाके इंटेलिजेंस बनता है सर, और वो प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस होता है. तो मशीन लर्निंग, प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस, AI और ML, AI और सर ने बताया जैसे बिग डेटा वगैरह जो ब्लॉकचेन वगैरह कर रहे हैं. तो ये सब चीजें जरूरत के आधार पे होगी, यूजर को क्या चाहिए और क्या दे पाएंगे. जैसे सर मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूं. सर हमने एक श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी रूरबन स्कीम है सर, SPRM रूरल डेवलपमेंट के अंदर है. एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं छोटा सर. उसमें उनको उस तरह के टूल चाहिए थे कि जैसे कोई भी कलेक्टर्स है, कलेक्टर को ये चाहिए कि ये एरिया में कोई भी सर्वे नंबर किसी ने दिया या लेट लॉन्ग दे दिया तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो सिस्टम बता देगी कि वेदर ये मतलब NA इनका कर सकते कि नहीं कर सकते, नॉन एग्रीकल्चर लैंड कर सकते कि नहीं कर सकते. कलेक्टर ने नीचे 4 अधिकारी को पूछ लिया, उन्होंने बोला ठीक है सर यहां फॉरेस्ट है ही नहीं, लेकिन कलेक्टर कैसे श्योर करे कि यहां है नहीं. तो उनको वो सिस्टम में जियो फेंसिंग आता है, वो हिडन रहता है डेटा, ऑटोमेटिकली सिस्टम आंसर देगी यस और नो. यस और नो के ज्यादा सिवा एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं देगी सिस्टम. उसके लिए आपको सिस्टम ओपन करना पड़ेगा, लेकिन डिसीजन उनका हो जाएगा. तो दैट टाइप ऑफ सर सॉल्यूशंस आल्सो प्रोवाइड इन दिस सिस्टम. थैंक यू सर.
Yeah, because AI and all this we have been using since long time for classification of satellite data, and because you know the satellite data is becoming more and more complex these days. Earlier we had a very simplified data set which we were able to classify and use it immediately, but today we have high resolution satellite data, more multi-temporal data is coming in. So AI, what we were using, now we are using basically machine learning, what he suggested rightly. But it is all very limited because, for example, when we see the Google image, we see the trees, we see the houses, roads and all. But I want to extract all the trees, like somebody was asking in the forenoon also, whether we can do the tree enumeration. So that tree enumeration is possible when you have the same size of tree, same type of tree, then enumeration is possible. But if it is an orchard, fine. But if it is a forest, then it's not possible. So there, this DLML, all these things fail. So of course, these things work very well with the foreign satellite data or foreign terrains basically, because we have we don't have homogeneous kind of terrain. We have very inhomogeneity in everything. So when we talk about the forest, we talk about the crops, we talk about the housing. Like we see many examples like any foreign data will show that how the houses are extracted, roads are extracted, even the medial of the road is also extracted, everything is extracted, but there doesn't happen like that in our country. So these techniques are good. They give output maybe to 50 to 60%, but beyond that we had to do our manual editing, then only we can get the right data. Thank you.
I would like to emphasize more from, except for the AI/ML on the blockchain, because we come from the port and trade community system where apart from the data, the document is also exchanged, and the exchange is many hands. As we talk now, there is a POC which is going on between Niti Aayog, Port of Rotterdam, where Portal is also involved, and there's SBI Bank and ICICI Bank. A proof of concept of transacting a BL from port A to port B, okay, on the overseas, where blockchain can be used. Not only the document can be exchanged, even the transaction of the monetary funds can be taken place. And once that's completed and all the dots are marked as ticked, those will be put up to the ministry for an approval, because as we know, blockchain is not authorized use of medium today with the ministry, and in shipping, it's a complete node which goes on. So that's where we need to lay emphasis. We'll need to look at it. We'll need to see how blockchain can leverage the transaction of data as well as documents within the trade of ports. And looking at NLP, it's a must that we should look at blockchain, and that should be our focus from our point of view. Yeah.
And I think, sir, maybe I should, some questions. Maybe I can, so we can go on this discussion. So interesting. Sorry, I won't stop only, but maybe I can. So maybe I can just keep the house open for some questions.
Yes, it's an open forum. Agar koi sawal puchna, if there are any questions, you can, we can pass on the mic to you. Just raise your hand right there.
I am Devdutt from Tata Consulting Engineers. I find that this declaration to Gati Shakti is still not made compulsory, because I have found many of the minor ports, they are not coming through the channel of Gati Shakti, and there we are facing a lot of problems in planning in the after the DPR also we are finding that DPR done by one of the agencies are not implementable, and we are going to lot of data has to be generated before the actual execution of the work. So can we not make it a mandatory even for all ports, whether it's a minor port, to come through this channel? Even major port also, I saw when the list was there, many of the projects which are going to come are not there included in the Gati Shakti also. So if the chairman and the, I think, Dhruv, you can ask.
I'll pass on the mic to you, sir.
As far as all the projects under the major ports, we are trying to bring, most of the projects are already identified. This is the ongoing project going on. As far as the non-major ports are concerned, some projects, this is the second phase again. And again, you know, the non-major ports comes under the purview of the state maritime boards. So that handholding is going on. Now, all the central ministries are already onboarded, more than 900,000 layers, including all the major ports data layers are being onboarded. The non-major ports, that work is going on. That is ongoing project. Now almost for the state 700 plus layers are on the board, and it's maybe we can say 50 or 60%, so that it is an ongoing process. The projects, again, there is a benefit for the ports only, which they'll realize in the time to come. And we are expecting in the second phase, this is Gati Shakti just started this is the first year we have completed on the 13th October. So we are expecting all these private non-major ports projects will also come on the board. Right, thank you.
Ministry की तरफ से these committees that have been formed, that's exactly the objective in fact. So as multimodal committees, when we sit, all the projects from non-major projects are also coming. However, as was just said, the prioritization within that has to be set by the state government. So that is how currently it is being done. And as was just mentioned, more and more in the next few years probably, uska और coverage जो है बढ़ जाएगा. The use of the word mandate etc. अभी थोड़ा सा वो मुश्किल है शायद, but it will evolve a little more, I think. Yeah.
स्टेट मास्टर प्लान गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने लॉन्च किया अभी रिसेंट बिफोर 1 वीक सर, सीएम साहब ने लॉन्च कराया. सो उसमें उन्होंने हर एक डिपार्टमेंट को कवर किया है और 73 पोर्टल बनवाए. तो सेम उसमें भी हर एक माइनर पोर्टल वो सब आ ही गया गुजरात का, तो हर एक स्टेट्स का ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल इंक्लूड सर, तो कोई इश्यू नहीं है.
नहीं, वो थोड़ा सा मुझे लगा कि ही इज आस्किंग अबाउट बोथ द थिंग्स, लेयर्स भी और जो प्रोजेक्ट सब आगे आ रहे हैं उनको कैसे लेके जा रहे हैं, तो वो हिसाब से मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
All right, with this, any further questions?
Let him wind up, I think.
You want to summarize?
All right, so I think, no, thank you. I think from all the panelists, I think for me it was a super enriching experience, and I think as someone who is hoping to really take advantage of the entire national monetization pipeline, the national infrastructure pipeline, and participate in this growth journey, I think it's just heartening to see how this program is being thought of on multiple layers. And I think the technology part of it, I think will help, really, and I think just especially, sir, what I've heard today from all the panelists, I think whether it's on the infrastructure planning or whether it's on the services and the execution part of it, I can only say that I wish we had more time. I would have loved to have understood even more in terms of what is being planned, because I think it gives, at least from my perspective, it gives a lot of confidence. Because I think the biggest challenge has always been visibility and accountability, and I think the technology piece of this really creates this visibility and accountability. So, I'm sure I speak on behalf of the entire audience. We are really, I think enthused and very excited to see the application of technology on the entire program. And I think if nothing else, I think the accountability, the speed of execution, and the confidence of the, even the private participation in it will go up multifold. So once again, thank you so much for your time. And sir, I think with that, we would wrap the session. Thank you so much to
Can you have a huge round of applause for our entire team, our esteemed panelists. May I request from the team, Shri Sanjay Sethi, Chairman JNPA, to join us on stage to felicitate our panelists. And may I also request Shri Unmesh Sharadwag ji also to join in to felicitate our panelists. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen. And मैं request करूँगा Sanjay sir to please present a memento to Shri Dhruv Kotak ji. Can you have a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A quick picture. A quick picture, please. A big thank you to our panelists. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we complete our session for day one of PM Gati Shakti Multimodal Maritime Regional Summit 2022, organized jointly by JNPA and MBPA. We would like to thank our chief guests, our guests of honor, our esteemed dignitaries, our conveners, our panelists for giving us their time, their knowledge, and making day one so fruitful and successful. This is your host signing off on behalf of the entire organizing team, and we look forward to day two of the summit starting 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.